My name's Mike, and I go to school in a town called Riverdale. It's a small, out-of-the-way place, one of those quiet college towns where nothing big ever seems to happen. At least that's what I thought before last semester. I shared my dorm room with this guy named Chris. We weren't close, but we got along well enough. He was a pretty chill guy, into his books, and we'd sometimes go for a beer or grab food after a long day. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then things started to get strange. Chris started to get strange. It happened gradually, which is probably why I didn't notice it at first. He'd started keeping to himself more, shutting himself up in his room for hours. It wasn't that weird. Finals were coming up and we were all pretty stressed out. But Chris, he went from being the laid-back guy I'd known to a complete recluse. He didn't talk much anymore, hardly even left the room. I didn't think too much of it, but I'd occasionally try to knock on his door, see if he wanted to grab food or something. Each time there was no answer. I thought he was just busy. Then, after a couple of days of silence, I started to worry. His side of the room was a mess, clothes everywhere, books and papers scattered on the floor. It was strange, especially for Chris, who usually kept his stuff pretty organized. I started wondering if something was wrong. Then one night, something happened that I can't explain. It was late, probably close to midnight. I was lying in bed trying to get some sleep, but I kept hearing these strange noises coming from Chris's room. It sounded like shuffling, like he was dragging something heavy across the floor. I figured maybe he was moving stuff around, organizing, whatever. But then the noises got louder. At first I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible to sleep with all the noise. I got up, walked over to his door and knocked. "Chris," I called, waiting for an answer. Nothing. I knocked again, harder this time. "Hey man, you okay?" Still nothing. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to listen. That's when I heard it. A voice, but not Chris's. It was deep, gruff, like a man's voice, and I could hear him whispering. My heart started to race. Chris never had anyone over, not that I'd seen, and we both had our own rooms. No one should have been in there with him. I backed away, trying to make sense of it. Should I call out again? Should I go get someone? My hands were shaking, and I didn't know what to do. I took a deep breath, tried to steady myself. I went back to bed, but there was no way I could sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening. The shuffling continued, along with that voice. My mind was racing. Who the hell was in there? And why hadn't Chris said anything? Eventually, the sounds stopped. The silence was even worse. I lay there, wide awake, too scared to move. My pulse was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I opened my eyes, sat up, and immediately looked at Chris's door. It was open. I hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. I stood up, walked over to his door, and looked inside. The room was empty. Completely empty. The bed was made, his clothes were gone, his books too. It was like he'd never even lived there. I backed up, confused, and more than a little freaked out. It didn't make any sense. His room had been a mess the night before. I'd heard him, or someone, in there. Now everything was spotless and Chris was gone. I went straight to the RA's office, told her everything. She looked at me like I was crazy, but said she'd check with the housing office, see if Chris had moved out or something. Later that day, the RA found me. "Chris moved out this morning," she said, looking concerned. "Everything's fine." I didn't understand. I was there all night. How could he have moved out without me knowing? I asked if anyone had seen him, if they'd noticed anything strange, but she just shrugged. As far as she knew, he'd left on his own. But I knew what I'd heard. The days passed, and I tried to forget about it, to brush it off. I told myself that maybe I'd imagined it, that I'd been half asleep or something, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Chris's room stayed empty, and every time I passed it, I felt this unease, like I was being watched. Then, about a week later, it happened again. It was late at night and I was getting ready to crash when I heard it. The shuffling, the whispering. Only this time it wasn't coming from Chris's old room. It was coming from the room next to mine. I froze, listening. It was the same sounds, that same voice. My skin prickled and my heart was pounding. I stepped into the hallway looking around, trying to figure out what was happening. The room next to mine belonged to a freshman named Nate. He was a quiet kid, kept to himself mostly, but I'd seen him around. I knocked on his door, calling his name. "Nate," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "You okay in there?" No response. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. I could hear that voice, that deep, whispering voice, like someone was speaking to him right there in his room. My stomach twisted and I backed away. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get help, but who would believe me? I'd tried going to the RA before and she'd brushed me off. But this wasn't my imagination. I'd heard it plain as day. Something was going on in that building, something I couldn't explain. The next morning I went to the RA again, told her what I'd heard. She looked at me annoyed and said that Nate was fine, that I was probably overreacting. But I knew I wasn't. Another night passed, and I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear it again, the shuffling, the voice. And then, just like with Chris, Nate disappeared. One day, his room was empty, just like Chris's had been. His things were gone, the bed was made, like he'd never been there. And the RA just shrugged it off like it was no big deal. But it was a big deal. Two guys, both acting strange, both disappearing overnight without a trace. And that voice, that deep, whispering voice. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was next. I started to hear things at night even when I was alone. Footsteps in the hallway, shadows moving outside my door. I kept the lights on, kept my door locked, but it didn't help. I felt like I was being watched, like something was waiting for me. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of my door creaking open. My heart was pounding, and I reached for my phone, my hands shaking. I looked toward the door, but there was no one there. Just darkness, a shadowy outline. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I lay there, clutching my phone, staring at the open door. And then I heard it. A voice, low and deep, whispering my name. I didn't wait. I grabbed my things, threw on my shoes, and bolted. I didn't care where I went, didn't look back. I just ran down the stairs out of the building into the night. I don't know what happened to Chris or Nate or who or what was in that room with them. All I know is that I couldn't stay in that dorm. I left Riverdale after that semester, transferred to another school. I haven't looked back since. But every now and then, late at night, I hear it. That same whispering voice calling my name, and I wonder if it's still out there waiting for me. I'd been under a lot of stress lately. Work was relentless, my phone didn't stop buzzing, and I felt like I couldn't catch a break. So I decided to rent a beach house for the weekend. Just a quiet little place on the coast, a couple of hours from home in a town called Blue Harbor. Small, peaceful, the kind of place you'd imagine spending a weekend with nothing but the sound of waves to keep you company. When I pulled up to the house, everything looked exactly like the photos. Small, cozy, right on the edge of the beach with a deck overlooking the water. It was perfect. The rental company left the keys in a lockbox by the door, just as they'd promised. I got in, dropped my bags, and let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. This was going to be a good weekend. The first day went by smoothly. I took a long walk on the beach, read a book on the deck, and made a quick dinner in the small kitchen. There was something about the quiet that made me feel like I was finally relaxing, finally letting go of the stress. I went to bed early, looking forward to another day of peace. But on the second day, things started to feel off. I woke up that morning to the sound of the waves. I made some coffee, sat out on the deck for a bit, and then decided to take another walk down the beach. When I came back, though, I noticed something strange. The front door was unlocked. I was pretty sure I'd locked it when I left. I'm the type of guy who double-checks that kind of thing. but I shrugged it off, figuring maybe I'd just forgotten. That night, after dinner, I settled in on the couch to watch a movie. It was quiet in the house, almost too quiet. Every little creak sounded louder, and I kept feeling like something was out of place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I told myself I was being paranoid. I went to bed, hoping for a good night's sleep. When I got to the bedroom, though, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The blanket on the bed was folded differently. I always left it crumpled up at the end of the bed. It wasn't a big change, just a small, neat fold at the foot of the bed, but it was enough to make me pause. I stood there staring at it, trying to convince myself I'd done it without thinking. But I knew that wasn't true. A knot started forming in my stomach, but I didn't want to overreact. I told myself that maybe someone from the cleaning crew had come by, even though the rental description didn't mention any daily housekeeping. It was the only thing that made sense. The next day, things got weirder. I went out again in the morning, just for a quick walk. When I came back, the kitchen felt different. I'd left a dish drying by the sink, but now it was in a different spot. And my coffee mug, which I'd left on the counter, had been moved. I was sure I hadn't touched them. I felt my heart start to pound. I went around the house, checking every window, every door. They were all locked. There was no sign that anyone had broken in, nothing missing, nothing else out of place. But I could feel it. Someone had been in there. I could feel it in my bones. Later that afternoon, I called the rental agency. I kept my voice steady, told them I thought maybe someone had come in without my knowledge. They assured me that no one else had access to the house. No cleaning service, no maintenance scheduled. They told me I was the only person with a key. When I hung up, my unease turned into full-blown dread. That night, I locked every window, every door, double-checking each one. I tried to distract myself with another movie, but I couldn't focus. Every little sound made me jump. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the fridge. I felt like the walls were closing in on me. I went to bed early, but sleep didn't come. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, straining to hear any sound that didn't belong. My heart was pounding, and I felt like I was being watched. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off. Sometime in the night, I woke up. It was still dark, and the room was silent. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m. That's when I saw it. On the bedside table, there was a small piece of paper that hadn't been there before. My heart started racing as I reached for it, my hands trembling. The handwriting was neat, almost too neat. The message was simple. I'm watching. I felt the blood drain from my face. I sat up, scanning the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I grabbed my phone, my fingers shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. I dialed 911, but before I could hit call, I heard a noise outside the bedroom door. A soft creak like someone shifting their weight. I froze, clutching the phone. My mind was racing, my body locked in place. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I listened, straining to hear any other sound. The silence was so thick it felt like it was pressing down on me. I waited, minutes passing like hours, but I heard nothing else. Eventually, I mustered the courage to get up. I crept out of bed, moving as quietly as I could. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. Nothing. Slowly, I cracked the door open, peeking out into the hallway. It was empty, just shadows and silence. I moved through the house, checking every room, turning on every light as I went. But there was no one there. The front door was locked just as I'd left it. I couldn't find any sign that someone else had been inside. But that note, it was real. I still had it, clenched in my fist. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch, every light on, my eyes darting around the room. I felt like I was going crazy. The next morning, I packed my things. I didn't care that I'd paid for the whole weekend. I wasn't staying another night. I loaded my bags into the car, locked the house, and drove away without looking back. But even as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. Every car that passed, every shadow on the road, felt like it was following me. By the time I got back home, I was exhausted, barely holding it together. That night back in my apartment, I thought I'd feel safe. But as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing sounds, the creak of the floor, the hum of the fridge. Every little noise made my heart race. Then I heard it. A soft shuffle outside my bedroom door, just like at the beach house. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear. There was nothing else, just silence. But I knew I wasn't alone. I'm not usually one to get spooked. I live alone, I've always liked the quiet, and I don't mind doing my own thing. I have a routine, a simple one. Most evenings after work, I like to go jogging. Nothing crazy, just a few laps around the park near my apartment here in Madisonville. It's close by, familiar, and I've always felt safe there. But a few weeks ago, something changed. It was one of those calm, cool nights. The sun was low, casting long shadows, and the air was just right. Not too hot, not too cold. Perfect jogging weather. I started my usual route, going in through the main entrance, crossing the small bridge over the creek, looping around the lake, and then back. The park was mostly empty, which I liked. Just a few other joggers and some people walking their dogs. It was peaceful, like always. I was a few minutes into my jog when I first noticed him. Just a man, walking along the path in the opposite direction. He didn't look like anyone I'd seen around before, which was odd because I'd been running this same route for months. He wore a hoodie with the hood up, even though it wasn't that cold, and dark jeans. Not exactly the kind of clothes you'd wear for a walk in the park. I remember thinking it was weird, but I brushed it off and kept jogging. I passed him, and as I did, I felt his eyes on me. You know that feeling when someone's watching you? That's what it felt like. I glanced over, just a quick look, but he didn't turn away. His face was hidden under the hood, but his head was definitely turned in my direction. It was unsettling, but I kept moving, figuring he'd just go on his way. But when I looped back around, there he was again, standing near the entrance where I'd started. It didn't make sense. I'd only been running for a few minutes. He shouldn't have had time to get there unless he'd gone back on the path behind me. I told myself he was just taking a walk like everyone else, but something about it didn't sit right. The way he just stood there, watching, like he was waiting for something. I pushed it out of my mind, finished my run, and went home. I told myself it was nothing, that I was being paranoid. But the next time I went to the park, he was there again. It was almost dusk, the park even emptier than usual. As I started my run, I spotted him near the entrance, just standing there. This time, he wasn't walking or even looking around. He was just still, watching. My heart started to pound, but I tried to ignore it. I focused on my pace, kept my head down, and ran past him without looking. As I rounded the lake, I glanced back, and he was gone. Relief washed over me, and I tried to shake it off. But as I got near the entrance, I saw him again, just off to the side of the path. He didn't move as I approached, didn't say anything, but I felt his eyes on me. I sped up, trying to act like I didn't notice him, but I could feel his gaze following me. When I got back to my apartment, I was still rattled. I couldn't shake the image of him standing there. That hood covering his face, those eyes locked on me. I tried to laugh it off, told myself I was overreacting. It was just some guy after all. People are allowed to walk in the park. But something about it felt wrong. Over the next week, I tried to avoid him. I went at different times, hoping he wouldn't be there. But every time, without fail, he showed up. Always near the entrance, always watching. Sometimes he'd be standing off to the side. Sometimes he'd be walking in the opposite direction. But he was always there, like he knew exactly when I'd show up. One evening, I decided to change my route completely. I went earlier than usual, around late afternoon, and started on the opposite side of the park near the lake. I was hoping that if I went a different way, he wouldn't be able to find me. For the first half of my run, I didn't see him, and I started to relax. Maybe I'd just been imagining things. But as I neared the end of my loop, I saw him again. This time he was further down the path, walking in the same direction as me. I slowed down, not wanting to pass him, but as soon as I did, he stopped walking and stepped off to the side just like before. Watching. My stomach dropped. I didn't know if he was following me or if he just had some weird pattern, but it didn't feel right. I decided then and there that I wasn't going to jog in the evenings anymore. It wasn't worth it, that uneasy feeling. I told myself I'd start running in the mornings instead. But a few days later, I found myself back in the park in the evening. I don't know why I went back. Maybe I was just being stubborn, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I decided to stick to a well-lit path and not go too far from the entrance, just to play it safe. For the first part of my run, I didn't see him. I started to think maybe he wasn't there after all, that I'd just worked myself up over nothing. But halfway through my loop, I saw him again. He was ahead of me, standing on a small trail that branched off into a more secluded area of the park. He was just off the main path, his body half hidden by the trees. I slowed down, my heart pounding. I didn't want to look at him, didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing I was scared. But I knew he was waiting for me. I kept my pace steady, pretending like I hadn't noticed him, and kept moving forward. Just as I was about to pass him, he stepped onto the main path and started walking towards me. My chest tightened. I thought about turning back, but that felt too obvious, too much like running away. I kept going, trying to stay calm, but I could feel his eyes on me as he came closer. As we passed each other, he cut across the path, moving towards me in a way that wasn't casual. It was deliberate. He was trying to intercept me. I stopped, my mind racing. I could turn around and run, but I wasn't sure if I could outrun him. He was closer to the exit than I was, and he seemed to know the park better than I did. I started walking again, faster this time, but he matched my pace, staying just close enough that I could feel his presence behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, his face still hidden under that hood, his steps quiet and steady. I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding, my mind racing. There was a small clearing off the path that led to another trail, one that looped around towards the road. I didn't know it well, but it was my best shot. I veered off the path, heading towards it, hoping he wouldn't follow. But as soon as I did, I heard his footsteps behind me, faster now, closing in. He was following me. There was no doubt in my mind. I broke into a sprint, my legs burning, my breath coming in sharp gasps, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and fast, gaining on me with every step. The trail twisted through the trees, the branches scraping my arms as I pushed through, my mind racing with panic. Just when I thought I couldn't run any farther, I saw the road up ahead, the faint glow of the streetlights, the distant sound of cars. I was so close. I pushed myself harder, my legs shaking, my lungs burning. I could feel him behind me, could feel his presence closing in. But as I reached the edge of the trail, his footsteps suddenly stopped. I didn't slow down. I kept running until I burst through the trees and onto the side of the road. A car drove by and I waved my arms, desperate to get their attention, but they didn't stop. I turned around, expecting to see him there, but the trail was empty. He was gone. I stood there, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my ears. I waited, watching the trail, half expecting him to come out of the trees any second. But he didn't. The park was silent, the shadows deep, and I was alone. Eventually, I made my way home. I didn't go back to the park after that. I couldn't. Every time I thought about it, I felt that same dread, that same cold fear. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I know he was following me. And I know that if I hadn't run when I did, I might not have made it out of there. Now every time I think about jogging, I feel that same knot in my stomach. I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there, waiting, watching, ready to finish what he started. And I'll never set foot in that park again. It was a Thursday evening, right after I got home from work. I live alone in a small house just outside of a town called Greenville, North Carolina. The place is isolated, surrounded by thick woods, which I actually like. I can go weeks without seeing another soul unless I decide to drive into town. It's quiet, and that's what I wanted when I bought the place. But that quiet came to a screeching halt one night. As soon as I pulled up to my driveway, I saw it. A beat-up old truck sitting there like it belonged, parked right in the middle of my driveway. The headlights were off and there was no one inside. The thing looked like it hadn't been washed in years, with rust eating away at the sides and the bumper hanging on by a thread. I'd never seen it before, and I knew it didn't belong to anyone I knew. I sat there in my car, engine running, just staring at it. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to brush it off. I figured maybe someone had car trouble and left it here while they went for help, but it didn't make sense. Why leave it here, in the middle of nowhere? I turned off my car and got out, keeping my keys in my hand. I glanced around, checking the area, but everything was still. The woods were dark and silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. My eyes kept going back to the truck, my mind racing with questions. I decided to take a closer look. As I got closer, I noticed there was something off about it. The windows were rolled up, but I could see papers strewn across the dashboard and empty soda cans on the passenger seat. It looked like someone had been living out of it. The smell hit me next, stale and sour like old food mixed with sweat. I took a step back, covering my nose. Whoever owned this thing hadn't taken care of it in a long time. I didn't want to touch it, but I needed to know if anyone was around. I knocked on the hood, listening for any kind of response. Nothing. I knocked again, harder this time, but all I got in return was silence. That's when I started to feel uneasy. My eyes drifted toward the edge of the woods where the tree line met my property. The shadows felt heavier, like something was hiding just out of sight. I turned back toward my house, feeling the urge to get inside and lock the door. I'd barely taken a step when I heard it, a faint crunch of leaves. My head snapped around and I squinted, trying to make out anything in the darkness. At first I didn't see anyone, but then I noticed movement. 3 figures, stepping out from between the trees. They didn't say a word, just stood there watching me. My heart started to race and I could feel my palms sweating. I clenched my keys tighter, my mind running through options. They were between me and my house, blocking the path. I could try to get back in my car, but I wasn't sure if they'd follow or even stop me. I took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. "Can I help you?" I called out, keeping my voice steady. No response. They just stood there, side by side, like they were waiting for something. I could barely make out their faces in the dim light, but I could see enough. The one in the middle was tall, with a thick build and broad shoulders. The other 2 were smaller, but they had the same intense, silent stare. I took a step back, keeping my eyes on them. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my body tense and ready to run. The tall one took a step forward, and I froze. He raised a hand, pointing at me, then at the house, like he was telling me to go inside. I didn't move. Every instinct I had was telling me not to turn my back on them, not to go anywhere near that house while they were there. I glanced back at my car, weighing my options. But before I could make a decision, the tall one lowered his hand, and all 3 of them started walking toward me. I didn't wait. I turned and sprinted to the car, fumbling with the keys as I unlocked the door. I jumped in, slammed the door shut, and hit the lock button just as they reached the driveway. I turned the key, started the engine, and backed up as fast as I could, my eyes darting between them and the road ahead. They didn't follow. They just stood there, watching as I pulled away, their faces expressionless. I didn't stop to question it. I drove straight into town, parked in the lot of a gas station, and called the sheriff. The sheriff came out, listened to my story, and agreed to come back with me. By the time we got back to the house, the truck was gone, and so were the men. There was no sign of them anywhere. No tire tracks. Nothing. The sheriff gave me a look like he didn't quite believe me, but he didn't say anything. He told me to call if they came back and left it at that. I didn't sleep that night. Every noise, every shadow had me on edge, waiting for them to come back. But the night passed and they didn't show. I thought maybe it was over, just a weird encounter with some strangers passing through. But then, the next night, I heard it. A soft tapping on my window, just past midnight. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened. The tapping came again, slow and deliberate. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking, and dialed 911. The operator answered, and I whispered to her what was happening. She told me to stay calm, that someone would be on their way, but I could barely focus on her words. I moved toward the window, keeping the lights off, and peeked out. At first, I didn't see anything, but then, just outside the edge of the light, I saw him. The tall one. He was standing right by the window, his face inches from the glass, staring in. I dropped to the floor, crawling away from the window, my heart racing. I heard him tap again, like he knew I was there, waiting for me to come back. The minutes felt like hours as I sat there, clutching my phone, barely daring to breathe. Finally, I heard the sound of a car pulling up, the flash of blue and red lights illuminating the room. I jumped up, ran to the door, and flung it open just as the sheriff got out of his car. He looked at me, then at the window, but by the time we got there, the man was gone. The sheriff searched the property, but he didn't find anything. He told me it was probably just some kids messing around, but I knew better. There was something about those men, something wrong. Over the next few days, I tried to go about my routine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there watching me. Every night, I'd hear things, the crunch of gravel, the faint murmur of voices, footsteps outside my window. Each time I'd call the sheriff, but by the time he arrived, they'd vanish without a trace. It went on like that for a week. Every night they'd come back, standing just outside, watching, waiting. I tried to stay calm, tried to ignore them, but it was impossible. I barely slept, barely ate. I was constantly on edge, feeling like I was trapped in my own home. Then one night, it all stopped. I waited for the tapping, the footsteps, the voices, but there was nothing. Just silence. I stayed up all night expecting them to come back, but they didn't. It's been weeks now, and they haven't returned. But I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there watching, waiting for the right moment. And every night as I lie in bed, I listen, wondering if tonight will be the night they come back. I had been under a lot of stress for weeks. Work was piling up and the noise of the city was wearing me down. I needed to get away, clear my head. So I rented a cabin out in the woods about an hour outside of Stowe, Vermont. I'd been there before, small, cozy, right by a lake. No internet, no neighbors. Just me, the trees, and the quiet. I arrived just before sunset. The place looked exactly how I remembered it. A simple wooden cabin with a small deck overlooking the lake. The rental company had left the keys in a lockbox by the door. I grabbed my bags, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. It felt like stepping into another world. The air smelled of pine and old wood. I could hear the gentle lapping of the water outside, a soft breeze rustling through the trees. I unpacked quickly, threw on a jacket, and went outside to take in the view before it got dark. I could already feel the tension easing out of me. This was exactly what I needed. I sat on the deck for a while, just listening to the sounds of the woods, breathing in the fresh air. The sun dipped lower, and the shadows stretched long over the water. I made a mental note to wake up early and watch the sunrise. As night fell, I went inside, locked the door, and set up a small fire in the fireplace. I made myself some tea, grabbed a book, and settled in for a quiet night. The cabin was dimly lit, just the firelight flickering against the walls. It felt peaceful, safe. I read for a while, then eventually went to bed, falling asleep to the sounds of the forest outside. The first night was fine, quiet. I woke up early, made some coffee, and sat out on the deck to watch the sunrise. The lake was calm, a mirror reflecting the trees and sky. I felt like I could stay here forever. I spent the day exploring, hiking along the trails around the lake, taking in the fresh air. By the time evening rolled around, I was exhausted. I made myself a simple dinner, read by the fire for a while, then went to bed early. The second night was when things started to feel off. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard something outside. It was faint, just a soft crunch of leaves, like someone was walking around the cabin. My eyes snapped open and I lay there listening, my heart pounding. The sound stopped, and everything was silent again. I told myself it was probably an animal. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. I closed my eyes, tried to ignore it. But then I heard it again. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling around the cabin. I sat up, my body tense. The footsteps stopped, then started again, moving around the other side of the cabin. I got out of bed, tiptoed over to the window, and peered out into the darkness. I couldn't see anything, just trees and shadows. My hand went to my phone, but I remembered there was no signal out here. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I told myself it was just an animal. There was no reason for anyone else to be out here. I went back to bed, pulling the blankets up to my chin, and tried to ignore the sounds. After a while, the footsteps stopped, and the silence returned. The next morning, I checked around the cabin looking for tracks. There was nothing. No sign that anyone, or anything, had been there. I felt a little ridiculous. Maybe it had been my imagination, or maybe I'd just been half asleep, hearing things. I shook it off and went about my day, telling myself to relax, enjoy the peace. But that night, it happened again. I was lying in bed, drifting off, when I heard the footsteps outside. This time, they were louder, closer. I sat up, my heart racing, and listened. The steps were slow, methodical, like someone was deliberately walking around the cabin, checking each side. I got out of bed, my hands shaking, and moved over to the window. This time, I saw something. A shadow moving just outside the cabin, barely visible in the moonlight. It was tall, human-shaped, but I couldn't make out any details. Just a dark figure, moving slowly, deliberately. I froze, watching. My heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The figure moved around the cabin, stopping near the front door. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its presence, heavy and unsettling. It was watching me. I knew it, even though I couldn't see its eyes. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. There was no signal, no way to call for help. I was alone, out here in the middle of nowhere, with no neighbors for miles. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag, clutching it like a weapon, and sat in the corner of the room, waiting, listening. After what felt like hours, the footsteps faded. The silence returned, but I didn't feel safe. I barely slept that night, sitting in the dark, my eyes darting to the window every few minutes, expecting to see that shadow again. The next day, I was on edge. Every little sound made me jump. I went outside, checked the area around the cabin, but there was nothing. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. But I knew what I'd seen. I couldn't explain it, but I knew it was real. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep. I sat in the living room, every light on, the flashlight in my hand. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being paranoid. But around midnight, the footsteps started again. This time, they were louder, more deliberate. The figure moved around the cabin, stopping at each window, like it was looking for a way in. I could hear it tapping on the glass, a soft, almost polite knock, like it was asking to be let in. My stomach twisted, and I clenched the flashlight tighter. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. The knocking continued, moving from window to window, slow and steady, like it had all the time in the world. Finally, it stopped. The silence was thick, heavy, pressing down on me. I waited, my whole body tense, listening. And then, from just outside the front door, I heard it, a soft, low whisper. "Let me in." My blood ran cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The whisper came again, soft but insistent, like it was right on the other side of the door. "Let me in." I backed away, my hands shaking, and crouched down behind the couch, trying to make myself as small as possible. I felt trapped, helpless, like a mouse cornered by a cat. The whisper came again, more demanding this time. "Let me in." I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted to the back door, unlocked it, and ran out into the night. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I ran through the trees, branches scratching my face, my breath coming in gasps. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to get away. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto a dirt road. I followed it, my legs aching, my lungs burning, until I saw headlights approaching. I waved my arms, desperate, and the car slowed down, the driver rolling down his window to ask if I was okay. I don't remember what I said, just that I needed help, that someone was after me. The driver let me in, took me to the nearest town, and I called the police. They went back to the cabin, but they didn't find anything. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. They told me it was probably an animal, maybe a bear, that I'd just imagined the voice in my panic. But I know what I heard, and every night since then, I can still hear that whisper in my mind. Let me in. It was one of those evenings where I was just trying to get through the crowd at the mall, focused on picking up a few things and getting home. I'd taken my daughter Emma with me, and she was glued to my side, as always. She was 7, bright-eyed, and curious about everything. She held my hand, skipping along, humming some tune she'd probably heard at school. We were in Haddonfield, Illinois. Our local mall wasn't huge, but it was big enough that I had to keep a close eye on her. We were heading toward the food court, and I told her she could pick out a treat after we finished up. Her eyes lit up at that, and she gave my hand a little squeeze. We walked through the stores, glancing at the displays, and she tugged me over to look at the toys every few steps. She'd beg, and I'd tell her, maybe for your birthday, which was our usual routine. It felt like any other day. But then, in a split second, everything changed. I looked away for one moment, distracted by something in the store window, a sale sign or maybe just something that caught my eye. When I turned back, Emma wasn't there. My heart dropped. I looked around, thinking maybe she'd just wandered a few steps away. "Emma!" I called, my voice echoing down the hall. No answer. I scanned the area, eyes darting from one person to the next, looking for her little yellow jacket, her brown hair tied in that little ponytail she loved. But she was gone. Panic started bubbling up in my chest. I pushed through the crowd, calling her name, trying to keep calm, but my mind was racing. She'd never done this before, never let go of my hand without a word. I called out again, louder this time, ignoring the looks from people passing by. I must have looked like a crazy person, but I didn't care. All I cared about was finding her. I walked up to a security guard near the food court, breathless, barely able to speak. "My daughter, she's missing," I said, my voice shaking. He nodded, calm but serious, and asked me a few questions. Her age, her name, what she was wearing. I tried to answer, but the words were coming out in bits and pieces. All I could think about was that she was out there somewhere, scared, maybe crying, and I wasn't there with her. The guard radioed in, alerting his team, and they started searching. He told me to stay calm, but it felt impossible. I wanted to do something to keep looking, but they told me to wait there. I felt useless just standing around, waiting for someone to come back with news. Minutes felt like hours. I was pacing, biting my nails, glancing down every hallway, hoping I'd see her running toward me. But she never appeared. Then, after what felt like forever, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize. I answered it, thinking maybe it was security or someone who'd found her. But when I heard the voice on the other end, my blood went cold. "Hello, Mr. Johnson," the voice said, calm and steady. It was a man's voice, smooth and almost polite. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "You don't know me," he said, unbothered by my tone. "But I have your daughter." My stomach twisted and I felt like I was going to be sick. What do you mean? Where is she? Let me talk to her." He chuckled softly, like he found my reaction amusing. "She's safe, for now, but you're going to do exactly what I tell you if you want her back." I couldn't believe this was happening. My mind was racing, my hands shaking as I gripped the phone. I looked around, feeling trapped, not knowing who to turn to. The guard was still there, watching me with a concerned look, but I couldn't say anything. I didn't want to risk it. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Nothing complicated," he said. "There's a door near the east exit. Go there now, alone. And don't try anything stupid." He hung up before I could respond. I stood there, frozen, trying to process what had just happened. My daughter was with some stranger, and he was calling the shots. I couldn't think straight, but I knew I had to go. Without saying a word, I turned and walked toward the east exit. The security guard called after me, but I ignored him, too focused on following the man's instructions. My mind was spinning with fear, anger, and a desperation I'd never felt before. I reached the door he'd mentioned, a heavy metal exit door that led out to the back of the mall. I pushed it open, stepping outside into the cold evening air. The alley was empty, just the dim glow of the streetlights and the quiet hum of the city in the distance. Then my phone buzzed again. Another call from the unknown number. "Good," the voice said. "Now, listen carefully. There's a black SUV parked at the end of the alley. Get in." I looked up and saw it, parked just a few yards away, its engine running. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to walk toward it. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle, half expecting someone to jump out and grab me. But the car was empty. I climbed in, my heart pounding, and the door locked automatically as soon as I was inside. "Drive," the voice said through the phone. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "All in good time," he replied, his tone maddeningly calm. "Just drive." I followed his instructions, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. He directed me through the city, down side streets and back roads until we were well outside of town, heading down a narrow road surrounded by woods. The further we went, the darker it got, until there were no more streetlights, just the beams of the headlights cutting through the night. Finally, he told me to pull over near an old, abandoned building, a crumbling warehouse that looked like it hadn't been used in years. My stomach churned as I parked, glancing around, but there was no one in sight. "Get out of the car," the voice said, "and leave your phone." I hesitated, but I didn't have a choice. I left the phone on the seat, got out, and stood there, the cold night air chilling me to the bone. I looked around, trying to spot any sign of movement, but the place was silent. Then, from the shadows, I saw him. A tall figure stepped out from behind the building, his face hidden under a hood. He walked toward me slowly, his hands in his pockets, and my heart pounded with every step he took. "Where's my daughter?" I demanded, my voice barely more than a whisper. He stopped a few feet away, tilting his head as he looked at me. "She's safe," he said, but I could tell he was enjoying this, the power he held over me. "You'll see her soon. But first, I need you to do something for me." I clenched my fists, trying to control the rage boiling inside me. "What do you want?" He smiled, a slow, cruel smile that sent a chill down my spine. "There's a bag in the car," he said. "Bring it here." I turned back to the car, opened the back door, and saw the bag he was talking about. It was heavy, filled with something I couldn't identify. I carried it over to him, my arms straining under the weight. "Open it," he said. I unzipped the bag and stared down at its contents. Bricks of cash, stacks upon stacks, and something that looked like a small sealed package, maybe drugs. I looked up at him, confused, but he just nodded. "You're going to take this to an address I give you," he said, his voice cold and businesslike. "And if you call the police or try anything stupid, you'll never see your daughter again." I wanted to argue, wanted to scream at him, but I knew he was serious. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Fine," I said, "just please let me see her." He shook his head. "Not yet," he replied. "But if you do this, she'll be waiting for you when you're done." I took the bag, my mind numb, my body moving on autopilot as I got back into the car. He gave me the address, another warehouse on the outskirts of town, and I drove, the bag sitting heavy on the passenger seat. When I reached the address, I did as he asked, leaving the bag by the door and driving away without looking back. My heart was pounding, my mind racing with fear and anger, but I couldn't think about it. All I cared about was getting my daughter back. When I returned to the original spot, there she was, standing by the side of the road, unharmed but looking scared. I jumped out of the car, ran to her, and pulled her into my arms, holding her tight. She looked up at me, her eyes wide. "Daddy, who were those men?" she whispered. I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that we were going home, and I would never let her out of my sight again. I'd been living in my apartment in Cedar Falls for about 6 months when I started to notice strange things about my elderly neighbor, Mrs. Whitaker. She was the quiet type, always kept to herself, but I'd see her out in her garden nearly every day. She had a big plot of land for someone living in the middle of town, and she was always tending to it, like it was her own little world. Flowers, vegetables, the whole deal. She'd smile politely when I waved, but that was it. She never talked much, which suited me just fine. Then, one day, I realized I hadn't seen her in a while. A couple of weeks, maybe. I couldn't put my finger on when exactly she'd disappeared, but suddenly her garden was looking rough. Wilted flowers, vegetables half rotting on the vine. The place looked abandoned. I shrugged it off at first. Maybe she'd gone to stay with family or something. But the more I thought about it, the more it bugged me. Mrs. Whitaker was always there, like clockwork, rain or shine. The garden was her life, and now it was just sitting there, neglected. A couple of days later, I mentioned it to the guy who lives across the hall, Tony. He was a friendly enough guy, always up for a beer. When I brought up Mrs. Whitaker, he just shrugged. "Haven't seen her," he said, not seeming too concerned. Still, something didn't sit right with me. I'd walk past her place every day, peeking in through the fence, just hoping to see her out there, but nothing. Her house was dark, the blinds drawn, no lights on in the evening. It felt wrong, like something was off. Then one night, I was lying in bed, just about to drift off, when I heard something, a faint noise like shuffling. I sat up, straining my ears, trying to figure out where it was coming from. It took me a second to realize it was coming from her place. I got up, went to the window, and looked out. Her house was dark, as usual. But there it was again, that faint shuffling sound, like someone moving around inside. I couldn't see anything from my window, so I decided to go down and check it out. I wasn't trying to be a hero or anything, just curious. Maybe she was back and I was overthinking things. I grabbed my keys, slipped on some shoes, and headed over to her place. The garden looked even worse up close, weeds growing wild, plants dying left and right. I walked up to her front door, feeling a bit stupid, and knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing. I started to turn back, figuring I'd leave it alone, but then I heard it again. The shuffling, only louder now. It was definitely coming from inside. "Mrs. Whitaker," I called out, feeling my pulse start to quicken. "Are you in there?" Silence. I tried the door, and to my surprise, it was unlocked. I hesitated, wondering if I should really be doing this, but something in me just needed to know. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The place was a mess. Dust covered every surface, and the air smelled stale, like the place hadn't been aired out in weeks. I glanced around, taking in the stacks of newspapers, the piles of dishes in the sink. This wasn't the Mrs. Whitaker I remembered. She was always so tidy, so meticulous. I called out again, my voice echoing through the empty house. "Mrs. Whitaker?" Nothing. I took a few steps further in, trying to shake off the feeling that I was trespassing. The place was eerily silent, except for that faint shuffling sound, which seemed to be coming from the back of the house. I made my way down the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the carpet. Every nerve in my body was on edge. I felt like I was intruding, like I didn't belong here. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I reached the door to her bedroom and hesitated. The shuffling sound was louder now, just on the other side. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The bed was neatly made, everything in its place. But then I noticed the closet door, slightly ajar, with a faint sliver of light coming from inside. My heart was pounding now, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and leave. But I couldn't. I had to know. I took a step forward, reaching out to push the closet door open. As soon as my hand touched it, the shuffling stopped. I froze, my hand hovering in midair, every muscle in my body tense. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then slowly, I pushed the door open. Inside, crouched on the floor, was Mrs. Whitaker. She was huddled in the corner, her eyes wide and filled with terror. She looked up at me, her face pale, her hands shaking. "Mrs. Whitaker," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "What are you doing in here?" She didn't answer, just stared at me, her eyes darting around the room like she was afraid someone was watching. "Are you okay?" I asked, stepping closer. She flinched, pressing herself against the wall, like she was trying to disappear. Then in a voice so soft I could barely hear her, she whispered, "He's watching." A chill ran down my spine. "Who?" I asked, glancing around, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows. But she just shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. "He's always watching," she whispered. "He won't let me leave." I felt a surge of anger, a need to protect her from whatever or whoever had done this to her. I reached out, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Mrs. Whitaker, come on. Let's get you out of here." But she shook her head, pulling away from me. "No," she said, her voice shaking. "If I leave, he'll find me. He always does." I didn't know what to say, didn't know how to reassure her. I looked around, trying to find some sign of this he she was talking about. But there was no one else in the room, just us. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know who he is, but you're safe now. Let's get you to my place and we'll call the police. They can help you." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a strange mix of hope and fear. For a moment, I thought she might agree, but then her face crumpled and she shook her head. "He's here," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's always here." That's when I heard it. A faint creak from the hallway, like someone shifting their weight on the floorboards. My blood ran cold. I turned, peering into the darkness, but there was no one there. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. She nodded, her eyes wide with terror. "He's coming." I took a step back, my mind racing. Whoever this was, they weren't going to hurt her. Not if I had anything to say about it. "Stay here," I told her, even though every instinct was telling me not to leave her alone. I stepped out into the hallway, my fists clenched, ready to confront whoever was lurking in the shadows. But the hallway was empty. I moved slowly, peering into each room, searching for any sign of movement. The house was silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there watching me. I reached the end of the hallway, my nerves frayed, every muscle tense. I glanced back toward the bedroom, and that's when I saw him. A shadow, just barely visible, standing at the end of the hall watching me. My breath caught in my throat, and I took a step back. But as soon as I moved, the shadow was gone, disappearing into the darkness. I turned, running back to the bedroom. But when I got there, the closet was empty. Mrs. Whitaker was gone. I searched the house, calling her name, but there was no sign of her. It was like she'd vanished into thin air. I stumbled back to my apartment, my mind racing, my heart pounding. I called the police, told them everything, but when they searched her house, they found nothing. No sign of her, no sign of anyone else. It's been weeks now, and I haven't seen her since. Her garden's still there, overgrown and wild, like it's waiting for her to come back. When I first saw him sitting at my kitchen table, I thought I was losing my mind. I mean, it was late, nearly midnight, and I'd just gotten back from a long, exhausting shift. I was rubbing my eyes, feeling that kind of tired that made my bones ache. just wanting to grab a quick snack before crashing into bed. But there he was, sitting at my table, casual as anything, with a cup of coffee in his hand, like he'd been there all along. I live in a small town called Fairfield, Ohio. Not much happens around here. People know each other and everyone keeps to themselves. I've been renting this house for a couple of years, and I know every creak in the floorboards, every weird noise from the pipes. And I knew for sure that I'd locked my door when I left. So seeing him there in my house was like being hit with ice water. I froze, standing in the doorway, my brain trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. He looked up like he'd only just noticed me standing there. He was older than me, maybe late 40s, with a bit of gray in his beard. He wore a plain shirt and jeans, nothing out of the ordinary. But there was something about the way he looked at me, with this calm, steady gaze that made my stomach twist. Who the hell are you? I managed to get out, my voice shaking a little. I was trying to sound tough, but it came out weak. He took a sip of coffee, his eyes never leaving mine. Evening, he said, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. I took a step forward, glancing toward the kitchen counter. I knew there was a knife in the drawer just a few feet away. How did you get in here? He shrugged, still looking at me like he knew something I didn't. Does it matter? My heart was pounding, and I felt a bead of sweat start to trickle down my back. Yeah, it matters. This is my house. You're not supposed to be here. He set the coffee cup down, folding his hands on the table in front of him. Is it, though? I didn't know what he meant by that, but it rattled me. I clenched my fists, trying to think of what to do next. Look, I don't know who you think you are, but you need to get out of here now. He smiled, just a small, strange smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm not going anywhere. The calmness in his voice sent a chill through me. I was staring at him, trying to figure out if I could take him on. He didn't look big, but there was something solid about him, like he was planted there, unmoving. I took another step toward the counter, my hand inching toward the drawer with the knife. He noticed. That's not going to help you, he said, his voice still calm. I stopped, my hand hovering over the drawer. What do you want? He tilted his head, like he was considering the question. I just wanted to see you. That made no sense. See me? What are you talking about? I don't even know you. He leaned back in the chair, crossing his arms. Don't you? I swallowed, feeling my pulse race. He wasn't making any sense, but he wasn't leaving either. I felt trapped, like I couldn't move, couldn't do anything except stand there and wait for him to make the next move. Finally, I forced myself to speak. If you don't leave, I'm calling the cops. He raised an eyebrow, amused. Go ahead. His confidence, that look in his eyes, it was like he knew something I didn't. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking, and dialed 911. But when I looked up, he was gone. The chair was empty, the coffee cup still sitting on the table. I blinked, staring at the spot where he'd been, my brain scrambling to make sense of it. I hadn't heard him get up, hadn't heard a door open. He'd just vanished. I lowered the phone, my mind racing. Maybe I was overtired, maybe I'd imagined it. But the coffee cup was still there, still half full, still warm to the touch. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch, every light in the house on, clutching my phone, waiting for some sign of him to come back. But nothing happened. The house was silent, and eventually the adrenaline faded, leaving me exhausted and jittery. The next day, I convinced myself it was just a one-time thing. Maybe he'd been a drifter. Maybe he'd somehow slipped out while I wasn't looking. I told myself I'd been overreacting, that he wouldn't come back, but he did. The next night, I came home late again, and there he was, sitting in the same chair, with the same calm expression on his face. You're back, he said, like he'd been expecting me. I stopped in my tracks, my stomach churning. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, that same strange smile. Just to talk. About what? He gestured to the chair across from him. Sit down. I didn't move. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of the house, to run, to call for help. But he just sat there waiting, like he knew I wasn't going anywhere. Reluctantly, I walked over and sat down, my body tense, ready to bolt at any moment. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Do you know who I am? I shook my head, swallowing hard. No, and I don't want to know. I just want you to leave. He ignored that. Think back, he said. You've seen me before. I searched my memory, trying to remember his face, but nothing came to mind. He was just an ordinary-looking guy, someone I would have walked past without a second thought. But there was something familiar about him, something I couldn't quite place. I don't know you, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. He sighed, almost like he was disappointed. You will. I felt a chill run down my spine. What does that mean? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small old photograph. He slid it across the table to me, his eyes never leaving mine. I looked down, my heart pounding. It was a picture of me, much younger, maybe 5 or 6 years old, standing outside a house I didn't recognize. Next to me was a man, his arm around my shoulders, smiling down at me. I couldn't make out his face. It was blurred, like the photo had been damaged over time. What? Where did you get this? I stammered, my mind reeling. He leaned back, his expression unreadable. I've always had it. I looked at him, my hands shaking, the photo clutched in my fingers. Who are you? He didn't answer. He just got up, calm as ever, and walked to the door. I watched him go, too stunned to move, too scared to stop him. He paused at the door, glancing back at me. See you soon, he said, and then he was gone. I sat there, staring at the door, my mind racing. The photo was still in my hand, proof that he'd been there, that it wasn't just some hallucination. The days after that were a blur. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't sleep, couldn't think about anything except him. Every night I'd come home, half expecting to find him sitting there again, but he never showed up. The house was empty, silent, like he'd never been there. But I knew he'd be back. I could feel it, a cold certainty that settled in my bones. And every time I looked at that photo, I felt that same dread, that same gnawing fear. He was out there somewhere waiting, and I knew that one day he'd come back. I'm not an outdoorsy type, but after months of staring at screens and dealing with constant noise at work, I needed a break. I decided to go camping on my own. Just a couple of nights out in nature. No emails, no calls, just peace and quiet. I found a small campground a couple of hours away from home, near the outskirts of Blackwood, a small town that barely shows up on most maps. I got there in the late afternoon, set up my tent, and took a look around. The campground was empty, exactly what I wanted, just me and the trees. There was a small trail leading down to a creek a few hundred feet from my tent, and the whole place was surrounded by thick woods. I liked it, felt private, isolated, a good place to get away from everything. After setting up, I built a small fire, cooked some food, and just sat there, listening to the sounds of the forest. Birds, the occasional rustle of leaves, the crackle of the fire. It was peaceful, just like I'd imagined. As the sun started to set, I could feel the tension from the last few months slipping away. I hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. The first night was uneventful. I crawled into my sleeping bag, listened to the sounds outside, and drifted off. I woke up a few times just from not being used to sleeping outside, but it was nothing major. When morning came, I felt good. I got up, made some coffee, and decided to take a walk around the area. I spent most of the day exploring, following the trail by the creek, just letting my mind wander. When I got back to camp, it was late afternoon, and I noticed something odd right away. There were footprints in the dirt around my tent. At first, I thought maybe I'd made them myself, but they didn't match the pattern of my boots. They were bigger, deeper. Someone else had been here. I looked around trying to see if there was anyone nearby, but the place was as empty as before. I hadn't seen a single person since I'd arrived. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a reason why someone would be walking around my camp. Maybe a park ranger had come by, but I hadn't seen any vehicles, hadn't heard anyone. I felt a bit uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had just wandered through and left. I pushed it out of my mind, built up the fire again, and tried to enjoy the evening. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As night fell, I tried to relax, listening to the fire crackling, the wind rustling through the trees. But every so often I'd hear something, a faint snap of a twig, a rustle in the bushes. I'd shine my flashlight around, but there was nothing there, just darkness and shadows. I eventually convinced myself to go to bed, though I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay there, listening. The woods were quiet, almost too quiet. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement outside, but after a while I drifted off, my body too tired to stay alert. Sometime in the middle of the night I woke up. At first I wasn't sure why. Everything was silent, and I could still hear the faint crackle of the fire outside. I lay there, my mind foggy, when I heard it, a faint crunch of footsteps close to my tent. My heart started pounding, and I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like someone was circling my tent. I reached for my flashlight, trying not to make a sound. I clicked it on, pointing it at the walls of the tent, but I couldn't see anything through the fabric. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment everything was silent. I thought maybe whoever it was had left, but then I heard a soft scraping sound, like something brushing against the side of the tent. I froze, my hand gripping the flashlight so tightly my knuckles hurt. I thought about calling out, but I didn't want to give away my position. Instead, I stayed still, barely breathing, waiting for the next sound. The scraping stopped, replaced by the faint crunch of footsteps moving away from the tent. I listened, counting each step, until the sound faded into the distance. I lay there for what felt like hours, too scared to move. My mind was racing, trying to figure out who or what was out there. Part of me wanted to get out of the tent to check if they were gone, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I stayed like that until the first light of dawn crept through the fabric of the tent. When I finally stepped outside, everything looked normal. The fire had burned down to embers, the woods were quiet, and there was no sign of anyone around. But then I looked down and saw the footprints. They were all around the tent, circling it in a tight loop. The prints were deep, each step pressed into the dirt like the person had been standing still for a while before moving. My stomach twisted as I realized they led away from the tent, disappearing into the woods. I felt a surge of fear, followed by anger. Whoever had been out here had been messing with me, trying to scare me. I wanted to track them down, to confront them, but I knew it was a stupid idea. I was alone, with no cell service, and if something went wrong, no one would know. I spent the day on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But the woods were empty, silent, almost like they were holding their breath. I kept my fire going all day, adding more wood than I needed, just to keep myself busy, to feel like I had some control. As night fell, I sat by the fire, clutching my flashlight, my knife close by. I kept my back to the tent, my eyes scanning the trees, watching for any sign of movement. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. Sometime in the middle of the night, the footsteps came back. I heard them before I saw anything. That slow, deliberate crunch of leaves. My grip on the flashlight tightened, and I pointed it toward the sound, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped, and I could see a shadow just beyond the reach of the firelight. A figure standing there watching me. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a person, tall and still. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding small and shaky. No answer. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching. I felt a surge of anger mixed with fear. "I don't know what you want, but you need to leave," I shouted, my voice shaking. Still, nothing. The figure just stood there, motionless, like it was waiting for something. I grabbed a stick from the fire, holding it up like a torch, and took a step toward the figure. But as soon as I moved, it disappeared, melting back into the darkness like it had never been there. I stayed up the rest of the night, the stick still burning in my hand, my eyes scanning the woods. But the figure didn't come back. When morning came, I packed up my gear, not bothering to eat or even put out the fire properly. I just wanted to get out of there. As I left, I glanced back one last time and my heart skipped a beat. In the dirt, right where the figure had been standing, was a single set of footprints, leading off into the trees. I live alone in a quiet neighborhood in Willows Creek, Montana. It's the kind of place where nothing much happens. Families live here, people walk their dogs, kids play in the streets. It's quiet, and that's what I liked about it. My house is at the end of a cul-de-sac, so I don't get any traffic, and no one really comes by unless they're delivering something. I moved here for the peace and quiet. That was a mistake. It was late, maybe a little past midnight, and I'd just settled into bed. I'd had a long day at work and was looking forward to getting some solid sleep. Everything was still, the neighborhood silent. I closed my eyes, letting myself drift off. Then, the doorbell rang. I shot up, heart pounding, confused. My mind raced. Who would be at my door at this hour? I grabbed my phone, glancing at the time, 12:17 a.m. I waited, hoping it was just a prank, that maybe someone had rung it by mistake. But after a few seconds, it rang again, longer this time, like whoever was out there wanted to make sure I heard it. I got out of bed, trying to ignore the prickling at the back of my neck. My first instinct was to look out the window to see who was there, but my bedroom was at the back of the house. The only way I'd see the front door was if I went down the hall. The doorbell rang again, that same long, insistent ring. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was probably nothing. Maybe a neighbor needed help, or maybe someone's car broke down nearby. I grabbed my phone and walked down the hall toward the front door. As I got closer, I realized something was off. There were no footsteps on the porch, no shadows under the door. It was like whoever was ringing the bell was just standing there, waiting. I reached the door, hesitating, my hand hovering over the doorknob. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding shaky. "Who's there?" Silence. The kind that fills your ears, heavy and thick. I pressed my ear against the door, listening. Nothing. No movement, no breathing, no footsteps. I took a deep breath and looked through the peephole, half expecting to see someone staring back at me. But the porch was empty. The streetlights cast a faint glow, illuminating the driveway and the yard, but there was no one there. I blinked, feeling a cold trickle of fear creep up my spine. Then, the doorbell rang again. I jumped back, my heart pounding, and looked through the peephole once more. Still no one. I didn't understand. I just checked, and there was no one there. It didn't make any sense. I thought about opening the door just to get it over with, but something in me resisted. Instead, I called out again, louder this time. "Is someone out there?" Nothing. No answer, no sound. Just that empty silence. I stood there, unsure of what to do, when my phone buzzed. I glanced down at it, hoping it was a text or a call from someone I knew, but there was nothing. Just a notification that my security camera had picked up movement at the front door. I opened the app, my hands shaking, and hit play on the video. The feed showed my empty porch, the camera picking up the faint light from the street. I fast-forwarded, watching the seconds tick by. No movement, no one in sight. But then, right as the doorbell rang, I saw it. Just a faint blur, like someone moving too fast for the camera to catch. My skin prickled. I rewound the video, watching that same spot over and over. It wasn't clear, just a faint blur, a distortion. It was as if something was there, but not quite. Like it was slipping through just on the edge of the camera's view. The doorbell rang again, snapping me back to the present. This time it was longer, more insistent, like someone was leaning on the button. I stepped back from the door, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to throw open the door, confront whatever was out there. But another part of me, the part that was cold with fear, told me to stay put. I grabbed my phone again and dialed 911, my hands trembling. The operator picked up and I stammered out my story, feeling ridiculous even as I said it. Someone was ringing my doorbell, but there was no one there. I could almost hear her doubt over the line, but she assured me they'd send someone over to check it out. I hung up and waited, pacing the hall, glancing at the door every few seconds. The doorbell didn't ring again, but I could feel it. Something was out there. Watching. Waiting. After what felt like forever, I saw the flash of headlights outside and a patrol car pulled up in front of my house. I opened the door, stepping out onto the porch as the officer approached. "Good evening," he said, looking at me with that calm, professional expression. "You called about someone ringing your doorbell?" I nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed now that he was actually here.
Yeah, it's been ringing on and off for the past half hour, but there's no one here. I checked the camera, but..." He raised an eyebrow. "Did you check around the house? Sometimes kids play pranks like this." I shook my head.
"I didn't want to go out there alone." He nodded, looking around. "Stay here. I'll take a look." I watched him walk around the side of the house, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. I hugged myself, feeling the chill of the night air. The silence felt heavier now, more oppressive. After a few minutes, he came back, shaking his head. "There's no one here. No footprints, no signs of anyone hanging around. Are you sure you didn't imagine it?" I opened my mouth to argue, but then I stopped. The truth was, I wasn't sure anymore. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I was overtired, jumpy from the stress of work. I felt ridiculous standing there in my pajamas trying to convince him that something was wrong. I don't know," I mumbled, feeling my face heat up. "Maybe I did imagine it." He nodded, giving me a reassuring smile. "It happens. If anything else happens, just give us a call." I thanked him, watching as he got back in his car and drove off, leaving me alone in the quiet darkness. I went back inside, closing and locking the door behind me. I stood there for a moment, listening to the silence, trying to convince myself that it was over. But as I turned to head back to bed, the doorbell rang again. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I turned, looking at the door, my mind racing. The police had just been here, they hadn't seen anyone. But the doorbell kept ringing long and steady, like someone was pressing down hard on the button. I walked to the door, my hands shaking, and looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. No one was there. But the ringing didn't stop. I backed away, feeling a surge of panic. I didn't know what to do. The sound was filling the house, relentless, pressing in on me. I covered my ears, trying to block it out, but it kept going, louder and louder, like it was echoing inside my head. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence was deafening. I stood there, my body tense, waiting for the next ring, but it never came. I let out a shaky breath, my hands still trembling, and turned to go back to bed. That's when I saw it. On the floor, just inside the door, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. I stared at it, my mind struggling to make sense of it. I hadn't seen it there before. It wasn't there when I opened the door for the officer. I reached down, my hand shaking, and picked it up. The paper was cold, almost icy to the touch. I unfolded it, my breath catching as I read the words scrawled in shaky handwriting. "I'm already inside." The room felt like it was closing in on me. I looked around, every shadow, every corner suddenly filled with menace. I backed away, the paper still clutched in my hand, my heart racing. I don't remember how long I stood there, staring at the walls, listening for any sound, any hint that someone else was there. But nothing happened. The house was silent, empty. After a while, I made my way to the couch, too scared to go back to my room, too afraid to be alone in the dark. I sat there, every light in the house on, clutching my phone, my eyes darting around the room. I didn't sleep that night. And in the morning, when the light finally came through the windows, I packed a bag and left. I haven't been back since. I just left a late shift at the hospital, exhausted and ready to collapse. It was past midnight, and the roads were empty. I live a little outside of Charleston, West Virginia, so my drive home takes me through a stretch of highway with hardly any lights or signs of life. It's quiet, remote, and honestly, I'd always liked it that way. But that night, something changed. I got into my car, buckled up, and pulled out onto the road. The darkness swallowed everything outside the headlights. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the faint static of the radio. I settled in, trying to shake off the weariness that clung to me, my eyes trained on the road ahead. I was maybe 10 minutes out of town when I noticed a pair of headlights behind me. I didn't think much of it at first, just another driver heading home. But the longer I drove, the closer those lights seemed to get. They were bright, too close, almost blinding in my rearview mirror. I tried to ignore it, figuring they'd pass me soon enough, but they didn't. They just hung there too close, matching my speed no matter how fast or slow I went. I felt a flicker of irritation, then unease. It was late, and there was no reason for anyone to be tailgating me like that on an empty road. I tapped the brakes, hoping they'd get the hint and back off. Instead, the headlights flashed, bright and harsh, as if the driver was trying to signal me. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my pulse picking up. I couldn't see the car itself, just the blinding glare of the lights. I told myself to stay calm, to focus on the road. Maybe they were just impatient. Maybe they were lost. But as I kept driving, I realized that whoever was behind me wasn't going anywhere. They were following me. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my hands steady on the wheel. I glanced at the gas gauge. Half a tank left, plenty to get me home. I told myself to just keep driving, that they'd eventually turn off or pass me. But something about the way they stayed so close, so relentlessly close, made my skin crawl. After a few more miles, I made a sudden decision to test them. I turned off onto a narrow side road, one that led to an old service station. It wasn't far, and I figured if they followed me there, it meant they were deliberately tailing me. I took the turn, my heart pounding, and watched as the headlights behind me slowed, then followed. My stomach twisted. This wasn't a coincidence. They were following me. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead as I pulled into the empty parking lot of the service station. I parked near the building under one of the few working lights and waited, watching the road, my pulse pounding in my ears. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. The headlights disappeared and I felt a flicker of hope, thinking maybe they'd given up. But then I saw it, a car pulling slowly into the lot, coming to a stop a few spaces away from me. I squinted, trying to make out the driver, but the windows were tinted dark, impossible to see through. The car just sat there, engine running, headlights off, like it was waiting for something. I felt trapped, my mind racing with options. I could get out and confront them, but that seemed like a terrible idea. I could call someone, but who? It was late, and I was alone, miles away from home. I decided to stay in the car, keeping my doors locked, my fingers gripping the steering wheel. I didn't take my eyes off the car, waiting, hoping they'd just leave, but they didn't move. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. I checked my phone, thinking about calling 911, but I hesitated. What would I say? That someone was just sitting there? They hadn't done anything yet, hadn't approached me, but the longer they sat there, the more certain I became that this wasn't just a coincidence. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I started the car, my hands trembling, and pulled out of the parking lot. I turned back toward the highway, driving slowly, hoping they wouldn't follow. But as soon as I hit the road, I saw the headlights behind me again. They were closer this time, practically on my bumper, bright and blinding. My heart raced, panic clawing at my throat. I didn't know what they wanted, didn't understand why they were doing this, but I knew I had to get away. I pressed down on the gas, pushing the car faster, my eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror. But no matter how fast I went, They stayed right behind me, those blinding headlights filling the mirror, making it impossible to see anything else. I took another turn, this time onto a winding back road, hoping to lose them in the curves, but they matched every move, every twist and turn, like they knew the road as well as I did. My hands were slick with sweat, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. I felt trapped, the weight of the darkness pressing in on me, those relentless headlights burning into my eyes. Then, up ahead, I saw a small dirt road cutting off to the right. It wasn't much more than a trail, but I took it without thinking, my tires kicking up dust as I veered off the main road. I hoped it would lead somewhere, anywhere, where I could get away from them. For a moment, I thought I'd lost them. The headlights faded and I could only see the dim outline of trees on either side of me, the road winding deeper into the woods. But then, just as quickly, the headlights reappeared, closer than ever, like they'd been waiting for me to make that turn. My heart pounded and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I knew these roads well, but I'd never taken this trail. I didn't know where it led, didn't know if it would even take me back to the highway. I just kept driving, my only focus on putting distance between me and the car behind me. Then suddenly the road ended. I hit the brakes, my car skidding to a stop in a small clearing surrounded by trees. There was no way forward, no other roads, just an empty patch of dirt and silence. I turned off the engine, listening, my whole body tense. The headlights were still behind me, but they'd stopped at the edge of the clearing. I could see the car now, dark and ominous, its lights illuminating the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I held my breath, waiting, watching, but they didn't move. They just sat there watching me. My mind raced with options, but none of them felt right. I could get out and run, but where would I go? The woods were dense, the night pitch black. I could stay in the car, but I felt like a sitting duck, trapped, exposed. Then slowly, the car started to inch forward, creeping toward me, closing the distance. My heart pounded, and I felt a surge of panic. I had to do something, had to get out of there. I took a deep breath, started the engine, and threw the car into reverse, my tires spinning in the dirt. I backed up, swerving around them, and hit the gas, speeding back down the trail, not daring to look back. I could hear the sound of their engine behind me, the roar of their tires as they followed, relentless, unyielding. I pushed the car as fast as it would go, my eyes glued to the road, my whole body tense. The trail was narrow, winding, and I had to fight to keep control, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. Every turn, every bump felt like a risk, but I didn't dare slow down. I could still see their headlights in my mirror, close, too close, like they were right on my bumper. I hit the main road, not slowing down, my only thought to get as far away as possible. The headlights followed, but then, just as suddenly as they'd appeared, they vanished. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I drove all the way home, my heart pounding, my mind reeling. I parked in my driveway, sitting there in the dark, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, my blood ran cold. There on the back seat was a note, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "See you soon." I jumped out of the car, my pulse racing, and ran inside, locking the door behind me. I called the police, but they didn't find anything. Didn't see any sign of the car or whoever had left that note. It's been weeks now, and I haven't seen any sign of them. But every time I get into my car, I can't help but check the back seat, my heart pounding, waiting, dreading the moment those headlights will appear again. I'd been traveling for work, staying at hotels more often than I liked. On this trip, I ended up in a place called Pine Falls, Washington. It was a small town, nothing fancy, just a few blocks of shops, a couple of gas stations, and a diner. The hotel was just outside of town, an old rundown place that had seen better days. But it was the only option around, and I didn't mind. I just needed a bed to crash in for the night. When I checked in, the receptionist barely looked up. She slid a room key across the counter, mumbled something about the elevator being broken, and went back to her phone. I grabbed my bag, found the stairs, and climbed up to the third floor, where my room was supposed to be. The place was practically empty. The hallways were dim and the carpet was worn and stained. It smelled like stale smoke and cleaning supplies, the kind of scent that sticks with you even after you leave. I found my room, number 312, and unlocked the door, pushing it open with a creak. The room was basic: a bed, a nightstand, a small TV on a dresser, and a single window with heavy, faded curtains. It wasn't much, but it'd do. I tossed my bag on the bed, kicked off my shoes, and sat down, feeling the mattress sink under my weight. I was exhausted. I didn't bother unpacking. I just pulled out my laptop, checked my emails, and settled in for the night. After a while, I started to feel hungry, so I decided to head down to the diner I'd passed on the way in. It was late, but I figured they'd still be open. I grabbed my wallet, locked the door behind me, and headed downstairs. The lobby was empty, the receptionist gone, so I didn't bother saying anything to anyone. I just walked out, got in my car, and drove down to the diner. When I got back, the hotel looked even more deserted than before. The parking lot was empty and the lobby was dark, except for a single light over the front desk. I headed up the stairs yawning, ready to crawl into bed. But when I reached the third floor, something felt off. The hallway was darker than I remembered, the air stale and cold. I shook it off as my mind playing tricks on me, just the fatigue and the late hour messing with my head. I walked down the hall, counting the doors, looking for room 312. But when I got to where it should have been, there was nothing. Just a blank wall, as if the room had never been there. I stopped, staring at the wall, my mind struggling to make sense of it. I'd been tired, sure, but I knew I hadn't imagined the room. I remembered the creak of the door, the heavy smell of the curtains. I'd left my bag there, my laptop on the bed. I turned, scanning the hallway, looking for any sign of a door, any hint that the room was there. But there was nothing. Just a blank stretch of wall between rooms 311 and 313, like room 312 had never existed. A cold knot of fear started to form in my stomach. I tried to tell myself it was a mistake, that maybe I'd gone to the wrong floor, but I knew that wasn't right. I'd counted the doors. I'd walked down the same hallway not more than an hour ago. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and went back down to the lobby. The receptionist was there, her head bent over a magazine. I walked up to the counter, my hands shaking slightly, and cleared my throat. She looked up, raising an eyebrow like she didn't recognize me. "Can I help you?" she asked, her tone flat. "Yeah, I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm staying in room 312, but I can't find it." She stared at me for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "Room 312? "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Third floor down the hall. I was just there a little while ago, but now there's no door." Her expression didn't change. She just looked at me like I was crazy. "Sir, we don't have a room 312. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I checked in earlier tonight. You gave me the key." She shook her head, her tone dismissive. "You must be mistaken. Our rooms only go up to 311. There's no 312. I opened my mouth to argue, but something about the way she was looking at me made the words die in my throat. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what she was saying, but it didn't make any sense. "I left my stuff up there," I finally managed to say, my voice weak. "My bag, my laptop." She sighed like she'd heard this a million times before. "Sir, I don't know what to tell you. There's no room 312. I wanted to argue, to insist, but a creeping sense of dread stopped me. I nodded, mumbling some excuse, and backed away from the counter, feeling her eyes on me as I left the lobby. I went back up to the third floor, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I had to see for myself. I walked down the hall, counting the doors, my heart pounding with every step. 311, a blank wall. 313. There was nothing there. I stood there, staring at the wall, feeling like I was losing my mind. I knew the room had been there. I'd checked in, opened the door, left my things inside. but now it was gone, like it had never existed. I didn't know what to do. I was exhausted, my mind racing, trying to make sense of something that didn't make any sense at all. I turned, heading back down the hallway, and almost ran into a man standing just a few feet away. He was tall, with dark hair and a serious expression, dressed in a suit that looked a little too clean, a little too neat for a place like this. He stared at me, his eyes cold, unblinking. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. I took a step back, my heart racing. Yeah. I'm looking for my room 312. He didn't react, just kept staring at me with that same cold, detached expression. "There is no room 312, he said, his voice flat. I felt a surge of frustration mixed with fear. I know what I saw. I checked in. I left my things in there. He tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. "You must be mistaken." I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but something about the way he was looking at me made me feel small, insignificant, like I was the one who was out of place, who didn't belong here. I don't understand," I mumbled, my voice barely more than a whisper. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on mine. "You should leave," he said, his tone firm, almost commanding. "There's nothing for you here." I opened my mouth to protest, but the words wouldn't come. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away, nodding numbly, and turned, heading for the stairs. I didn't stop until I was outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap in the face. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The hotel loomed behind me, dark and silent, like a shadow. I didn't go back inside. I got in my car, my hands shaking, and drove away, leaving Pine Falls behind me. It's been weeks now, and I still can't shake the memory of that night. I tried to call the hotel to get some kind of explanation, but every time I dial the number, I get a message saying the line has been disconnected. I don't know what happened to room 312, or who that man was, or why the receptionist acted like she'd never seen me before. But I know one thing: I'm never going back to Pine Falls. I'd been up all night going through paperwork for a new project at work. By the time I finally decided to call it a night, it was almost 4 a.m., and I was dead on my feet. All I wanted was to crash into bed and get a few hours of sleep before I had to face another day. I live in a quiet neighborhood in Elk Grove, California. Nothing exciting ever really happens around here, and that's the way I like it. People keep to themselves. Kids play in their yards, and the only sounds are the occasional dog barking or lawnmower humming. Peaceful, predictable, just the way I want it. But that night, or rather, early morning, something changed. I'd just crawled into bed, pulled the covers up, and closed my eyes when my phone rang. The sound was loud in the silence, and it made me jump. I reached over, squinting at the screen, half expecting it to be a spam call, even at this hour. But the screen just showed unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me pick up. I cleared my throat and answered, my voice a bit hoarse. "Hello?" Silence. I waited, thinking maybe the call had dropped. But then I heard it. Breathing. Slow, steady breathing. Right on the other end. "Hello?" I said again, louder this time, feeling a flicker of annoyance. More breathing. Then, a faint, almost whispery voice. "Don't go outside." I sat up, my heart skipping a beat. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice sharper now. "What do you want?" But there was only silence, then a click. The call disconnected. I stared at my phone, feeling a prickle of unease. It was probably a prank, I told myself. Some kid trying to freak me out. I set the phone back down, trying to ignore the weird feeling creeping over me. I lay back down, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. But every time I drifted off, I'd hear that whisper again, echoing in my mind. "Don't go outside." It didn't make any sense, but I couldn't shake it. After a while, I gave up on sleep and sat up, rubbing my eyes. I checked the time, 4:30 a.m. The sun would be coming up soon. I thought about making some coffee, maybe trying to get a head start on my day when I heard it. A soft knock at my front door. I froze, my pulse quickening. I live alone, and it's not exactly normal to get visitors at this hour. I glanced at my phone, half expecting it to ring again, but it was silent. The knock came again, a little louder this time, more insistent. I stood up, heart pounding, and crept toward the door. I didn't turn on any lights, didn't want whoever was out there to know I was awake. I reached the door, stood on my toes, and looked through the peephole. There was no one there. I frowned, my heart still racing, and pressed my ear against the door, listening. But there was only silence. I was about to turn away when the knock came again, louder now, almost a pounding. I jumped back, my mind racing. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone knocked on my door at dawn? I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and slowly reached for the doorknob. But then I remembered the voice on the phone. Don't go outside. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob, that warning echoing in my mind. It was probably nothing, I told myself. Just a prank caller, someone with too much time on their hands. But still, I felt a chill run down my spine. The knocking stopped. I waited, my whole body tense, listening, but there was nothing. Just silence. I took a step back, still staring at the door, trying to decide what to do. Then my phone rang again. I grabbed it, my hands shaking, and looked at the screen. Unknown number. I felt a surge of anger mixed with fear and answered, my voice sharp. Who is this? What do you want? The same slow, steady breathing. Then, the voice again, soft and chilling. Don't go outside. Don't open the door. My heart was pounding now, my mind racing. Who are you? I demanded. What is this? But there was no answer. Just breathing, then another click as the call disconnected. I stood there clutching the phone, my pulse racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should ignore it or take it seriously. It felt like a prank, but there was something about that voice, something that made my skin crawl. I decided to wait it out, see if they'd leave. I backed away from the door, keeping my eyes on it, listening for any sound, any hint that someone was still there. Minutes passed, and the sun began to rise, casting a faint glow through the windows. I finally let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and went to make some coffee, trying to shake off the fear that still lingered. I was pouring my coffee when the knock came again, this time on the window. I spun around, my heart hammering, and stared at the window over the sink. The blinds were closed, but I could see a faint shadow, like someone standing just outside, waiting. I backed away, my mind racing, every instinct telling me not to go near the window. I thought about calling the police again, but I still didn't know what to say. It felt surreal, like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Then my phone buzzed again. Another call from unknown number. I didn't want to answer, didn't want to hear that voice again, but I couldn't ignore it. I pressed the answer button, holding the phone to my ear, my hands shaking. Don't look, the voice whispered. Don't look at the window. I felt a cold chill spread through me. Who are you? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Silence. Then, just before the call disconnected, I heard one last whisper. They're watching. The line went dead, and I stood there, frozen, staring at the phone in my hand. I didn't understand what was happening, didn't know who was calling me or why, but I knew one thing. Something was out there, something that didn't want me to look. I backed away from the window, my whole body tense, and sat down on the floor, clutching my phone, my mind racing. I waited, barely breathing, listening for any sound. Hours passed, and the sun rose higher, flooding the room with light. But I didn't feel safe. Every time I looked at the window, I felt that same chill, that same creeping fear that someone was watching me. I finally got up the courage to check the window, pulling the blinds aside just a crack. But there was no one there. The yard was empty, the street quiet, like nothing had happened. But I knew better. I knew they were still out there, waiting, watching. And every night since then, I've heard it. The knock at the door, the tap at the window, the ring of my phone. And every time that same voice whispering, warning me, "Don't go outside, don't look, they're watching." I was on a business trip in a small town in northern Michigan, a place called Iron Falls. It was the kind of town that doesn't see many visitors outside of hunting season, the kind of place where everything shuts down by 8 p.m. I'd checked into the only hotel around, a 3-story building that had definitely seen better days. The carpets were worn, the wallpaper was peeling in places, and the faint smell of mildew hung in the air. But it was a bed, and that was all I needed. I checked in, the receptionist handing me my key without much of a greeting. She seemed distracted, her eyes constantly darting to the dark hallway behind her. The whole interaction was quick and uneasy, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I was tired, just wanted to get to my room, catch up on some emails, and get a good night's sleep. My room was on the second floor, room 215. I climbed the creaky stairs and found my door, pushing it open to reveal a standard room. Bed, dresser, a small desk under a dim light. The bed looked comfortable enough, and I threw my bag on it, glad to finally be off the road. I spent the next couple of hours working, the hum of my laptop filling the silence. It was a quiet night, no traffic outside, no other guests in sight. The silence was almost oppressive, and it made the room feel colder than it should have been. I tried to focus, but something felt off, like I was being watched. I glanced around the room, checked the door to make sure it was locked, and went back to work, telling myself I was just being paranoid. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I was brushing my teeth, the bathroom light flickering a little, when I heard something strange. It was faint, like a murmur, coming from somewhere beyond the wall. I paused, listening closely, but it faded away. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just old pipes or maybe another guest in the room next to mine. I finished up in the bathroom, turned off the lights, and climbed into bed. The room was pitch dark, and the silence returned, pressing down on me. Then, just as I was drifting off, I heard it again. A low, muffled voice, almost like a whisper, coming from the wall behind the bed. It was closer this time, more distinct, but I couldn't make out the words. I sat up, my heart pounding, straining my ears to listen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. Silence. I told myself it was just the old building settling, maybe the wind outside. But a part of me wasn't convinced. I got out of bed, pressing my ear against the wall, trying to hear it again. Nothing. I crawled back into bed, trying to ignore the unease creeping over me. I pulled the covers up to my chin, closed my eyes, and forced myself to relax. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then, just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard a knock. It was soft, barely audible, but it was definitely a knock, coming from somewhere down the hall. I sat up, my heart racing. I listened, waiting, but the knock didn't come again. I glanced at the clock, 2:03 a.m. I figured it was just someone arriving late, maybe having trouble finding their room, but the knock had sounded strange, like it wasn't coming from the hallway but from inside the walls. I sat there trying to calm myself, telling myself I was imagining things. But the silence was heavy and I felt trapped, like something was watching me, just waiting for me to close my eyes. After a while, I forced myself to lie back down. I took a few deep breaths, trying to shake off the fear, telling myself it was just an old building, just my imagination. I closed my eyes, waiting for sleep to take me. And then, suddenly I felt it. A cold breeze brushing against my face. My eyes snapped open and I saw that the door to my room was ajar. I was sure I'd locked it, deadbolted it before I went to bed. But now it was open, just a crack, like someone had been there and left. I got up, my hands shaking, and checked the hallway. It was empty, silent. I closed the door, made sure the lock was secure, and went back to bed, feeling more unsettled than ever. But as I lay there staring at the ceiling, I heard something again. This time it was a faint scraping sound, like something dragging along the floor, coming from the room next to mine. I sat up, straining to listen, but it stopped as suddenly as it had started. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I got out of bed, walked over to the wall, and knocked softly, just to see if anyone was in the room next to mine. Nothing. I decided to go down to the lobby, see if the receptionist could tell me who was in the room next to mine. Maybe they'd heard the noises too. The lobby was empty when I got there, the desk unattended. I waited, looking around, but no one showed up. I called out, my voice echoing through the empty space, but there was no response. I was about to turn back when I noticed something strange on the counter. A book lying open with a layout of the hotel. Curious, I stepped closer, studying the map. It showed the layout of each floor, each room numbered and labeled. But as I looked closer, I realized something strange. There was no room 215 on the map. My room didn't exist. I felt a chill run down my spine, my mind racing. I double-checked the map, trying to make sense of it, but there was no mistake. According to the layout, there was no room where I'd been staying. I backed away from the desk, feeling like the ground was shifting beneath me. I didn't understand what was happening, didn't know if I was dreaming or if I'd somehow stumbled into something I couldn't explain. I turned and headed back to the stairs, my mind spinning, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. When I reached the second floor, I paused, staring down the hallway. It looked different somehow, darker, like the walls were closing in. I walked slowly, counting the doors as I went. 207, 213, 217. There was no 215, just a blank stretch of wall where my room should have been. I stood there, my heart pounding, trying to wrap my mind around what I was seeing. I reached out, touching the wall, feeling the cold, solid surface beneath my fingers. Then from somewhere behind me, I heard a faint whisper. I turned, my heart racing, but there was no one there. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, and ran down the hall, down the stairs, out into the night. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I drove away from that hotel, not looking back, my mind a blur of fear and confusion. I don't know what happened that night. Don't know if I imagined it or if I somehow slipped into a place that shouldn't exist. But one thing is certain, I'll never go back to Iron Falls. It was a Thursday night and I was finally back home after a long day at work. I'd just moved to this small town called Red Hill in Oregon, a quiet, out-of-the-way place that was supposed to be peaceful, a break from the noise of the city. I'd bought a house here, a small two-story place on the edge of town with no neighbors in sight, just rows of trees and an open field in the back. When I walked into the house that night, everything was exactly how I'd left it. Quiet, a little too quiet, but I didn't mind. I kicked off my shoes, dropped my bag by the door, and headed to the kitchen to grab something to eat. I was exhausted, ready to just crash in bed. But as I stood in the kitchen rummaging through the fridge, I had this weird feeling like something wasn't quite right. I shrugged it off, blaming it on being overtired. I made a quick sandwich, grabbed a drink, and sat down at the kitchen table. As I ate, the silence started to get to me. The kind of silence that presses in on you, makes every little sound seem louder. I could hear the hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock on the wall, and then footsteps. I froze, listening. They were faint, almost like an echo, but definitely footsteps, coming from upstairs. My first thought was that I'd left a window open, and the wind was moving something around. I got up, moving slowly, my heart starting to pound. I crept toward the staircase, straining to listen. The footsteps had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I took a deep breath, telling myself I was being ridiculous. The house was old. Old houses make noises. But as I stood there, staring up the stairs, I felt that chill again, that prickling on the back of my neck. I walked up, one step at a time, the stairs creaking under my weight. I kept my eyes fixed on the hallway ahead, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just the empty hall, lined with shadows from the dim light overhead. I checked each room one by one. The bathroom, the spare room, and finally, my bedroom. Everything was empty, exactly as I'd left it. The windows were all shut, and the doors locked. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a bit foolish. I was letting the quiet get to me. I went back downstairs, turned on the TV to fill the silence, and tried to shake off the lingering unease. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. It was a new place, and I wasn't used to the quiet yet. Eventually, I headed to bed, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that something was wrong. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to every little creak and groan of the house until I finally drifted off. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The room was dark, and everything was silent. I lay there trying to go back to sleep, but then I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps again. This time they were closer, just outside my bedroom door. My heart started to race, and I sat up listening, holding my breath. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like someone was pacing back and forth. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hands shaking, and turned on the flashlight. I got out of bed, moving as quietly as I could, and crept toward the door. I held the light up, pointing it at the floor, and slowly opened the door inch by inch. The hallway was empty. I shined the light around, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone. I took a few steps out, my eyes scanning the shadows, every nerve in my body on edge. I checked the other rooms again, making sure no one was there, but everything was still. Just the empty house, silent as ever. I went back to bed, my mind racing, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But sleep didn't come easy. I lay there for hours, listening, waiting, every little sound making my heart race. The next day I tried to brush it off. I went to work, telling myself I was being silly, that it was just nerves. But when I got home that night, the feeling was back. That same unease, like I was being watched. I went through my usual routine, trying to ignore it. But every time I passed a window, I felt like someone was outside, looking in. I'd glance out, but there was nothing there, just the empty yard, the dark line of trees at the edge of the field. But that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, just outside the window. I turned, my heart pounding, and saw him. A man standing in the yard, just beyond the reach of the porch light. He was tall, with dark hair and a blank expression, staring up at the window straight at me. I froze, my mind racing. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to take my eyes off him. I watched, waiting for him to move, but he just stood there staring. He didn't say anything, didn't make a sound. I took a step back, my hand fumbling for my phone, but when I looked back, he was gone. The yard was empty, just the faint shadows from the trees swaying in the wind. I called the police, told them what had happened. They came out, searched the property, but didn't find anything. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. They told me it was probably just a prank, maybe a kid from town messing around. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew he'd been there, watching me. The next few days were tense. I'd come home from work, expecting to see him, but the yard was always empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was out there, just beyond the trees, watching. One night I was in the living room watching TV when I heard it again. The footsteps, this time louder, more insistent. They echoed through the house, coming from upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight, my heart pounding, and crept up the stairs, every step slow and cautious. When I reached the top, I shined the light down the hall, but there was nothing, just the empty rooms. But then I heard it. A faint tapping, coming from my bedroom window. I turned, feeling a chill run down my spine, and slowly walked down the hall. The tapping continued, soft but steady, like someone was trying to get my attention. When I reached the bedroom, I took a deep breath and pulled the curtain aside. He was there, standing right outside the window, his face inches from the glass. His eyes were wide, unblinking, staring straight at me. I stumbled back, my heart racing, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. He didn't move, didn't react, just kept staring, his face pale and expressionless. I ran out of the room, down the stairs, and out the front door. I didn't stop until I was in my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I started the engine, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. I drove to a nearby motel, checked in, and spent the night staring at the ceiling, every sound making me jump. I didn't go back to the house for days, too scared to face whatever was waiting for me there. When I finally returned, the house was empty, just as I'd left it. But the feeling was still there, that sense of being watched, of something lurking just outside the windows. I don't know who he was, don't know what he wanted. But every night I close the curtains, double-check the locks, and wait, knowing that one day he'll come back. Moving to Arkville, New York was supposed to be a fresh start. I'd been tired of city life, the constant noise, and the feeling of being packed in like sardines. The house I found was a small place, sitting on the edge of town, near the woods. I liked the idea of being close to nature, having some peace and quiet. At first, everything was great. I'd wake up to birds chirping, and my mornings started with the sound of leaves rustling in the wind instead of honking horns. I started to feel at home, getting used to the silence, the isolation. But after a couple of weeks, that peace started to crack. It started one night after I'd been out late, catching up with an old friend. When I got home, the house felt different. I shrugged it off, blaming it on the late hour, and went inside. I locked the door, turned off the lights, and headed to bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The house was dead silent, almost too quiet. I tried to go to sleep, telling myself I was just imagining things, but I kept waking up, staring into the darkness, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard a faint sound, a scraping coming from outside. I lay there, listening, my pulse quickening. I got out of bed, moved to the window, and peered out. The yard was empty and the woods were still, just a wall of blackness against the night. The scraping stopped, and I tried to tell myself it was just a branch against the side of the house, or maybe an animal moving around outside. I went back to bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, and eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, everything seemed normal. I went outside, checked around the house, but didn't see anything unusual. No branches against the walls, no signs of animals. I shook it off, telling myself I'd just been overreacting, and went on with my day. But that night it happened again. This time I heard it earlier, around midnight. The same faint scraping, like something was dragging along the outside wall. I sat up in bed, every muscle tense, listening. I told myself to ignore it, to just go to sleep. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond the walls. I got out of bed, creeping to the window again, and looked out. The yard was empty, but my eyes were drawn to the edge of the woods. Just beyond the tree line, half hidden in the shadows, was a figure. I squinted, trying to make out any details, but it was too dark. The figure was just standing there, perfectly still, watching the house. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I backed away from the window, my heart pounding. I went to the kitchen, grabbed my flashlight, and walked back to the window. I took a deep breath, turned on the light, and pointed it toward the woods. The figure was gone. I scanned the tree line, my pulse racing, but there was nothing there, just the empty darkness. I told myself I'd imagined it, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I turned off the flashlight, went back to bed, and eventually drifted off, though it took a long time. The next few days were quiet, and I started to feel like I'd overreacted. Maybe it had been a deer or a shadow from a tree. I tried to let it go, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Then a week later, it happened again. This time I was wide awake, sitting in the living room reading a book. It was around 11 p.m., and everything was silent, just the way I liked it. But then, out of nowhere, I heard the same scraping sound coming from the side of the house. I froze, my heart pounding, and listened. The scraping was slow, methodical, like someone dragging something along the wall. I stood up, moving to the window, and looked out. The figure was back, standing just at the edge of the woods, watching the house. I felt a surge of fear, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should go outside or call someone, but something in me told me to stay put, to stay behind the walls where it couldn't reach me. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking, and grabbed my phone. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That there was someone standing in my yard watching me. They'd think I was crazy. I decided to wait it out, hoping the figure would go away. I turned off the lights, moved to the back of the house, and sat there in the dark, listening. After a while, the scraping stopped, and the house fell silent again. The next morning I went outside, determined to find some sign that I wasn't losing my mind. I walked around the side of the house, scanning the ground, looking for footprints, anything. And that's when I saw it. Right at the edge of the woods in the dirt was a single, deep footprint. It was too big to be mine, and the shape was strange, almost like it had been pressed into the ground with a heavy weight. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I backed away, my mind racing. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe just an animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something that wasn't supposed to be. That night I locked every door, every window, double-checking each one before I went to bed. But I couldn't sleep. Every little sound made me jump. Every creak in the floorboard sent my heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The scraping, louder this time, coming from the back of the house. I lay there, frozen, listening, my mind racing. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see whatever was out there, but I couldn't ignore it. I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and moved to the back door. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and shined the light outside. The figure was standing in my backyard, closer now, halfway between the house and the woods. I felt a surge of panic, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was tall, its body thin and shadowy, almost blending into the darkness. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching me. I backed away, my hands shaking, and locked the door, turning off the light. I sat down on the floor, my back against the wall, trying to calm myself, trying to tell myself it was just a trick of the light. But I knew, deep down, that it wasn't. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay in the house anymore. I packed a bag, called a friend, and left, not looking back. I told myself I'd come back in a few days once I'd cleared my head, but part of me knew I wouldn't. I still don't know who or what that figure was or why it was watching me. But every time I close my eyes, I see it, standing at the edge of the woods, waiting. And I know, deep down, that it's still out there, watching, waiting for me to come back. It was a Friday night, and I was driving back from a late work meeting in a small town about 2 hours outside of Houston, Texas. The meeting had run longer than expected, and by the time I got on the road, it was almost midnight. I was exhausted, barely keeping my eyes open, but all I wanted was to get home, crawl into bed, and sleep until noon. The highway was practically deserted. Just me, my car, and miles of dark, empty road stretching out in front of me. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the yellow lines on the road and the occasional sign. The radio was on, just loud enough to keep me company, but it was mostly static out here in the middle of nowhere. I'd been driving for about an hour when I noticed a car coming up behind me. Its headlights were bright, cutting through the night, and at first, I figured it was just another late-night traveler, someone heading home after a long day. But as the car got closer, it didn't pass. Instead, it stayed right on my bumper, its headlights blinding me in my rearview mirror. I tried speeding up, hoping they'd pass, but the car matched my speed, staying just a few feet behind me. My irritation started to grow. I tapped my brakes lightly, a signal for them to back off, but they didn't budge. I couldn't see the driver through the glare of the headlights, just the shape of the car, a dark, nondescript sedan. I took a deep breath, telling myself to stay calm. Maybe they were just tired, maybe they didn't realize how close they were. I drove for a few more miles, hoping they'd back off or pass, but they stayed right behind me, relentless. The longer they stayed there, the more my frustration turned into unease. The road was empty, no other cars in sight, no exits for miles. Just me, this stranger, and the endless stretch of highway. Finally, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. There was a small rest stop coming up on the right, just a pull-off with a few picnic tables and a bathroom. I figured I'd pull over, let them pass, and wait a few minutes before getting back on the road. I put on my blinker, slowing down as I approached the rest stop. But instead of passing, the car slowed down too, still staying right behind me. I felt a prickle of fear, my heart starting to race. Why weren't they passing? I pulled into the rest stop, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, and parked near the picnic tables. I waited, watching the road, expecting the car to drive by. But they didn't. Instead, they pulled in right behind me, parking a few spaces away. I glanced over, trying to see the driver, but the windows were tinted dark, making it impossible to see inside. The engine was still running, headlights still on, casting long shadows across the empty rest stop. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I didn't know what they wanted, didn't understand why they were following me, but I told myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they needed a break too. I looked down at my phone, considering calling someone, but I didn't want to overreact. I checked the time, 12:45 a.m. All I had to do was wait it out, stay in the car, and wait for them to leave. But after a few minutes, the driver's side door opened. A man stepped out, tall, dressed in dark clothes, his face hidden in the shadows. He stood there, facing my car, not moving, just watching. I felt a surge of panic, my hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should stay put or try to drive off. But something about the way he was standing there, so still, so silent, made me feel trapped. Then he started walking toward my car, slow, deliberate steps that echoed in the empty rest stop. I could barely breathe, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I locked my doors, my fingers fumbling with the button, and glanced around, looking for an escape. But there was nowhere to go, no one else around, just me, my car, and this stranger getting closer with every step. He reached my window, stopping just inches away, and leaned down, his face hidden in the shadows. I couldn't see his eyes, couldn't see his expression, but I could feel his gaze, cold and unsettling. I rolled the window down just a crack, my voice shaking. "Can I help you?" He didn't answer, just stood there breathing, the sound faint but steady. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound calm. "Do you need something?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. He leaned closer, his face almost pressed against the glass, and for the first time, I saw his eyes. They were empty, cold, like there was nothing behind them, just a void. "I need a ride," he said, his voice flat, emotionless. I felt a chill run down my spine. "I'm sorry," I stammered. I can't help you." He didn't move, didn't react, just stared at me with those empty eyes. I could feel the fear building, a cold knot in my stomach, but I didn't know what to do. I wanted to run, wanted to get as far away from him as possible, but I felt paralyzed, trapped by his gaze. "Please," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I need a ride." I shook my head, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I'm sorry, I have to go." I turned the key, the engine sputtering to life, and threw the car into reverse, pulling away from him as fast as I could. I glanced in the rearview mirror, watching as he stood there motionless, watching me drive away. I got back on the highway, my heart racing, my mind spinning. I didn't know what had just happened, didn't understand why he'd been following me, but I knew I had to get as far away from that rest stop as possible. For the next few miles, I kept glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see him behind me. But the road was empty, just the endless stretch of darkness. After a while, I started to calm down, telling myself it was over, that he was gone. But then, out of nowhere, a pair of headlights appeared in my mirror. far back but moving fast, getting closer with every second. I felt a surge of fear, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I sped up, hoping to put some distance between us, but the car kept coming, gaining on me, relentless. Within minutes, it was right behind me, the headlights blinding in my mirror, filling the car with harsh white light. I couldn't see the driver, couldn't tell if it was him, but I knew deep down that it was. I hit the gas, speeding down the highway, my heart racing, my mind screaming at me to get away. But no matter how fast I went, the car stayed right behind me, matching my speed, like a shadow I couldn't escape. I thought about pulling over, about trying to lose him, but every time I glanced in the mirror, those headlights were there, a constant reminder that he was still following me. Finally, I saw an exit coming up, a small road leading off the highway, and I took it, hoping to lose him in the turns. I sped down the road, my tires screeching, my heart pounding, but when I glanced in the mirror, the headlights were gone. I pulled over, breathing hard, my hands shaking, and sat there in the dark, trying to calm myself. The road was empty, silent, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of relief. But then, in the silence, I heard it, a faint knock coming from the back seat. I froze, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned, glancing over my shoulder, and saw him, sitting in the back seat, his eyes empty, his face inches from mine. "I told you," he whispered, his voice cold and hollow. "I need a ride." I'd just moved to Davenport, Iowa. It wasn't the biggest city, but it was a decent place to settle down and focus on work. The house I'd bought was an old 2-story place, a bit run down but solid, with creaky floors and a lot of character. It had a basement, which was unusual for me, but I figured I'd use it for storage or maybe turn it into a workshop at some point. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. I spent my time getting settled, unpacking boxes, setting up the furniture. I didn't go down to the basement often, just once to throw a few boxes down there that I didn't feel like unpacking right away. The basement had a damp, musty smell like it hadn't been used in years, but I figured that was just part of the charm of an old house. Then, one night I heard it. I was lying in bed just about to drift off, when I heard a faint noise coming from below. It sounded like a scraping, almost like something being dragged across the floor. I sat up, my heart pounding, listening. The sound stopped, and for a moment everything was silent. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, just old pipes making noise. But then, there it was again, a soft, deliberate scraping coming from the basement. I got out of bed, my skin prickling with unease, and crept down the stairs. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from a dim bulb in the kitchen. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and opened the door to the basement. The smell of dampness hit me, stronger than before, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I fumbled for the light switch, flicking it on, and a single weak bulb illuminated the top of the stairs. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. Silence. I stood there, my heart racing, listening. But there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the house around me. I told myself I was being ridiculous, just letting my imagination get the better of me. I closed the door and went back upstairs, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of unease. The next night it happened again. I was in the living room this time watching TV when I heard it, a soft, steady scraping coming from below. I muted the TV, straining to listen, and felt my heart skip a beat. It was the same sound, that same deliberate scraping, like something or someone was moving around in the basement. I stood up, my body tense, and moved toward the basement door. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob, every instinct telling me to leave it alone. But I couldn't ignore it, couldn't just pretend it wasn't happening. I opened the door, the smell of dampness hitting me again, stronger this time, almost overpowering. I flicked on the light and stared down the stairs, the faint glow barely reaching the bottom. "Is someone down there?" I called out, my voice shaky. Nothing. Just silence. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, one step at a time, each creak echoing in the stillness. When I reached the bottom, I looked around, the dim light casting long shadows across the walls. The basement was empty, just the boxes I'd thrown down here and a few old pieces of furniture left by the previous owner. But as I stood there, looking around, I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The air was thick, heavy, and I could feel something, like a presence lingering in the shadows. I backed up the stairs, my pulse racing, and closed the door, locking it behind me. I didn't know what I was feeling, didn't know if I was just scaring myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that house. The next few nights, the sounds got louder. It wasn't just scraping anymore. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps, slow and heavy, pacing back and forth in the basement. Other times, I'd hear faint whispers, too soft to make out the words, but close enough that I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I started sleeping with the lights on, every door locked, every window bolted shut. But it didn't matter. Every night, I'd hear the sounds, the scraping, the footsteps, the whispers, and every night, I'd lie in bed, my heart pounding, too scared to move. One night I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted, barely sleeping, and the fear was eating away at me. I had to know what was down there, had to know if it was just my imagination or if there was really something or someone in my basement. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands shaking, and made my way to the basement door. I stood there, staring at it, my heart pounding, and took a deep breath. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and shined the flashlight down the stairs. The basement was dark, the single bulb barely illuminating the bottom of the stairs. I stepped down, the wooden steps creaking under my weight, and held the flashlight up, scanning the room. Everything was as I'd left it. The boxes, the old furniture, the empty walls. But then I noticed something strange. In the corner of the room, near the back wall, there was a small dark spot on the floor, almost like a stain. I walked over, my heart pounding, and shined the light on it. The stain was dark, sticky, and fresh, like it had been left there recently. I knelt down, reaching out to touch it, and felt a cold chill run through me. It was blood. I stumbled back, my mind racing, and looked around the basement, shining the light into every corner, every shadow. But there was nothing, no one. I backed up the stairs, my hands shaking, and slammed the door shut, locking it. I didn't know what was going on, didn't know if I was losing my mind or if there was something or someone down there. But I knew I couldn't stay in that house. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and ran out the door, not looking back. I drove to a friend's house, too scared to stay alone, and told them everything. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I didn't care. I knew what I'd heard, knew what I'd seen. The next day I went back with a friend, determined to figure out what was going on. We searched the basement, looking for any sign of who or what had been down there. But the bloodstain was gone, the floor clean, like it had never been there. I moved out a few weeks later, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that house. I don't know what I heard, don't know if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. But every time I think about that basement, I feel a chill, a reminder of the presence that lingered in the shadows. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, the faint sound of footsteps, the soft scrape of something moving in the darkness, a whisper too faint to understand but close enough to make my skin crawl. It was the dead of night, and I was driving through Buckley, Washington, a small town on the edge of the woods, nestled at the foot of the mountains. I'd been visiting a friend who lived a couple of towns over, and the visit had run late. I wanted to get home, to crawl into my own bed, but the rain had picked up, turning the road slick and hard to see. The highway was empty, just a dark, wet ribbon stretching out before me, lined with thick pines. My wipers were going full speed, but even then visibility was bad. I kept my hands tight on the wheel, squinting at the road, watching the dashed lines flash past. Then, just as I rounded a bend, my headlights caught something on the side of the road. A figure. I hit the brakes out of reflex, my heart jumping into my throat as my car slid to a stop. I squinted, peering through the rain, and there he was. A man was standing just off the shoulder, right at the edge of the forest, his clothes soaked, his face hidden in the shadows. He wasn't waving, wasn't trying to flag me down. He just stood there staring, still as a statue. I hesitated, my fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Everything in me was telling me to drive on, to ignore him. But something about the way he was standing there, so alone in the rain, made me feel guilty. What if he was stranded? What if he needed help? I rolled down the window a crack, enough to call out, but keeping a barrier between us. "Hey, you okay?" He didn't answer, didn't move, just kept staring. I could barely see his face through the downpour, but there was something unsettling about the way he was watching me. His eyes, though barely visible, felt locked on me, intense. I felt a chill, despite the warmth of the car. I didn't want to open the door, didn't want to get out, but the guilt gnawed at me. What if he was hurt? "Do you need a ride?" I asked, louder this time, trying to keep my voice steady. He took a step forward, slow and deliberate, his shoes splashing in the puddles. I tightened my grip on the wheel, my heart pounding. He was close enough now that I could see his face, a pale, gaunt face, expressionless, with hollow eyes that seemed to look straight through me. "Please," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I just need to get to town." Something about his tone sent a shiver down my spine, but I pushed the feeling down. I'd feel like a jerk if I left him out there, alone in the rain. "All right," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "Get in." He opened the passenger door and climbed in, bringing the rain and cold with him. I could smell the dampness, mixed with a faint, sour odor that made my stomach twist. He closed the door, settling into the seat, his gaze fixed straight ahead. I glanced at him, my unease growing. Up close, he looked even stranger, pale like he hadn't seen the sun in months, with dark circles under his eyes. His clothes were soaked, sticking to his thin frame, and his hands were clenched tight in his lap, knuckles white. Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to keep things casual. "Just keep driving," he said, his voice flat, almost robotic. I gripped the wheel, forcing myself to stay calm. I didn't know what I'd gotten myself into, but I didn't want to make him angry. I pressed down on the gas, guiding the car back onto the road, the rain pounding against the roof like a relentless drumbeat. The silence between us was thick, oppressive. I could feel him watching me, his gaze like a weight pressing down on me. I tried to focus on the road, to ignore the way my heart was racing, but the tension was unbearable. After a few minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I cleared my throat, forcing myself to speak. Were you broken down or something?" He didn't answer right away, just kept staring out the windshield, his face expressionless. Finally, he turned to me, his eyes cold and empty. "I was waiting," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Waiting for what?" "For you." I swallowed, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they hurt. I didn't know what he meant, didn't want to know, but I forced myself to keep driving, to keep my eyes on the road. The rain was coming down harder now, the wipers barely keeping up, and the road was a blur of wet pavement and shadows. I stole a glance at him, my heart pounding, but he was still staring straight ahead, his face blank, unreadable. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should stop, but something about him kept me frozen, like I couldn't turn away, couldn't break the silence. Then, suddenly he spoke again, his voice low and steady. "You should have left me there." My throat went dry. What are you talking about?" He turned to me, his eyes boring into mine. "You should have driven past. You shouldn't have stopped." I felt a wave of panic, my mind racing. I didn't understand what he was saying, didn't know what he wanted, but I knew I had to get him out of the car. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "Look, maybe I should just let you off here." Before I could finish, his hand shot out, grabbing my arm in a grip so tight it felt like a vice. His skin was cold, clammy, his fingers digging into my flesh. "No," he said, his voice hard, unyielding. "You can't leave now." I froze, my heart pounding, the fear clawing at my throat. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to get away from him. His grip was like iron, and his eyes were filled with something dark, something that made my blood run cold. "Let me go," I stammered, my voice shaking. He didn't move, didn't let go, just kept staring at me, his face inches from mine. I could feel his breath, cold and stale, and the smell of dampness filled the car, thick and suffocating. "You're going to take me where I need to go," he said, his voice low, menacing. "And then you can leave." I nodded, my mind racing, desperate to get him out of the car, to get away from him. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't know what he was capable of, but I knew I had to stay calm, had to keep him calm. "All right," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I'll take you where you need to go." He released my arm, leaning back in his seat, his gaze never leaving me. I felt the weight of his stare heavy and suffocating, but I forced myself to keep driving, my mind racing. The road stretched out before us, dark and endless, and the rain pounded against the roof like a relentless drumbeat. I could feel my pulse racing, my hands shaking, but I kept my eyes on the road, forcing myself to stay calm. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stop here." I glanced around, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows stretching out into the darkness. "Are you sure?" I asked, my voice shaking. He nodded, his gaze fixed on something in the distance, something I couldn't see. I pulled the car over, my hands trembling, and he reached for the door, his movements slow and deliberate. He climbed out, his figure barely visible in the rain, and stood there, staring into the darkness. I watched him, my heart pounding, waiting for him to leave, to disappear into the night. But he didn't move, didn't turn away. He just stood there, staring at me, his face hidden in the shadows. I didn't wait. I slammed the door, hit the gas, and sped off, my heart racing, my mind reeling. I didn't look back, didn't want to see him standing there watching me. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, still watching, his gaze like a weight pressing down on me. And every time I close my eyes, I see him, standing at the edge of the road, waiting for me to stop again. I had just moved into my new apartment in Carbondale, Illinois. It wasn't much, but it was mine, a small one-bedroom place on the third floor of an old building downtown. The rent was cheap, and I didn't mind the creaky floors or the occasional flickering light. It was quiet, and after the chaos of moving, I was looking forward to a little peace. The first couple of nights were uneventful. I'd unpacked most of my boxes, set up my bed, and was getting used to the quirks of the place, the way the pipes rattled when the water ran, the slight draft near the window. It was late autumn, and the nights were getting cold, but I liked it. There was something cozy about it, being high up, away from the noise of the street. Then, on my third night there, something strange happened. I was lying in bed, just about to drift off, when I heard it, a soft tapping at my window. I opened my eyes, frowning. It was faint, but steady, like someone was lightly tapping their knuckles against the glass. I sat up, my heart starting to race. My bed was positioned so I couldn't see the window from where I was lying, but I could see the shadows moving slightly across the ceiling as the light from the street outside filtered in. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a branch from a nearby tree, or maybe even just the wind. But the tapping continued, rhythmic, almost insistent. I got out of bed, creeping toward the window, my hands sweaty, my pulse racing. When I reached the window, I took a deep breath and peeked out. Nothing. Just the empty street below, the faint glow of streetlights, and the shadow of a few parked cars. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a little silly for getting so worked up. I closed the curtains tightly, went back to bed, and eventually drifted off. The next night it happened again. This time I was in the living room watching TV when I heard the tapping. It was soft, barely noticeable, but once I heard it, I couldn't ignore it. My body tensed and I turned off the TV, sitting in silence, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the window in the living room this time, the one overlooking the alleyway behind the building. I got up slowly, moving toward the window, every nerve in my body on edge. When I reached it, I pulled the curtain back just a little, just enough to see. The alleyway was empty, the shadows deep, but nothing out of the ordinary. I tried to tell myself it was just a noise from the building, maybe something shifting in the walls. But as I stood there staring into the darkness, I felt a chill run down my spine. I closed the curtain and went back to the couch, trying to ignore the unease that was settling over me. But the tapping didn't stop. It went on for another few minutes, steady and relentless, before finally fading into silence. I didn't sleep well that night, every little creak and groan of the building making my heart race. The next day, I tried to put it out of my mind. I went to work, stayed late, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But when I got home that night, the apartment felt different. The air was heavy, thick with something I couldn't quite place. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, telling myself it was just my imagination, just a new place taking some time to get used to. But as the night wore on, the feeling only grew stronger. Around midnight, just as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was louder, more insistent, coming from the window in my bedroom. I froze, my heart pounding, staring at the closed curtains. The tapping continued, steady, almost like a knock, like someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. I moved slowly toward the window, my hands shaking. When I reached it, I took a deep breath, bracing myself, and pulled the curtain back. There, staring in at me, was a face. I jumped back, a strangled yell escaping my throat. The face was pale, almost ghostly, with wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to bore into me. It was pressed right up against the glass, the mouth twisted into a strange, eerie smile. I stumbled back, my heart racing, barely able to breathe. The face didn't move, didn't blink, just kept staring, watching me with that unsettling smile. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, unable to move. Eventually, I forced myself to look away, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if I should call someone. But when I looked back, the face was gone. The window was empty, just my own pale reflection staring back at me. I closed the curtains, my hands shaking, and backed away from the window, my mind struggling to make sense of what I'd just seen. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe a shadow from outside, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I'd seen it clear as day. That night I barely slept, lying in bed with every light in the apartment on, listening to every creak and groan. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to see that face staring back at me. The next morning I called the building manager, told him about what I'd seen. He looked at me like I was crazy, but he promised to check it out, to see if anyone had been hanging around the building. A few days passed and things seemed to go back to normal. I didn't hear the tapping again, didn't see any faces at the window. I started to relax, convincing myself that it had all been in my head, just a combination of nerves and lack of sleep. But then, one night, just as I was falling asleep, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, my heart pounding, staring at the window. The curtains were closed, but I could feel it. Someone was out there, watching, waiting. I got out of bed slowly, my body tense, and moved toward the window. My hands were shaking as I reached for the curtain, but I forced myself to pull it back. Nothing. Just the empty street below, the quiet darkness. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A faint outline, barely visible, moving away from the window. It was gone before I could react, disappearing into the shadows below. I closed the curtain, my heart racing, and backed away, every instinct telling me to get out, to leave the apartment. I grabbed my phone, dialed the building manager's number, but it went straight to voicemail. I spent the night on the couch, every light in the apartment on, my eyes fixed on the window. I didn't sleep, didn't even close my eyes. Just sat there, waiting, listening. When morning finally came, I packed a bag and left. I didn't care about the lease, didn't care about the deposit. I just wanted out. It's been a few months now and I still don't know what I saw, still don't understand what was happening in that apartment. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone, I hear it. The faint sound of tapping coming from somewhere outside, like someone or something is still out there, still waiting, just outside the window. I was driving home from work on a Friday night, tired and eager to get back to my apartment in Denver. The freeway was unusually empty, just me and the steady hum of the engine. It was around midnight, and the darkness felt oppressive, pressing in from all sides. The neon signs of the few open gas stations flickered intermittently, casting long, eerie shadows across the road. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was 12:15 a.m. The streets were deserted, the usual city noise replaced by the distant sound of a dog barking and the occasional rustle of leaves. My thoughts wandered to the weekend ahead, plans with friends, and the relief of finally getting some rest. Fatigue was setting in and my eyelids felt heavy. As I merged onto Highway 70, the road stretched out before me like a black ribbon cutting through the night. The headlights illuminated nothing but empty lanes and the occasional passing car, but they moved too quickly for me to get a good look. The landscape was monotonous, bare trees, flat land, and the endless stretch of asphalt. About 15 miles into the drive, I saw a figure standing on the roadside. At first, I thought it might be someone needing help, maybe a stranded motorist. The figure was dressed in an old, worn-out coat, holding something in their hand that looked like a flashlight. I slowed down, my heart rate picking up a bit. It was late, and seeing someone alone at this hour was unusual. I pulled over to the shoulder, the engine idling softly. The road behind me was dark, the only light coming from my headlights and the occasional street lamp in the distance. I rolled down my window and called out, "Hey, do you need a ride?" The figure stood still for a moment, then began walking toward my car. I could see their face partially in shadow, but something about their demeanor was off. They weren't in a hurry, just moving at a steady pace. As they approached, I noticed their hands were shaking slightly, and their eyes darted around nervously. "Yeah, I could use a ride," they said, their voice low and raspy. There was an accent I couldn't place, something Eastern European maybe. I hesitated, but it was late, and it felt safer to have someone in the car than to drive alone. "Sure, hop in," I replied, unlocking the door. The passenger climbed in quickly, settling in the back seat. They didn't say much, just nodded a few times as I put the car back in gear. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Their eyes were fixed on the road ahead, staring straight through me. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel as we passed over small hills. I tried to make conversation, asking if they were headed in the same direction, but they remained quiet, only responding with short answers. After about 10 minutes, I decided to ask again. "So, where are you headed?" They finally spoke, their voice barely above a whisper. "I'm trying to get home. Took a wrong turn." I nodded, understanding that people get lost sometimes. "Which way did you come from?" They pointed to the left, but I couldn't make out much in the dim light. "I was coming from Elm Street, but I'm not sure where to go from here." I glanced at the map on my phone, trying to figure out our location. Elm Street was a few miles back, near the old mill. "There's a gas station a few miles ahead. We can stop there if you need." They nodded again, but their expression remained tense. I kept driving, the miles passing by slowly. The road seemed to go on forever, and the darkness outside felt thicker with each passing mile. About 20 minutes into the drive, I noticed something strange in the rearview mirror. The reflection showed a shadow moving alongside the car, but when I turned my head, there was nothing there. My heart skipped a beat and I glanced back, but the lane beside us was empty. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. The passenger remained silent, staring straight ahead. I tried to focus on the road, but my mind was racing. Was that shadow still there? I turned the mirror again, but no one was visible. The feeling of being watched settled over me, making me uneasy. We approached a bend in the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness but revealing very little. As we rounded the curve, I saw the outline of a dilapidated farmhouse on the side of the road. It looked abandoned, windows boarded up, and the porch sagging. The sight sent a chill down my spine. "That's the old Miller place," I said, trying to sound casual. "Been abandoned for years." The passenger nodded, finally breaking the silence. "It's spooky out here at night." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, it can get pretty creepy." We drove past the farmhouse, but something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, and I glanced again at the passenger, but they were still staring straight ahead. Suddenly, the car shuddered as we hit a pothole, and the engine made a strange noise. I pulled over to the side, turning off the engine. "All right, let me check under the hood," I said, getting out of the car. The passenger stayed in the seat, watching me intently. I grabbed my flashlight and walked around to the front of the car, inspecting the engine. Everything seemed fine, just a bit of dirt and grime from the road. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. "Nothing wrong here," I called back, getting back into the driver's seat. "It should be fine now." I restarted the car and it purred to life without any issues. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Let's keep going." We're almost to the gas station. As we drove on, the road seemed to narrow, the trees pressing in closer on either side. The lights from my headlights barely penetrated the thick darkness. I kept glancing at the passenger, who remained silent, their presence becoming more unsettling by the minute. After another 10 minutes, we finally saw the flickering lights of the gas station up ahead. Relief washed over me. "There it is. Let's stop there." I pulled into the parking lot, turning off the engine. "All right, we're here. You can get some gas or grab a snack if you want." The passenger nodded, reaching into their pocket. "Thank you." I unlocked the door for them, but before they could move, a sudden gust of wind blew through the parking lot, sending a chill down my spine. The temperature seemed to drop instantly, and I shivered despite the warmth inside the car. "Are you okay?" I asked, concerned. They nodded, but their hands were trembling. "Yeah, just a bit cold." I went to the gas pump, starting the process of refueling. As I filled the tank, I kept an eye on the passenger, who was still staring straight ahead. My mind was racing. This didn't feel right. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I finished refueling and returned to the car, trying to shake off the unease. The passenger was still silent, their eyes fixed on the road ahead. "All right, let's get going," I said, turning the key in the ignition. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced at the passenger once more. They were now staring out the window, watching something I couldn't see. I felt a knot form in my stomach. "Is everything okay?" They turned to face me, and I saw their eyes, pale and hollow, almost empty. "I think you can go on without me," they said softly. I frowned, confused. "What do you mean? You need to get home." They shook their heads slowly, their expression distant. "No, you need to leave. Now." Before I could respond, a loud screeching sound echoed from the gas station. I turned around, seeing the front lights of the station flicker and dim. The once quiet parking lot was now eerily silent, except for the sound of the wind howling through the trees. "What's happening?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. The passenger didn't answer. Instead, they started to fade, becoming translucent as if they were a ghost. My eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what's going on?" I reached out instinctively, but my hand passed through the seat where they had been sitting moments before. "No, don't leave." Their form disappeared completely, leaving the car empty. I sat there for a moment, heart pounding, trying to process what I had just seen. Was I hallucinating? The stress of the long drive and late hour was getting to me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Okay, maybe it's just tiredness, I muttered to myself. I need to get home. I started the car and began to drive away from the gas station, the lights fading into the distance. The road felt different now, as if the atmosphere had shifted. The air was colder and an oppressive silence hung over everything. About 5 miles down the highway, I noticed a faint figure standing on the roadside again. My heart skipped a beat. Not again, I thought, gripping the steering wheel tighter. I slowed down, half expecting the figure to approach, but it remained still, just watching me. I pulled over once more, the engine idling as I rolled down the window cautiously. Hey, do you need another ride? Nothing happened. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. I felt a sense of dread creeping over me. Hello? I called out, my voice shaky. Suddenly, the figure began to move toward the car, walking at a slow, deliberate pace. I watched as they approached, their face still partially hidden in the shadows. Panic surged through me. I need to go, I said quickly, starting the car and pulling back onto the highway. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure was still there, standing by the roadside, watching me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this some kind of prank? A hallucination? Or something else entirely? I pressed harder on the accelerator, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. The car's interior felt cold, my breath visible in the dim light. The highway seemed to stretch endlessly, the darkness pressing in from all sides. A few miles later, I saw a police car on the side of the road, its lights flashing intermittently. Relief mixed with anxiety. Maybe I can ask for help, I thought, pulling over to the side. The police officer approached my car, flashlight in hand. Everything okay here? He asked. I nodded quickly, trying to steady my voice. Yeah, just needed a break. He glanced at me, then at the passenger seat. You got someone with you? Yeah, a hitchhiker, I replied, pointing to the empty seat. The officer's expression changed. You mean someone just vanished? I felt a chill run down my spine. What do you mean? He sighed, shaking his head. There's been reports of a phantom hitchhiker on this stretch of Highway 70. Folks say they've picked someone up and then the person disappears without a trace. Sometimes they see them again down the road. I stared at him, realization dawning. Is that? He nodded solemnly. Yeah, it's been happening for years. We don't know why. Best thing is to stay calm and keep driving. I'll leave you to it. He turned and walked back to his patrol car, leaving me alone on the dark highway. I sat there for a moment, processing what he said. My hands were shaking and my heart was racing. I started the car again, feeling a mix of fear and relief. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of the passenger fading away and the officer's words echoing in my mind. The road seemed even longer now, each mile dragging by painfully slow. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the phantom hitchhiker again. The rest of the drive was a blur. The city lights of Denver finally came into view, a beacon of safety in the darkness. I merged onto the main roads, the familiar streets a stark contrast to the eerie highway. The tension in my body began to ease as the distance from Highway 70 increased. I pulled into my apartment complex, the lights of the building welcoming me home. As I got out of the car, I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The night had been long, and the experience would stay with me for a while. I walked to my door, the sounds of the city night gradually filling my senses again. Inside my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to calm my racing heart. I kept replaying the night's events in my mind, the hitchhiker, their silent presence, the sudden disappearance, and the officer's explanation. It all felt so surreal, yet the fear was very real. I decided to check my phone for any messages, hoping to distract myself. There were a few notifications, nothing out of the ordinary. As I scrolled through, I found a message from a friend inviting me to a weekend trip. I quickly replied, assuring them I was free. Sitting down on the couch, I tried to relax, but sleep was elusive. The memory of the phantom hitchhiker kept replaying in my mind, making my skin crawl. I wondered about the stories I had heard about haunted highways and ghostly apparitions. Now, I had experienced it firsthand. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I decided to drive back down Highway 70 during the day, curious if the phantom would appear again. Maybe seeing it in daylight would explain some of the mystery. As I drove, the highway was busy with traffic, the sun shining brightly overhead. There was no sign of the hitchhiker, no lone figure waiting by the roadside. I felt a bit foolish for believing in ghost stories, but the fear lingered. About halfway through, I saw a car pull over and a man approached my vehicle. He looked familiar, like the hitchhiker from the night before. My heart skipped a beat. "Hey, do you need a ride?" I called out, remembering the previous night's encounter. The man smiled, though there was something unsettling about his expression. "Yeah, I could use a lift. Heading to Denver?" "Yeah, same as you," I replied, opening the passenger door. He climbed in, settling into the seat without a word. The drive continued smoothly, but I kept an eye on him in the rearview mirror. He stared straight ahead, just like the night before. After a few miles, I decided to ask, "Where are you from?" He looked at me briefly, then back to the road. "Just passing through." I glanced back, noticing his hands resting on his lap, completely still. "Need any help?" He shook his head slightly. "No thanks, I just need to get home." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "All right, let me know if you need anything." We drove in silence for a while, the atmosphere tense and heavy. I couldn't focus on the road, my mind racing with thoughts of déjà vu and the possibility of encountering the phantom again. Suddenly my phone rang, jolting me out of my thoughts. It was my friend from the weekend trip. "Hey man, are you still coming?" "Yeah, just on my way," I replied, trying to mask my unease. As I hung up, I glanced back at the passenger. His eyes met mine for a split second, and I saw a flicker of recognition. Or was it something else? My heart pounded in my chest. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, trying to sound normal. He nodded, but his expression was blank. "I'm fine." I took a deep breath, deciding to drop the subject. "All right, let's keep driving." We continued on, the miles passing by without incident. Eventually, we reached the exit for the weekend trip. I turned to offer him the opportunity to exit as well. "Here we are. Let me know if you need anything else." He gave a small nod and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Thanks for the ride." As he stepped out of the car, I watched him for a moment, expecting something unusual, but he simply walked away without a word. I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. "All right, I'm off," I said, pulling away from the exit. The rest of the drive went smoothly, the tension easing as I approached my destination. But the encounter left me shaken. The lines between reality and the supernatural blurred once more. Back in my apartment, I tried to process everything. The encounters on Highway 70 felt too similar to be mere coincidences. I decided to do some research, looking up local legends and news stories about the highway. I found several articles about the phantom hitchhiker, a tragic story from decades ago. A young woman named Emily Miller had been driving home one night when her car broke down near the old mill. She flagged down a passing driver, who offered her a ride. They never reached her destination. The car was found abandoned, but there was no sign of Emily. Since then, drivers have reported picking up a hitchhiker who disappears without a trace, leaving them questioning what they saw. The more I read, the more I realized the truth behind the stories. Emily's spirit seemed trapped on the highway, repeating her final moments over and over. It made sense of my experiences, the silent passenger, the sudden disappearances, and the chilling presence that lingered on the road. I decided to take action, wanting to help put Emily's spirit to rest. I reached out to a local historian who specialized in haunted locations. He agreed to meet with me, intrigued by my encounters. We met at a cafe near my apartment, discussing the legend in detail. If Emily's spirit is still present, there might be something we can do to help her move on, the historian suggested. Sometimes acknowledging their presence and addressing their unresolved issues can make a difference. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a sense of purpose. I decided to visit the old mill, the site of Emily's last known location. The area was now a deserted park, overgrown with weeds and surrounded by tall, imposing trees. The night was still, the only sounds the distant calls of nocturnal animals and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I parked my car and walked toward the mill, flashlight in hand. The structure loomed ahead, its wooden frame weathered and decaying. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I might encounter. As I approached, I felt a presence, an intangible weight pressing down on me. The air grew colder, and my breath became visible in the dim light. I reached the base of the mill, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old building. "Emily," I called out softly, hoping to communicate with her spirit. "I'm here to help you." There was no response, just the eerie stillness of the night. I continued walking around the mill, searching for any signs of her presence. Suddenly I heard a faint sound, a soft whisper carried on the wind. "Help me." I froze, recognizing the voice from my earlier encounters. "Emily? Is that you?" The whisper grew louder, more urgent. "I need to go home." I felt a surge of determination. "I understand. I'm here to help you move on." As if in response, the air around me seemed to shift. A cold breeze swept past, and I felt a tingling sensation in my bones. The flashlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced around the dilapidated structure. I took a step closer to the center of the mill, focusing on the task at hand. "Tell me what you need to move on," I said, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. There was a moment of silence before the whispers returned, clearer this time. "Find the letter. It holds the truth." I looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice. "Where can I find it?" "Under the old oak tree," the whisper guided me. I turned and walked toward the large oak tree that stood a short distance from the mill. Its branches reached out like skeletal fingers, and the ground beneath it was littered with fallen leaves and debris. I knelt down, shining my flashlight at the base of the tree, and spotted a partially buried envelope. Carefully, I dug it out, brushing off the dirt and debris. The envelope was old, the paper yellowed and fragile. I opened it, revealing a handwritten letter inside. The ink was faded, but the words were still legible. "To whoever finds this, my name is Emily Miller." That night I was desperate for help. I trusted a stranger on the highway, but it turned out to be my undoing. Please, if you're reading this, know that I meant no harm. Help me find peace so I can finally rest. Thank you. Tears welled up in my eyes as I read the letter, understanding the pain and fear Emily must have felt. "I'll help you, Emily," I whispered, holding the letter close. I placed the letter back in the envelope and stood up, feeling a sense of closure. "I hope you can find peace now." As I turned to leave, I felt a light breeze brush past me, carrying a sense of relief and gratitude. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a calm stillness. I knew my task was done. I walked back to my car, the first light of dawn starting to break on the horizon. The highway was quiet, the night giving way to the morning. As I drove away from the old mill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and peace. Emily's spirit was finally free, and the highway phantom legend would now have a happy ending. The next night I drove down Highway 70 again, just to see if anything had changed. The road was still empty, the darkness less menacing with the knowledge that Emily was at peace. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her again, but there was nothing. No hitchhiker, no shadow, just the endless stretch of road ahead. I smiled to myself, feeling a weight lifted off my shoulders. The highway was just a road now, no longer haunted by the ghost of a lost soul. I continued my drive, the night feeling less frightening, knowing that I had helped someone find their way home. As I pulled into my apartment complex, I took one last look at the dark highway behind me, now free from its phantom presence. I knew I would never forget the experience, but I was grateful for the chance to bring peace to both Emily and myself. The The old farmhouse stood alone at the end of a long, winding dirt road outside of Springfield, Nebraska. I had always been fascinated by fixer-uppers, the idea of bringing something neglected back to life. When I saw the listing, it seemed like the perfect project. The price was right and the house had character. I decided to buy it, not knowing the secrets it held. I arrived on a bright Saturday morning, the sun high in the sky. The farm was surrounded by vast fields of corn and wheat, the air filled with the scent of earth and growing things. The house itself was a two-story structure, white paint peeling from the wooden siding. Windows were boarded up in places, and the front porch sagged under the weight of years of neglect. I parked my truck in the gravel driveway, the crunch of gravel under the tires the only sound. As I approached the front door, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The air felt colder here despite the warm sun. I grabbed the heavy wooden door, pulling it open with some effort. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing in the empty yard. Inside, the house was dark, the interior covered in dust and cobwebs. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting long shadows across the floor. I stepped inside, setting down my toolbox near the staircase. The living room was vast, with a large fireplace dominating one wall. Furniture was scattered around, covered in white sheets. I pulled one sheet off a chair, revealing a worn-out sofa underneath. The smell of mildew hit me, making my nose wrinkle. I decided to start with cleaning, but something made me pause. There was a door at the far end of the room, slightly ajar. I walked over, curiosity getting the better of me. Pushing the door open, I found a narrow hallway leading to the back of the house. Pictures hung crookedly on the walls, faces of people I didn't recognize staring back at me. One photo caught my eye, a family standing in front of the farmhouse, smiling. Their eyes seemed hollow, almost pleading. I shook off the uneasy feeling and continued my work. Hours passed as I scrubbed floors and wiped down surfaces. The sun began to set, casting an orange hue through the windows. I decided to take a break, sitting on the dilapidated sofa. The house was silent, save for the creaking of the old wood settling. I heard a noise upstairs, the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor. My heart raced as I stood up, looking toward the staircase. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I grabbed a flashlight from my toolbox and cautiously approached the stairs. Each step I took creaked under my weight, the sound unnerving in the quiet house. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out, doors on either side closed tightly. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" No answer. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The footsteps stopped. I moved down the hallway, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Reaching the end, I saw a door slightly open, light spilling out from underneath. I pushed it open, revealing a small bedroom. The bed was unmade, clothes thrown carelessly on the floor. A mirror on the wall reflected my image back at me, distorted by a crack running down its center. I stepped closer to the mirror, wiping away some of the grime. My reflection stared back, but something was wrong. Behind me in the mirror, I saw a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. I spun around, but no one was there. My breath quickened, heart pounding in my chest. I turned back to the mirror, but the figure was gone. I backed out of the room, deciding it was time to leave for the night. As I made my way back downstairs, I heard a whisper, faint but clear. "Help me." I froze, listening intently. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Help me." Panic surged through me. I grabbed my things, rushing toward the front door. As I reached for the handle, the door slammed shut. I yanked at it, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. The whispering continued, now all around me. "Help me." I ran to the window, pulling it open and trying to climb out, but it was stuck. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could feel someone watching me, their presence heavy in the room. I backed away from the window, trying to calm myself. My mind raced, thinking of how to escape. I remembered the basement door at the back of the house. Maybe there was another way out. I grabbed a flashlight and headed toward the back door, which was now swinging open on its own. I slipped outside, the cool night air a relief against the tension inside. I didn't stop to look back, sprinting down the dirt road toward my truck. Once inside, I locked the doors and leaned against the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath. The house loomed in the distance, silent once more. I started the engine, the truck roaring to life. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something. The house was just a dark silhouette against the night sky. The next morning, I decided to return, determined to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. I drove back to the farmhouse, the sun rising behind me. The fields were still, the air crisp with the promise of a new day. I parked the truck and approached the house cautiously, the morning light doing little to ease my anxiety. I entered through the front door, which was now easier to open. The living room was the same as before, but something felt different. I noticed fresh footprints in the dust leading toward the hallway. My heart raced as I followed them, the footprints leading to the back door. It was open again, inviting me in. I walked through, finding the basement door. This time it was unlocked. I descended the stairs, the flashlight illuminating the narrow steps. The basement was cool and damp, the air thick with the smell of mold. I saw tools and old furniture stored in the corners, but what caught my attention was a small chest in the center of the room. I approached the chest, the flashlight beam revealing intricate carvings on the lid. It looked old, possibly antique. I knelt down and lifted the lid, finding it filled with old letters and photographs. I sifted through them, discovering the story of the previous owner, a man named Henry Miller. The letters spoke of financial troubles and family disputes. One letter mentioned a disappearance, a reference to Henry's wife Clara, who had vanished without a trace a few years prior. The photographs showed a happy family, now tainted by the mystery of Clara's disappearance. I felt a chill, understanding that the house held secrets Henry couldn't reveal. As I read the last letter, the basement door slammed shut. I jumped back, the flashlight flickering. The whispers returned, louder and more desperate. "Help me," they echoed around the room. I stood up, clutching the letters, trying to make sense of what was happening. I heard a sound behind me and turned to see a shadowy figure standing in the corner. It was Clara, her face pale and eyes hollow. She moved toward me, her footsteps silent on the concrete floor. I took a step back, my mind racing. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. She reached out, her hand passing through mine. "Find the truth," she whispered. "Help me." I nodded, understanding that her spirit was trapped here, seeking closure. I promised to uncover the truth about her disappearance. The figure of Clara faded, the basement returning to its quiet state. The door unlocked itself and I rushed up the stairs, determined to help. Over the next few weeks, I delved into Henry Miller's past, searching for clues about Clara's disappearance. I visited the local library in Springfield, sifting through old newspapers and records. Most of the information was vague, but I found a report of a suspicious car seen near the farmhouse on the night Clara vanished. No arrests were made, and the case went cold. I decided to search the farmhouse again, hoping to find more clues. One evening, I returned to the house, flashlight in hand. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the property. I entered the basement, the atmosphere tense. I examined the chest again, looking for anything I might have missed. Behind some old tools, I found a hidden compartment. Inside was a small, dusty journal. I opened it, reading Henry's handwritten entries. He wrote about his growing fear of someone watching him, someone he couldn't trust. The last entry was frantic, mentioning Clara's disappearance and his inability to protect her. I felt a surge of determination. I needed to find out who was responsible for Clara's disappearance. I continued my research, reaching out to old residents of Springfield who might remember Henry and Clara. One elderly woman, Mrs. Thompson, agreed to talk. She recalled seeing Henry arguing with a neighbor, a man named Tom Harris, the night Clara disappeared. I arranged to meet Tom, who now lived in a nearby town. When I arrived, he was older, his face lined with age and regret. I approached him cautiously, showing him the journal and explaining my purpose. His eyes widened with recognition and sorrow. "Henry was a good man," Tom said, his voice heavy. "But Clara, she had secrets too. They were planning to leave town, start fresh somewhere else." That night, things got out of hand. I didn't mean for it to happen, but Clara, she just disappeared. I pressed for more details, but Tom shook his head. I can't remember anything else. It's all a blur. Despite the lack of concrete information, I felt closer to the truth. I returned to the farmhouse, feeling Clara's presence urging me on. I decided to hold a small ceremony, hoping to help her spirit find peace. I set up candles around the basement, placing the letters and journal in the center. I spoke softly, recounting Clara's story and my desire to help her move on. As I spoke, the air grew colder, the whispers filling the room once more. Clara appeared again, her form more defined this time. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying a sense of relief. The basement door opened by itself and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. I felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that I had helped Clara find peace. I left the house that night, the farmhouse no longer feeling haunted but peaceful. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences in the house ceased. The whispers were gone, and the presence of Clara was a comforting memory rather than a source of fear. I continued renovating the farmhouse, bringing it back to life as Henry and Clara had once dreamed. One evening, as I was finishing up in the living room, I noticed a photograph on the mantel. It was the family photo I had seen before, now restored and placed with care. I felt a warmth, knowing that Clara's spirit was finally at rest. The farmhouse, once abandoned and full of secrets, was now a home filled with hope and new beginnings. Looking back, I realized that the house had chosen me for a reason. Helping Clara had not only resolved the mystery of her disappearance, but also gave me a purpose. The farmhouse stood as a testament to the past, now intertwined with the present. I knew I would always feel connected to the family that once lived here, their stories now part of the home's history. The project took months, but I never felt alone in the house. Sometimes I would hear faint sounds like footsteps or soft whispers, but they were no longer frightening. They felt like echoes of the past, reminders of the journey I had undertaken. I learned to respect the history of the place, understanding that some secrets are better left uncovered while others need to be brought to light. In the end, the old farmhouse became a place of healing, both for Clara and for me. It stood as a symbol of perseverance and the importance of facing the unknown. The secrets of the abandoned farm were finally laid to rest, allowing new stories to begin. As I stood on the porch one evening, watching the sun set over the fields, I felt a sense of peace. The farmhouse, once a place of mystery and fear, was now a home filled with life and memories. I knew that I had made the right decision, embracing the challenge and uncovering the truth. The secrets of the abandoned farm were no longer haunting me, but guiding me toward a brighter future. I never thought I'd actually share this, but I need to get it off my chest. What happened to me last month at that cabin in Montana still keeps me up at night. I'm not usually the type to get spooked easily. I've done plenty of solo camping, and I've always been comfortable with solitude. But this was different. I found the rental listing online while looking for a quiet place to finish my novel. The price was surprisingly reasonable for a 2-week stay, especially given the size of the property. A 2-bedroom cabin on 15 acres of private land, backing up against national forest. The owner, Dave, seemed nice enough over email. Said he lived about 2 hours away and wouldn't be around during my stay, but left me with clear instructions and emergency contacts. The first 3 days were exactly what I needed. Pure solitude, just me and my laptop surrounded by pine trees and mountain views. No cell service, but the cabin had satellite internet, so I could still research and email if needed. The closest neighbor was apparently 2 miles down the dirt road, and I hadn't seen a single car pass by since arriving. That changed on the 4th morning. I woke up early, around 6 a.m., and went to make coffee on the front porch like I'd been doing every day. That's when I noticed it. A small wooden chair like the kind you'd see in an elementary school classroom, sitting in the middle of the yard about 50 feet from the cabin. Just sitting there. At first I thought maybe it had been there all along and I somehow hadn't noticed, but no. I'd been working on that porch every day, looking out at that exact spot. That chair was definitely new. I walked out to examine it, thinking maybe a bear had dragged it from somewhere, though that made no sense. It was dusty but intact, and positioned to face directly toward my bedroom window. A chill ran down my spine when I noticed there were no drag marks in the dirt around it. Someone had carefully placed it there. I brought the chair inside and sent Dave an email asking if he'd stopped by or if any maintenance workers were scheduled. He replied pretty quickly saying no, he hadn't been by and nobody else should be on the property. He suggested maybe kids from nearby properties were playing pranks. I wasn't convinced. The closest properties were miles away, and this didn't feel like a teenage prank. That night I had trouble sleeping. Every little creak of the cabin made me jump. I kept getting up to check the windows, but between the darkness and my reflection in the glass, I couldn't see much. I finally dozed off around 3 a.m. The next morning, my heart nearly stopped. There was an old photograph lying in the gravel driveway about 30 feet closer to the cabin than where the chair had been. It showed a family standing in front of what looked like this very cabin, but the photo had to be from the 1960s based on their clothing. I didn't recognize any of the faces, but they were all smiling at the camera except for one girl, maybe 12 years old, who was staring directly to her left with an unsettling blank expression. I brought the photo inside with shaking hands and spent the next hour comparing it to the cabin. Same basic structure, though the current cabin had obviously been renovated. The trees in the background were much smaller in the photo. I emailed it to Dave, asking if he knew the family. No response this time. That night I barely slept at all. I pushed a heavy dresser in front of my bedroom door and kept a flashlight and my hiking poles next to the bed. Every time I started drifting off, I'd hear what sounded like footsteps on the gravel outside. But when I'd shine the flashlight out the window, there was nothing there. The third morning was when I seriously considered leaving. 20 feet from my front door was a small pile of children's toys, a rusty metal truck, a few dirty porcelain dolls with cracked faces, and a jump rope tied into a complex knot. They were arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center was a piece of paper with childish writing in pencil that said, "Do you want to play?" My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I took photos of everything with my phone. I spent the next few hours pacing the cabin, debating whether to pack up and leave. But something kept me there. Maybe curiosity, maybe pride, maybe plain stubbornness. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that this was clearly someone's idea of a sick joke. I tried to write but couldn't focus. Every few minutes I'd get up and check the windows. Around sunset I swear I saw movement at the tree line, just a quick shadow darting between trunks. I tried telling myself it was a deer or elk, but deep down, I knew better. That night, the noises started. First, it was just the sound of something being dragged across the gravel. Slow, methodical scraping that would stop every few minutes. Then came the humming. A child's voice, too distant to make out the tune, but distinctly human. I sat in the dark living room, clutching my hiking poles, too terrified to look outside, but too paranoid not to listen. Around 2 a.m., something started tapping on the windows. Gentle at first, then more insistent. It moved from window to window, circling the cabin. I could see a vague shadow passing each time, but it was too dark to make out any details. The tapping was accompanied by giggling, but it didn't sound like a normal child's laugh. It was hollow, almost mechanical. When dawn finally came, I nearly screamed at what I found. 10 feet from my front door was a perfect circle of those small wooden chairs, 8 of them, all facing the cabin. In the center was a larger chair, and sitting on it was a porcelain doll wearing what looked like a hand-sewn dress made from the same fabric pattern as the girl's dress in that old photograph. I didn't pack. I didn't clean up. I grabbed my laptop, phone, and car keys, and I ran. I was in my car and down that dirt road before my brain could even process what I was doing. I called Dave once I had cell service again, and left a rambling voicemail about a family emergency, and mailed him the keys from the next town. He emailed me a few days later asking about the chairs, said there weren't any chairs when his cleaning service went to prepare for the next guest, said there was no sign of the toys or the doll either, just an old photograph lying on the kitchen counter showing a family in front of the cabin. He attached it to the email. It wasn't the same photo I found. This one was taken in the same spot, but it showed a different family. And in the background, barely visible in the cabin's window, was a pale face staring out. A girl, maybe 12 years old, with a blank expression. I still have both photos saved on my phone, but I can't bring myself to look at them. I've tried researching the cabin's history, but there's surprisingly little information available. Dave stopped responding to my emails after I asked about previous incidents or deaths on the property. Sometimes late at night I still hear that humming, even though I'm hundreds of miles away now. And last week, I found a small wooden chair sitting in my apartment complex's parking lot, facing my bedroom window. I'm moving next month. I don't know what was out there in those woods, or what it wanted, but I know it wasn't finished playing whatever game it had started. And sometimes I catch myself wondering if running away just made things worse. If now, instead of staying confined to that cabin, it's decided to follow me home. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last month on the late-night train from Boston to Providence. I've taken that route hundreds of times for work, but I've never been able to get back on a train since that night. I know this might sound crazy, but I need to share this with someone because it's eating me up inside. It was a Tuesday night, around 11:45 p.m. I had stayed late at the office to finish up some quarterly reports, and I was exhausted. The platform at South Station was practically empty. Just a few other tired commuters scattered around, all of us avoiding eye contact like typical late-night travelers. When the train pulled up, I grabbed my usual spot in the middle car, the one that usually has the best heating in winter. At first, everything was normal. I settled into my window seat, put my bag on the empty seat next to me, and pulled out my phone to check some emails. There were maybe 8 other people in my car, a couple of students with headphones on, what looked like a nurse in scrubs, and a few other professional types like me, all of us just wanting to get home. That's when I first noticed him. He was sitting at the very back of the car wearing a plain gray suit that somehow looked both expensive and worn out at the same time. Nothing particularly strange about him except something just felt off. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but worse. Every time I glanced in his direction, he was completely still, staring straight ahead, hands folded in his lap, not even blinking. Just still. I tried to ignore him and focus on my phone, but I kept getting this nagging urge to look back. The third time I did, my stomach dropped. He was 4 rows closer. I hadn't heard or seen him move. He was just in a different seat. Same position, same blank stare, same folded hands. I blinked hard and looked again, thinking I must be more tired than I realized. The woman sitting across the aisle, the nurse, caught my eye. The look on her face told me she'd noticed it too. She gave me this slight shake of her head like she was trying to convince herself she was imagining things. I wanted to say something to her, but what do you say? Hey, are you also seeing the creepy guy teleporting around the train? I decided to keep my eyes forward, gripping my phone so tight my knuckles were white. The train swayed and rumbled as we passed through the darkness between stations. Every slight reflection in my window made my heart jump. I could feel him back there, that static presence. About 15 minutes into the ride, the overhead lights flickered, just for a second, barely noticeable. But when they stabilized, I heard the nurse make this small, gasping sound. Against my better judgment, I turned around. He was halfway up the car now, still in that exact same position, like someone had just picked him up and moved him like a mannequin. 6 rows away. The closest student had taken out his headphones and was now sitting completely rigid, staring straight ahead. Everyone in the car could feel it. This suffocating tension, like the air had gotten thick and heavy. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone to call someone. Police? Amtrak security? But I had no service. Of course I had no service. The nurse was gripping her bag like a shield, and I could see her trying to catch the attention of one of the students, but nobody wanted to be the first to acknowledge what was happening. Then the lights flickered again. This time they stayed off longer, maybe 3 seconds. In that darkness I heard something. Not footsteps. Not movement. Just this soft, wet sound like someone slowly running their tongue over their lips. When the lights came back on, I couldn't help it. I looked. 3 rows behind me now. Close enough that I could see his face clearly for the first time. That's what still haunts me the most. His features were wrong. Like someone had described a human face to an AI, and it got everything just slightly incorrect. His eyes were a bit too far apart. His smile stretched just a fraction too wide, and his skin had this waxy quality that made him look almost artificial. But the worst part? His expression hadn't changed at all. That same blank stare, but now I could see his eyes weren't focusing on anything. They were just empty, like black marbles pushed into clay. The nurse stood up suddenly, grabbing her bag. "Back car," she said, her voice shaking. "We should..." The lights went out again. This time the darkness felt absolute. The kind of darkness that presses against your eyeballs. I could hear people moving, shuffling. Someone starting to cry. That wet sound again, closer now, and underneath it, a low hum that might have been human, but wasn't quite right. Like someone trying to remember how to make sounds with their throat. When the lights came back on, I screamed. He was in the seat right behind me. I could smell him, this sickly sweet odor like overripe fruit and wet leather. The nurse was gone. The students were gone. Everyone had fled to other cars while it was dark, and I was alone with him. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only sit there, feeling his presence inches behind my head. Then I heard it, this soft, precise whisper right next to my ear. "Your stop is next." It wasn't. My stop was still 20 minutes away. But right then the train started slowing down. That familiar screech of brakes even though we were in the middle of nowhere. No station in sight, just darkness outside the windows. The train came to a complete stop. The doors opened with their usual hiss and chime. "Your stop." The whisper came again, closer now, those wrong lips almost brushing my ear. I ran. I didn't think, didn't grab my bag, didn't look back. I just bolted out of that car and onto the empty platform that shouldn't have been there. The moment my feet hit the concrete, the doors closed behind me. As the train pulled away, I caught one last glimpse through the window. He was in my seat now, face pressed against the glass. That too wide smile stretched even wider. Those empty eyes locked onto mine until the train disappeared into the darkness. I stood there shaking, fumbling with my phone that still had no service. It was freezing and I had no idea where I was. Some abandoned platform in the middle of nowhere, no lights except for a single flickering bulb that barely illuminated a weathered bench. I sat there for what felt like hours, jumping at every sound, until the first morning train came through. The weird thing is, when I try to research that platform now, I can't find any record of it. I've looked at every map of the Providence-Boston line, and there's nothing there. Just a stretch of track through empty woods. I've tried asking Amtrak about it, but they have no record of my ticket from that night, even though I have the credit card charge to prove I was on that train. Sometimes I lie awake at night, thinking about that voice, that smell, that wrong face. But mostly I think about what would have happened if I hadn't gotten off at my stop. I've taken Ubers to work every day since then. The surge pricing is worth it. Because every time I see a train now, I can't help but wonder if he's in there, sitting perfectly still, moving closer each time the lights flicker, waiting for someone else to notice him. I still have nightmares about that smile, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I swear I can hear that wet sound like someone practicing how to be human. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last February. I've been trying to make sense of it for months, but I just can't. I drive a lot for work. I'm a medical equipment sales rep covering 3 states in the Midwest. Usually I plan my stays in advance, but that night was different. My last meeting ran way longer than expected. By 9 p.m., I was still 4 hours from home, fighting to keep my eyes open on this pitch-black stretch of Highway 71. The snow had started falling pretty heavily, and the forecast showed it getting worse. I knew I had to stop somewhere, anywhere really. I almost missed the sign for Mountain Pass Motel, just a dim, flickering neon light casting a reddish glow through the falling snow. The parking lot was empty except for a rusty pickup truck I assumed belonged to the staff. The place looked run down but not completely decrepit. You know, the kind of roadside motel that's seen better days but still keeps the lights on for travelers like me. The office smelled like old cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner. Behind the desk sat this older guy, probably in his 60s, reading a paperback with yellowed pages. He barely looked up when I walked in, just held up one finger while he finished his page. The wall clock behind him read 9:47 p.m. "Need a room," I said, trying to sound more awake than I felt. "Just for tonight." He slowly put his book down and started typing into an ancient computer. The keyboard clicks seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet office. "Single or double?" "Single's fine." I grabbed my wallet. "How much?" "65 even. Checkout's at 11. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. While he processed my card, I noticed the room key rack behind him was completely full except for that one key he'd grabbed for me. Room 114. "Slow night, huh?" I said, trying to make conversation. He just grunted and handed me my key, an actual metal key attached to a blue plastic tag, not one of those electronic cards. End of the building on the right. Vending machines are in the middle. Office closes at 10, reopens at 6. I grabbed my overnight bag from the car and headed to my room. The snow was really coming down now, already covering my footprints by the time I reached the door. The key stuck a little, but the room itself was clean enough. Just your basic motel setup with a queen bed, TV, and bathroom. The heater took a few minutes to kick in, rattling like it was shaking off a long sleep. I did my usual routine: quick shower, check emails, call my girlfriend to let her know where I was. The cell signal was weak, but I managed to get through. "Yeah, I'm fine, just tired. Some little motel off 71. I'll head out first thing tomorrow." By 11 p.m. I was in bed, half watching some old sitcom reruns. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. I mean, really quiet. No car sounds from the highway, no footsteps from other guests, no doors closing. Just complete silence, except for the heater's occasional rumble. I must have dozed off because the first knock startled me awake. 3 sharp raps on my door, clear as day. The TV was still on, casting blue light across the room. The clock read 2:17 a.m. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the quiet room. No answer. I sat up, fully awake now. Another knock, same pattern. Tap, tap, tap. I got up and approached the door, trying to see through the peephole, but it was too dark outside. "Who is it?" I asked louder this time. Still nothing. Then the doorknob started rattling. Not violently, but deliberately, like someone was testing it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. The rattling stopped, then started again, more insistent this time. I grabbed my phone. 2 bars, thank God. I called the front desk, hands shaking as I dialed the number posted by the room phone. It rang 7 times before someone picked up. Front desk. Same raspy voice from earlier. "This is room 114. Someone's at my door, trying to get in." A long pause. "That's not possible, sir. You're our only guest tonight." My mouth went dry. "What? But I can hear them right now. They're literally rattling my doorknob." "Sir, I can assure you, you're the only person checked in. I'm looking at the registry right now." As if to prove him wrong, 3 more knocks, louder this time. "You heard that, right?" I practically shouted into the phone. "I didn't hear anything, sir. Would you like me to come check?" "Yes, please, right now." "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Those 5 minutes felt like hours. The knocking had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A soft, scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across the door. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, phone in one hand, room key in the other, ready to bolt if needed. The scraping stopped. Footsteps crunched in the snow outside, then a flashlight beam swept across my window. A knock at my door, different from the others, more professional somehow. "Front desk," the raspy voice called out. I checked the peephole first. It was him, looking annoyed and cold. I opened the door just enough to see him properly. "There's no one out here, sir," he said, sweeping his flashlight across the empty walkway. "And look, no footprints in the snow except mine and yours from earlier." He was right. The snow in front of my door was pristine except for his fresh footprints and my partially filled in ones from hours ago. But I started, then stopped. How could I explain what I'd heard when there was no evidence? "Probably just the wind," he said. "These old buildings make all kinds of noises. Try to get some sleep." He turned and walked away, his footsteps crunching in the fresh snow. I shut and locked the door, then wedged the room's only chair under the handle for good measure. Sleep was out of the question now. I sat on the bed, back against the headboard, and kept my eyes fixed on that door. At 3:42 a.m., the knocking started again. Same pattern, tap, tap, tap. But this time, something else happened. The TV suddenly switched to static, filling the room with gray noise. When I tried to turn it off, it wouldn't respond. Not to the remote, not to the power button, nothing. The static began to form patterns. I know how crazy this sounds, but I swear I could see shapes moving in it, like shadows passing behind a frosted glass. And the noise? It started to sound less like static and more like whispers. The temperature in the room dropped so fast I could see my breath. The heater was still running, but it might as well have been blowing ice. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone to try calling the front desk again. This time no one answered. The knocking got louder, more insistent. The doorknob rattled so hard I thought it would break. The chair legs scraped against the floor as something pushed against the door. The static on the TV grew louder, the whispers more distinct, though I still couldn't make out any words. I grabbed my bag and car keys, ready to make a run for it, weather be damned. But just as I stood up, everything stopped. The TV clicked off. The temperature began to rise. The knocking and rattling ceased completely. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe too loudly. The clock ticked over to 4 a.m., then 4:30, then 5 or... Nothing happened, just silence. When dawn finally started to break around 6:15 a.m., I was still standing there, keys in hand. I waited until I could see sunlight through the curtains before opening the door. The snow outside was untouched except for those same footprints from the night before, mine and the clerk's. The morning was perfectly normal, almost mockingly so. Birds were chirping. The sun was rising over the highway. A few cars drove past. I walked to the office on shaky legs. A different clerk was there, a young woman who looked like she'd just started her shift. When I tried to ask her about the night clerk, she looked confused. "Night clerk? We don't have a night clerk," she said. "Office closes at 10, opens at 6. Always has." I checked out immediately and drove home in a daze. Later that day, I looked up the Mountain Pass Motel online, thinking maybe others had similar experiences. But I couldn't find it. Not on any booking sites, not on Google Maps, nowhere. I've driven that stretch of Highway 71 several times since then, in daylight, looking for that faded sign. It's not there. I still travel for work, but I plan my stays more carefully now. Chain hotels only, preferably crowded ones. Sometimes late at night, when I'm in a hotel room and everything gets quiet, I find myself staring at the door waiting to hear that familiar tap, tap, tap. So far, it hasn't come, but I always keep the TV off just in case. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last month at Valley View Mall. I've been into urban exploration photography for a few years now, documenting abandoned buildings around my city. Usually the scariest things I encounter are unstable floors or the occasional raccoon. But what happened that day? I'm still trying to process it. I'd heard Valley View had been completely abandoned since 2019. It was this massive shopping complex from the 80s that slowly died out as newer malls opened up nearby. I'd seen some amazing photos online of the empty corridors and defunct storefronts, so I figured it would make for a perfect solo shoot on my day off. I parked my car in the crumbling lot around 2 p.m., figuring I'd have plenty of daylight. The exterior was exactly what you'd expect. Faded signs, broken windows, graffiti everywhere. I found an unlocked service entrance near the old food court and slipped inside with my camera gear. The first hour was incredible. The silence was eerie, but peaceful. Sunlight streamed through the skylights, creating these beautiful shadows across the empty walkways. I got some amazing shots of the abandoned fountains and these creepy mannequins left behind in display windows. The decay was haunting, but photogenic. I was setting up a shot of an old carousel in the central court when I heard voices echoing from somewhere nearby. My heart started racing. Security guards, maybe? But the place had been abandoned for years. I quickly packed up my tripod, ready to bail if needed. That's when I saw them. A small group of people emerging from one of the old department stores. There were 5 of them, looking pretty rough around the edges. Homeless folks, I assumed. The oldest guy, probably in his 50s with a scraggly gray beard, spotted me first. "Hey there, photographer," he called out way too cheerfully. "Don't be scared, we're just the current tenants." I was frozen, unsure whether to run or try to explain myself. But they all seemed so normal, friendly even. The older guy introduced himself as Mike and explained they'd been living in the mall for about 8 months. There was something disarming about how open they were about it. "You should see how we've fixed up the old Macy's," a younger woman named Sarah said. "We've made it pretty cozy. Want to check it out? Your camera would love it." I know how naive this sounds now, but they seemed genuinely excited to show someone what they'd done with the place. And I was curious. I'd never seen how people actually lived in these abandoned spaces. Plus, there were women in the group, which made me feel a bit safer. The home they'd created was actually impressive at first glance. They'd transformed the old department store into a makeshift living space, using display fixtures as room dividers and salvaged furniture to create little personal areas. They even had a kitchen set up using camping stoves. Mike offered me some water, which I accepted. It was bottled, so I figured it was safe. They asked about my photography, seemed really interested in my work. But something felt off. I noticed they kept positioning themselves between me and the exits. Every time I mentioned leaving, they'd quickly change the subject or insist I had to see something else. "You haven't even seen the best part yet," Mike kept saying. "Just wait until sunset. The light through the skylights makes this place magical." That's when I started noticing other things. The way they'd glance at each other when they thought I wasn't looking. How their smiles never quite reached their eyes. The fact that I hadn't seen any phones or personal belongings that someone could easily grab if they needed to leave quickly. I made my first attempt to leave after about an hour. "Thanks so much for showing me around, but I should really get going. I've got dinner plans." Sarah's hand gripped my arm, not violently, but firmly. "But you haven't tried my special tea yet. I picked the herbs myself from our rooftop garden. Everyone who visits has to try it." The way she said "everyone who visits" sent ice down my spine. Had there been others? Where were they now? I noticed more details then. Scratch marks on some of the support columns. A few suspicious dark stains on the carpet that didn't look like water damage. A door that clearly had fresh locks on it, despite this being a squatter situation. Mike must have noticed me looking because his whole demeanor shifted slightly. His smile became fixed, almost plastic. "You know, it's really not safe to leave right now. There's some dangerous people who come through here in the evenings. You should stay until morning." That's when panic really started setting in. I knew I had to get out, but they had me outnumbered and probably knew this place way better than I did. I needed to play it smart. I forced myself to smile, tried to keep my voice steady. "You're probably right, but I really need to use the bathroom first. Too much coffee earlier." They led me to what had been the store's employee restroom. Sarah started to follow me in, but I laughed it off. "I'm pretty shy about that stuff. Just give me a minute." As soon as the door closed, I frantically looked for options. The window was small, but I thought I could squeeze through. Problem was, I was on the second floor. But I'd noticed a lower roof section outside earlier while taking photos. I could hear them talking quietly outside the door. I knew I only had minutes before they got suspicious. Using my camera bag to break the window would make too much noise, so I had to use my jacket wrapped around my elbow. It took 3 hard hits before it shattered. The sound was louder than I'd hoped. Immediately, I heard Mike's voice. "Everything okay in there?" "Sorry," I called back, trying to sound normal. "Just knocked over the paper towel holder." I could hear them trying to open the door as I squeezed through the window. Thank God I was right about the lower roof. I dropped down onto it, pain shooting through my ankles, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind me, I could hear shouting. The lower roof connected to a maintenance ladder on the building's exterior. I practically slid down it, scraping my palms raw but not caring. I ran to my car faster than I've ever run in my life. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I saw them emerge from a side door. Mike was in front, and that fake friendly smile was completely gone. He just stared as I drove away, and somehow that was worse than if he'd chased me. I called the police once I was safely home, but when they checked the mall the next day, they said they found no evidence of anyone living there. No makeshift home, no camping stoves, nothing. Just empty retail space. But they weren't looking hard enough. Because I've driven past that mall a few times since then, always in broad daylight, always from a safe distance. And sometimes, if I look at just the right angle through the broken skylights, I swear I can see movement inside. People walking around like they're shopping in a store that's been closed for years. I still have my camera with all the photos I took that day. Well, most of them. The ones from inside their home in the old Macy's are gone, somehow deleted. But that's probably for the best. I don't need any reminders of what I saw there or what might have happened if I hadn't gotten away. I don't do urban exploration anymore. These days I stick to nature photography. At least out in the woods, you can see the dangerous things coming. I've been driving trucks for almost 15 years now, and I thought I'd seen everything there was to see on America's highways. But what happened to me last month on that stretch of I-80 in western Nebraska still keeps me up at night. I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to make it home that night. It was around 2 a.m. when I pulled into this rest stop about 40 miles west of North Platte. I'd been driving since Kansas City, and even though I still had a few hours left before hitting my limit, I really needed to use the bathroom and grab some coffee. The place was practically deserted, which isn't unusual for that time of night, except for this beat-up white Ford Explorer parked in the far corner of the lot, engine running. Something about that SUV just didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was because the driver had backed into the spot, facing the exit, or maybe it was the way the headlights were off but the engine was still going. I've learned to trust my gut in this line of work, and every instinct was telling me something was off. I parked my rig under one of the few working lights in the lot, making sure I had a clear view of my mirrors. The rest stop building was maybe 50 yards from where I parked. As I walked toward it, I kept glancing at that Explorer. The windows were tinted, but I could have sworn I saw movement inside. The rest stop was one of those older ones. You know, the kind with the flickering fluorescent lights and that weird smell of industrial cleaner that never quite masks anything. The whole time I was in there, I couldn't shake this crawling sensation between my shoulder blades like someone was watching me. When I came out, that Explorer hadn't moved an inch, but the engine was still running. I got back to my truck as quickly as I could without actually running. As I climbed into the cab, I noticed something in my side mirror. The Explorer's parking lights had just clicked on. I fired up my engine, and that's when I saw it pull out of its spot, real slow and deliberate-like. I waited a minute before pulling out, hoping they'd go on ahead, but they just idled there by the exit, waiting. I had no choice but to get back on the highway. The Explorer followed me out, keeping a good distance at first, maybe 5 or 6 car lengths back. The highway was empty. I mean completely empty. Out there in western Nebraska, you can go 20-30 minutes without seeing another vehicle at that hour. Usually that's one of the things I love about night driving, but right then, it felt like being in one of those nightmares where you're all alone in the world. For the first few miles, I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. Lots of people travel the same direction on highways, right? But then I noticed they were matching my speed exactly, staying the same distance behind me no matter what I did. I slowed down to 60, they slowed down. I sped up to 75, they sped up. I decided to test them. I put on my signal and moved to the right lane. They moved over too. I switched back to the left. They followed. My hands were getting sweaty on the wheel, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't normal highway behavior. They were definitely following me. About 10 miles in, they suddenly accelerated and pulled up right behind me, so close I couldn't see their headlights in my mirrors anymore. I've had plenty of cars ride my tail before, but this was different. They knew exactly what they were doing, staying in my blind spot, trying to make me nervous. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but out there I had no signal. Of course. I thought about using my CB radio, but at that hour in that part of the country, I knew the chances of another trucker being within range were slim. Then they started flashing their high beams, on, off, over and over, trying to blind me through my mirrors. I adjusted them, but they kept changing angles, finding new ways to get that light in my eyes. I was doing 80 by this point, which is faster than I like to take my rig, but they stayed right on me. Suddenly, they swerved into the left lane and started to pull up alongside me. My first thought was they were finally going to pass me, and this nightmare would be over. But they matched my speed exactly, staying right in my blind spot. I couldn't see if anyone was behind me anymore. I couldn't see if there was anything ahead in their lane. I was driving blind. That's when I noticed they were gradually trying to edge me toward the right shoulder. It was subtle at first. So subtle I might not have noticed if I wasn't already on high alert. But they were definitely drifting closer, inch by inch, forcing me to move over to avoid a collision. I couldn't move any further right without going onto the shoulder, and at 80 miles per hour that could have been deadly with my trailer. They knew this. They were trying to force me into an impossible choice. Either risk a crash by going onto the shoulder, or risk a crash by holding my ground. I was coming up on a slight curve in the highway, and I knew this was my only chance. There was a steep embankment on the right side of the road just after the curve. I hit my brakes, hard. The Explorer shot forward, not expecting the sudden deceleration. I heard their tires squeal as they swerved to avoid rear-ending me. My trailer jackknifed slightly, but I managed to keep control. The Explorer ended up ahead of me, fishtailing as they tried to recover. For a split second, their car was illuminated fully in my headlights, and I could see there were at least 2 people inside, maybe 3. They were all wearing dark hoodies or jackets, and I couldn't make out any faces. They regained control and slowed down, trying to fall behind me again, but I wasn't having it. I kept my speed low enough that they had to stay in front of me unless they wanted to come to a complete stop in the middle of the highway. We stayed like that for maybe another mile. Them in front, me keeping my distance but not letting them fall behind. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. They'd killed their taillights completely. On a dark highway with no moon, they'd basically become invisible. I slammed on my brakes and hit my hazards, scanning desperately for somewhere to turn around, somewhere to pull over, anywhere that might have people or cameras or witnesses. That's when I saw the lights of a state trooper parked in the median about a quarter mile ahead. I've never been so happy to see law enforcement in my life. The Explorer must have spotted them too, because they immediately took the next exit, one of those unnamed rural roads that disappear into the darkness. I pulled over and told the trooper everything. He radioed it in and took my statement, but I knew they were long gone. They probably knew those back roads well enough to disappear without a trace. The trooper ended up escorting me to the next major truck stop, about 30 miles down the road. I filed a police report, but without a license plate number. It was too dark to see one, and I suspect they might have removed it anyway. There wasn't much they could do. I checked the news for the next few weeks, worried I'd read about another trucker who wasn't as lucky as me, but I never saw anything. I still drive that route sometimes. I have to, it's part of the job. But I never stop at that rest area anymore, and I'm a lot more careful about who might be watching me when I do stop. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if that state trooper hadn't been there, or if I hadn't managed to keep control of my rig when I hit the brakes. The thing that really gets to me, though, is wondering how many times they'd done this before. How many other drivers had they followed? How many times had they practiced that routine with the high beams and the blind spots? They were too coordinated, too practiced for this to have been their first attempt. I've thought about quitting trucking since then, but this is my life, you know? I'm not going to let them take that from me. But I'd be lying if I said I don't check my mirrors a little more often now, especially when I'm driving through Nebraska at night. And every time I see a white Ford Explorer on the road, my heart skips a beat. The police never found them. Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, waiting at some dark rest stop, watching for their next target. If you're a truck driver reading this, or really anyone who drives long distances at night, keep your eyes open. And if you see a vehicle matching that description, engine running in a dark corner of a rest stop, just keep driving. It's better to be tired than to never make it home at all. I still get chills thinking about what happened last summer while I was house-sitting for my cousin Rachel. She'd asked me to watch her place in suburbia for 3 weeks while she and her husband went on a delayed honeymoon to Europe. Being a broke grad student, I jumped at the chance. Free accommodation in a nice neighborhood. Plus, she'd pay me a bit for keeping an eye on things. Looking back, I wish I'd just stayed in my cramped apartment. The first few days were completely normal. Rachel's house was a cozy 2-story in one of those quiet neighborhoods where all the lawns are perfectly maintained and everyone has a Ring doorbell. The kind of place where the most exciting thing that usually happens is someone's kid having a birthday party. I spent my days working remotely from her home office, taking care of her plants, and feeding her ancient cat, Mr. Whiskers. Everything changed on my 4th night there. I'm a light sleeper, and around 2 a.m. I was jolted awake by a loud thudding sound from next door. At first I tried to ignore it. Probably just someone getting home late, right? But then I heard it again, and again. It was a rhythmic sound, like something heavy being dragged or moved. Curiosity got the better of me, and I went to the spare bedroom window that overlooked the neighbor's house. What I saw made my skin crawl. The garage door was open, casting a rectangle of yellow light onto the driveway. A man, I assumed the neighbor, was methodically moving what looked like large, heavy black bags from a pickup truck into his garage. The weird part? He was being so precise about it. Each bag was handled with extreme care, like they contained something fragile or something that shouldn't be disturbed. I'd never met this neighbor. Rachel had mentioned the house belonged to some guy who kept to himself. I think she said his name was Paul or Peter, something with a P. She'd said he traveled a lot for work and wasn't around much. But watching him that night, something felt wrong. The mechanical way he moved. The fact that he was doing this at 2 a.m. The absolute silence except for the thudding of those bags being set down. I must have stood at that window for 20 minutes watching him. He made at least 8 trips from the truck to the garage. Each time, the same careful movements, the same gentle placement of each bag. I started to notice other details. How he always took exactly the same path across the driveway. How he seemed to be wearing some kind of thick gloves despite the summer heat. How he would pause for exactly the same amount of time after placing each bag before returning to the truck. Then, as if he could sense my presence, he stopped mid-motion and looked up, directly at my window. I ducked down so fast I banged my knee on the radiator, but I knew he'd seen me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. When I finally worked up the courage to peek out again, the garage door was closed and the truck was gone. I barely slept that night. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous. People can do whatever they want on their own property, right? Maybe he worked nights. Maybe he was moving storage boxes. Maybe he had a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. The next day, I tried to act normal. I worked. I watered the plants. I played with Mr. Whiskers. But I kept finding myself going to the window looking at that garage. The house was completely still during the day. No movement, no sounds, not even a curtain shifting. The more I looked, the more I noticed odd things I hadn't paid attention to before. All the windows had thick blackout curtains. There were no personal items visible anywhere. No welcome mat, no decorations, not even a stray leaf on the pristine driveway. It was like someone had created a perfect replica of a house but forgotten to add the little signs of life that make a home feel lived in. That evening, I ordered pizza for dinner. As I was paying the delivery guy, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. The neighbor was standing on his front porch watching us. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just standing there, completely still, hands in his pockets. But something about his posture made my stomach turn. I hurried inside and locked the door, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the pizza. An hour later, my doorbell rang. I knew before I even looked who it would be. Through the peephole, I could see him standing there, tall, thin, wearing a plain dark jacket despite the warm evening. Everything about him looked normal, and that somehow made it worse. He rang again and again, each ring exactly 5 seconds apart. After the fourth ring, I heard his voice. "I know you're home. We need to talk about what you saw." My mouth went dry. I stood there, frozen, trying to decide what to do. Call the police? But what would I say? My neighbor is ringing my doorbell and wants to talk. I hadn't actually seen him do anything illegal. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I opened the door, keeping the chain on. He smiled when he saw me. It was a perfectly pleasant smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Hi there," he said, his voice surprisingly warm and normal. "I'm Paul from next door. I couldn't help but notice you watching me last night." I tried to sound casual. "Oh yeah, sorry about that. I heard some noise and was just curious. I'm house sitting for Rachel." His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. "Curiosity is natural," he said softly. "But sometimes it's safer not to ask questions. Sometimes it's better not to look too closely at things that happen after dark." He paused, still smiling that empty smile. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" I nodded quickly, wanting nothing more than for this conversation to end. But he wasn't finished. "I like this neighborhood," he continued. "It's quiet, private. People here mind their own business. That's important to me. Very important." His voice had taken on an odd, rhythmic quality, almost like he was reciting something he'd said many times before. "I'd hate for anything to disturb that peace, wouldn't you?" Before I could respond, he reached into his jacket pocket. My heart nearly stopped, but he just pulled out what looked like a business card. He slid it through the gap in the door. "If you ever need to reach me, or if you ever feel like you need to, talk about anything you might see or hear, day or night." He emphasized those last words in a way that made my skin crawl. I picked up the card with trembling fingers. It was blank except for a phone number printed in simple black text. When I looked up again, he was already walking away, his movements as precise and measured as they had been the night before. That night I heard the sounds again. The garage door opening, the thudding of heavy objects being moved. But this time I stayed in bed, my eyes squeezed shut, trying to convince myself that I couldn't hear what sounded like something wet dripping onto concrete, or the faint metallic smell that seemed to seep in through the closed windows. The next morning I called Rachel and made up an excuse about a family emergency. I told her I'd find someone else to watch her house. She was understanding, even offered to help, but I was already packing my bags as we spoke. As I loaded my car, I noticed Paul's truck was gone, and the house looked exactly as it always did. Perfect, pristine, and somehow wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I drive past that neighborhood sometimes, usually during the day when everything looks normal, and I can almost convince myself I imagined the whole thing. But I never drive by at night. I don't want to know if that garage door is open, don't want to see what might be being moved in the darkness. The business card is still in my wallet, unopened, untouched. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I think about calling the number, about asking the questions that keep me awake at night. But then I remember his words about curiosity, and I put the card away. Rachel still lives next door to him. She says he's the perfect neighbor. Quiet, keeps to himself, never causes any trouble. Sometimes she mentions that she sees his truck coming and going at odd hours, and I want to tell her everything. But I stay quiet. Because he was right about one thing. Sometimes it's safer not to ask questions. Sometimes it's better not to look too closely at the things that happen after dark. I don't know what he was moving that night. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I remember the careful way he handled those bags, the metallic smell, the sound of dripping, and I lie awake wondering how many other people have stood at their windows in the middle of the night, watching him work, before learning to look away. I've been camping solo for over 8 years now, and nothing has ever made me question my safety in the wilderness until what happened at Maple Creek 3 weeks ago. I'm still trying to process everything, but I need to write this down while the details are fresh in my mind. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I had a few days off work and decided to head to Maple Creek Campground, about 2 hours north of where I live. It's a pretty secluded spot. No RV hookups, just basic tent sites scattered through the woods. I'd been there twice before in peak season, but this time, being mid-October, I figured it would be nice and quiet. I wasn't wrong about that part. When I pulled into the gravel parking area around 2 p.m., there were only 2 other cars there. The ranger station was empty, typical for off-season, so I just filled out the self-registration form and picked Site 14, which I remembered as having a nice clearing for stargazing. It's about a quarter-mile hike from the parking area, which is one of the reasons I like it. Feels more remote than the sites closer to the entrance. I'm pretty efficient with my setup after years of doing this. Within an hour, I had my tent pitched, sleeping bag rolled out, and my cooking gear arranged on the picnic table. The weather was perfect, crisp fall air, barely any wind, and that golden afternoon light filtering through the trees. I spent the rest of the daylight gathering firewood and taking photos of some interesting mushrooms I found near my site. The first weird thing I noticed was around sunset. I was heating up my dinner, just some freeze-dried pasta, when I realized the woods had gone completely silent. If you spend time outdoors, you know what I mean. That sudden absence of bird calls and rustling that usually means a predator is nearby. I looked around but didn't see anything concerning. Still, something felt off. Like that feeling when you think someone's watching you, but every time you turn around, there's nothing there. I told myself I was being paranoid and focused on eating my dinner. By the time I finished, it was properly dark. I had a decent fire going and was just sitting there reading on my Kindle when I heard the first footsteps. They were coming from behind my tent, maybe 30 feet into the woods. Slow, deliberate steps on the leaf litter. Could have been a deer, but something about the rhythm felt too intentional. I called out, "Hello?" and shined my flashlight in that direction, but the beam just showed empty trees and undergrowth. The steps stopped immediately when I called out. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, completely still, just listening. Nothing. I decided it must have been an animal and went back to my reading, but I couldn't focus on the words anymore. Around 9:30 p.m., I decided to turn in. I made sure my fire was properly out, hung my food bag, bear safety is ingrained in me at this point, and got into my tent. I always keep my boots, headlamp, and pocket knife right by my sleeping bag, another habit from years of solo camping. I drifted off pretty quickly, despite still feeling slightly uneasy. I woke up around 2 a.m. needing to pee. This is always the worst part of camping, having to leave your warm sleeping bag in the middle of the night. I grabbed my headlamp and unzipped the tent as quietly as possible. The moon was nearly full, so even before I turned on my light, I could see something wasn't right. My camping chair, which I'd left by the fire pit, was now positioned directly facing my tent about 10 feet away. I'm absolutely certain it wasn't there when I went to bed. I felt my heart rate spike. I shined my light around the campsite, half expecting to see someone sitting in the shadows, but there was nothing obvious out of place. I debated just peeing right next to my tent, but I was too worried about making noise. Instead, I pulled on my boots, grabbed my knife, though what good it would do against someone who was probably long gone, I don't know, and quickly walked to my usual spot about 40 feet from camp. When I got back, I noticed something else. My cooking gear, which I'd left neatly stacked on the picnic table, had been arranged in a perfect circle, not scattered, deliberately placed in a precise circular pattern. My pot in the center, with my cup, spork, and other utensils radiating out from it like spokes on a wheel. I stood there for what felt like forever, my headlamp beam fixed on this bizarre display. I know I should have packed up right then and hiked back to my car, but something kept me rooted there. Maybe it was shock, or maybe I was worried that whatever or whoever had done this was waiting somewhere between me and the parking lot. I got back in my tent, pulled my sleeping bag up to my chin, and lay there with my knife in one hand and my phone in the other. No signal, of course. The closest I'd gotten was one bar near the parking lot. I kept my headlamp on, telling myself that if someone was out there, at least they couldn't sneak up without me seeing their shadow on the tent wall. That's when the footsteps started again. This time they were circling my tent, slowly, methodically, about 15 feet out, if I had to guess. I could hear them crushing leaves, snapping the occasional twig. They made no attempt to be quiet. In fact, it felt like they wanted me to hear them. I started counting the circuits they made around my tent. 1, 2, 3. Each circle taking about 2 minutes to complete. On the fourth circuit, they stopped directly behind my tent. I was holding my breath, straining to hear any sound that might tell me what they were doing. Then something scraped against the outside of my tent. Not claws or anything sharp. It felt more like someone running their hand along the fabric. Just one slow, deliberate stroke from about head height down to the ground. I think I made some kind of involuntary noise because the touch stopped immediately. The footsteps retreated faster now, heading deeper into the woods. I lay there for what felt like hours, clutching my knife so hard my hand was cramping, listening to every tiny sound and imagining the worst. Eventually, pure exhaustion must have taken over, because I dozed off. I woke up to early morning light filtering through my tent. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd dreamed the whole thing. Then I unzipped my tent door and saw what they'd done while I slept. Every single item I'd left outside, my chair, cooking gear, even the pile of firewood, had been arranged in a massive spiral pattern around my tent. The spiral started about 20 feet out and wound inward, with my tent at the center. It must have taken whoever did it at least an hour to place everything so precisely. But the worst part, the thing that made me throw everything into my backpack and practically run back to my car, was what they'd done with my hiking boots. Somehow they'd gotten them out of my tent while I slept, and I'm a light sleeper, especially after what had happened earlier. They'd placed them at the very center of the spiral, right in front of my tent door, facing inward. Perfectly aligned, exactly 1 inch apart. I didn't even roll up my tent properly, just yanked up the stakes, stuffed it in its bag, and got the hell out of there. I passed one of the rangers on my way out, driving in for his morning shift. I thought about stopping to report what happened, but what would I say? Someone rearranged my camping gear in creepy patterns? I had no proof anything actually threatening had occurred. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure when or if I'll go again. I keep thinking about those footsteps, that deliberate touch on my tent, and most of all, how they managed to get my boots without waking me. I'm an experienced camper. I know most of the rational explanations for strange things you might encounter in the woods. This wasn't a bear or a raccoon, or even some random person trying to scare me. This felt purposeful, organized. Like whatever it was trying to tell me something. The strangest part? When I got home and was unpacking, I found something in one of my boots. A single maple leaf, folded perfectly in half, then in half again, until it was just a tiny triangle. It wasn't crushed or creased. Each fold was precise, deliberate, like origami. I still have it, pressed between the pages of my camping journal. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation for everything that happened that night. But deep down, I know there isn't one. I've been camping in some pretty remote places over the years, but I've never felt unsafe until that night at Maple Creek. Whatever was out there wasn't just trying to scare me. It was trying to communicate something. I just wish I knew what. You never really notice the empty spaces until something fills them. For weeks, I barely paid attention to the large windows at the front of our convenience store. They were just there, letting in light during the day, reflecting the fluorescent glare at night. Then he appeared, and suddenly those windows became the only thing I could think about. The first time I saw him, I almost missed him entirely. It was around 2 a.m., and I was restocking the candy aisle, my back to the entrance. When I turned around to grab another box, I caught a glimpse of movement through the glass. A man was standing there, just outside the entrance, hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead. I didn't think much of it at first. Working the graveyard shift, you get all types. Drunk college students, insomniacs, truckers looking for coffee. But this guy didn't come in. He just stood there, perfectly still, like he was waiting for something. After about 10 minutes, I started to feel uneasy. He hadn't moved an inch, hadn't checked his phone, hadn't done any of the normal things people do when they're waiting. He just watched. I tried to focus on my work, but I kept finding myself glancing up, checking to see if he was still there. He was. Always. Around 3 a.m., he finally left. No dramatic exit, no acknowledgement. He just turned and walked away into the darkness. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and tried to shake off the weird feeling he'd left behind. The next night, he was back. Same time, same spot, same unsettling stillness. This time, I got a better look at him. He was tall, probably in his 50s, with graying hair and a worn jacket that hung loose on his frame. His face was what got me, though. There was something empty about it, like he was wearing a mask that didn't quite fit. I considered calling my manager, but what would I say? That a man was standing outside the store? He wasn't doing anything wrong, technically. He was just standing there, watching. Night after night, he returned. Always at 2 a.m., always in the same spot. Sometimes he'd stay for an hour, sometimes longer. I started timing my breaks around his visits, hiding in the back room until I thought he'd be gone. But he seemed to know when I was avoiding him. On those nights, he'd stay longer, waiting me out. After 2 weeks of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what he wanted. One night, just after he'd taken up his usual position, I walked to the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I forced myself to sound calm. "Excuse me," I called through the glass. "Can I help you with something?" He didn't respond immediately. His eyes, which had been fixed on some point in the distance, slowly shifted to meet mine. A small smile crept across his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those stayed cold, calculating. "Hello, Emma," he said softly. I felt my blood turn to ice. I hadn't told him my name. My name tag was hidden under my jacket. I always kept it covered during night shifts, a basic safety precaution. But he knew. He knew my name. "How do you know my name?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer, just kept smiling that empty smile, his eyes never leaving mine. I backed away from the door, my hands shaking. I wanted to run to the back room, call the police, do something, but I couldn't move. His gaze held me there, like a mouse trapped by a snake. "You should be more careful," he said finally, his voice carrying clearly through the glass. "You never know who's watching." I turned and ran to the back office, fumbling with my phone as I tried to dial 911. When I finally got through, I was practically hyperventilating. The dispatcher tried to calm me down as I explained what was happening, but my words came out in a jumbled rush. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. They searched the area but found nothing. They took my statement, told me they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell they didn't think it was serious. Just another nervous night shift worker spooked by a harmless stranger, but he wasn't harmless. I knew it in my bones. The next night, I was on edge from the moment my shift started. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow looked like a threat. When 2 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at the front windows, waiting. He didn't disappoint. This time, though, something was different. He was closer to the glass, close enough that I could see his face clearly in the fluorescent light. He was staring directly at me, that same empty smile playing across his lips. "I missed you, Emma," he called out, loud enough for me to hear from behind the counter. Did you miss me? I didn't respond. My hand was already on the phone, ready to call the police again. I know you're afraid, he continued, placing one hand against the glass. But you don't have to be. I just want to talk. We have so much in common, you and I. Leave me alone, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'll call the police. He laughed, a hollow sound that made my skin crawl. They won't understand, they never do. But I understand you, Emma. I know everything about you. To prove his point, he started listing off details about my life. Where I lived, what car I drove, my favorite coffee shop, my cat's name. Things he couldn't possibly know, shouldn't know. With each new detail, I felt my world shrinking, becoming smaller and more dangerous. How? I started to ask, but my voice failed me. I've been watching, he said simply, as if that explained everything. I've been watching for a long time. You just never noticed me before. I grabbed the phone and dialed 911 again, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. He watched me do it, that smile never wavering. They won't get here in time, he said softly. They never do. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. Not yet. I just want you to know that I'm here. That I'll always be here watching. He stepped back from the glass, still smiling. See you tomorrow, Emma. This time when he walked away, I knew it wasn't over. This was just the beginning. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't handle another night of wondering if he'd show up, of feeling those eyes on me, of hearing him recite details about my life like he was reading from a script. I moved across town, changed my phone number, did everything I could to disappear. But sometimes, late at night, I'll catch a glimpse of someone standing outside my window. Just a shadow, a suggestion of a shape in the darkness. And even though I can never quite make out their face, I know it's him. Still watching. Still waiting. I've learned to keep my curtains closed now, to vary my routine, to always look over my shoulder. I've learned that the scariest monsters aren't the ones that chase you. They're the ones that wait. The ones that watch. The ones that know your name even when you've never told them. Because that's the thing about empty spaces. Once something fills them, you can never see them the same way again. Every window becomes a potential viewpoint. Every shadow might hide a watcher. Every stranger might be him, waiting to remind me that he's still out there. I don't work night shifts anymore. I can't handle the quiet, the isolation, the way darkness turns windows into mirrors. But even in the daylight, even in crowds, I sometimes feel his eyes on me. And when I pass by convenience stores at night, I can't help but glance at the windows, searching for that familiar silhouette. Because I know he's still out there, still watching, still waiting. And the worst part? He was right about one thing. The police never did understand. How could they? How could anyone understand the terror of being watched, really watched, by someone who knows everything about you but remains a stranger? How do you explain the way it changes you, makes you question every moment of privacy, every casual glance, every coincidental meeting? You can't. You can only do what I did, run, hide, and pray that someday they'll find someone else to watch. But deep down, you know the truth. Once someone like that chooses you, they never really let go. They become a part of your story, a shadow in your peripheral vision, a presence you can never quite shake. So here I am, living my life, trying to pretend everything's normal. But I know better now. I know that sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what might happen to you. It's the knowledge that someone is out there, learning every detail of your life, waiting for the perfect moment to remind you that you're never truly alone. Because in the end, that's what real horror is. Not the jump scares or the gore or the things that go bump in the night. It's the slow, creeping realization that your life isn't entirely your own anymore. That someone else has claimed a piece of it, has made themselves at home in your nightmares. And sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I find myself standing at my window, staring out into the darkness, wondering if he's out there right now, watching, waiting, smiling that empty smile. Because he was right about one more thing. He'll always be here. Even if I never see him again, even if he's long gone, the fear he planted in me has taken root. It's grown into something permanent, something that changes the way I see the world. Every window is now a potential portal for watching eyes. Every stranger might be him in disguise. Every quiet moment might be interrupted by that soft voice saying my name, reminding me that I'm never truly alone. That's his real legacy, not the fear of what he might do, but the fear of what he's already done. He's changed the way I see the world, turned every safe space into a potential threat, every moment of solitude into a moment of vulnerability. And somewhere out there, I know he's smiling about it. The first note seemed innocent enough. Just a torn piece of paper lying on top of a pallet of boxes. Good night, Alex. Simple words that shouldn't have meant anything. But in an empty warehouse at 2 a.m., when you're supposed to be completely alone, even the simplest words can feel like a threat. I'd been working the night shift at the warehouse for about 2 months. It wasn't a bad job. Just me and a couple other guys, Eddie and Mike, organizing pallets and getting everything ready for the morning crew. I liked the simplicity of it. Put in my earbuds, zone out, and let the hours slip by without having to deal with bosses breathing down my neck or customers demanding attention. The warehouse was huge, rows upon rows of metal shelving stretching up toward the ceiling, filled with everything from electronics to furniture. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, creating pools of harsh white light between long shadows. Most nights I worked alone in my section, which was fine by me. Eddie usually stuck to the loading docks and Mike handled the inventory office. When I found that first note, I figured it was probably just Eddie messing around, though it struck me as odd. Eddie wasn't really the type for pranks. He was a quiet guy, kept to himself mostly. When I asked him about it later, he just shrugged, looking genuinely confused. "Wasn't me, man," he said, not even looking up from his clipboard. Maybe it was left over from day shift. I tried to brush it off, but something about it nagged at me. The paper had been placed deliberately right where I would find it during my rounds. And my name, Alex. It wasn't like it was posted anywhere. I didn't even wear a name tag. The next night, there was another note in the exact same spot. This time it had my full name, Alex Martin. My stomach did a little flip when I read it. 2 nights in a row couldn't be a coincidence, and now whoever was leaving these knew my last name too. I started paying more attention to my surroundings after that, checking around corners before turning them, listening for footsteps that weren't my own. The warehouse felt different now, like the shadows between the shelves had depth, like they might be hiding something, or someone. The notes kept coming. Sometimes they'd be simple, just my name or a random phrase, but then they started getting more personal. "How's your mom doing after the surgery?" I froze when I read that one. I hadn't told anyone at work about my mom's knee surgery. It wasn't exactly break room conversation material. How could anyone here know about that? "Did your brother like his birthday present?" That one made my blood run cold. I had just sent my younger brother a gift card for his birthday 2 days ago. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. "You left your apartment door unlocked this morning." That was the one that really got to me. Because I had, in my rush to make it to work on time, I'd forgotten to lock up. But how could anyone know that? The implications made my skin crawl. I started documenting everything, taking pictures of the notes with my phone, noting where I found them and when. They always appeared in areas where I was working alone, always when no one else was around. I tried setting up my phone to record while I worked, hoping to catch whoever was leaving them, but the battery died every time. Something about the warehouse's metal shelving messed with the signal. One night I decided to stay in one spot and watch the pallet where I usually found the notes. I turned off my forklift, killed the lights in my section, and waited in the darkness. Hours passed. My legs cramped from standing still, my eyes strained in the dim light. Then I heard it. Footsteps, soft and deliberate, moving somewhere in the darkness behind me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast space. "Someone there?" The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, heavy with anticipation. I switched on my flashlight, sweeping the beam through the shadows, but there was nothing, just rows of boxes and empty air. When I turned back to the pallet, there was a new note. "You shouldn't be here." My hands started shaking. I hadn't seen anyone approach, hadn't heard them over the sound of my own breathing, but someone had been close enough to leave that note, close enough to touch me if they'd wanted to. I started moving back toward the main area where Eddie worked, trying to keep my pace normal even though every instinct screamed at me to run. The footsteps started again, following me, slow, steady, getting closer. "Eddie?" I called out, hoping it was just him playing some elaborate prank. "That you?" No response. Just those footsteps, matching my pace, staying just out of sight. I broke into a run, no longer caring how it looked. The sound of my feet slapping against the concrete floor echoed off the walls, mixing with the footsteps behind me that were now running too. I burst into the loading dock area, gasping for breath. Eddie looked up from his work, startled. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." I turned to look behind me, but there was no one there, just the dark corridor I'd run through, silent and empty. Did you see anyone come through here?" I asked, trying to catch my breath. Eddie shook his head. "Just you, running like something was chasing you." I told him everything then, about the notes, the footsteps, all of it. He listened, his face growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "We should check the security cameras," he said finally. We went to the security office, but when we tried to access the footage, the system showed nothing but static for the areas where I'd been working. Eddie frowned, clicking through different cameras and timestamps. "That's weird," he muttered. "These cameras were working fine earlier." A new note was waiting for me when I returned to my section. "You think they'll believe you? You think they can help?" I quit that night, walked straight to the manager's office, handed in my badge, and left without even waiting for my last paycheck. It wasn't worth it. No job was worth feeling like that, like I was being hunted. But leaving the warehouse didn't end it. The notes followed me home. I found them everywhere, tucked under my windshield wipers, slipped under my apartment door, even in my mailbox. Each one more personal than the last, each one proving that whoever was behind this was still watching me, still knew every detail of my life. "Your sister's wedding is coming up soon. Hope you wrote your speech. That coffee shop you like on 5th Street is closing next week. You really should change the bulb in your bedroom. The flickering is bad for your eyes." I went to the police, showed them the notes, tried to explain how someone was stalking me. They took a report, promised to look into it, but I could tell they didn't take it seriously. After all, what crime had been committed? Someone leaving notes? Someone watching from a distance? But that's the thing about being watched. It changes you, makes you question everything, everyone. Every stranger on the street might be them. Every car that passes might contain those eyes that have been following you. Every shadow might hide the person who knows too much about your life. I moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, even switched jobs. But the note still found me. Less frequent now, but still there, still personal, still letting me know that I hadn't escaped. The last one appeared yesterday, pinned to my front door. "You can't hide from me, Alex. I'm a part of your life now. Always watching, always knowing. Sweet dreams." I don't sleep much anymore. Can't relax, can't let my guard down, because somewhere out there, someone is watching me. Someone knows everything about me, follows my every move, documents my life in these little notes that appear like clockwork. And the worst part? I still don't know who they are. They could be anyone, a former coworker, a neighbor, a stranger who picked me at random. They could be watching me right now as I write this, planning their next note, deciding what detail of my life to reveal next. Sometimes I think about going back to the warehouse, about facing whoever it is, demanding answers. But then I remember those footsteps in the dark, that feeling of being hunted. And I know I can't. Because deep down, I'm afraid of what I might find. Afraid that knowing might be worse than not knowing. So I live with it. I've learned to check every room when I come home, to vary my routine, to always be aware of my surroundings. I've learned that privacy is an illusion, that someone is always watching, always knowing. And sometimes late at night, when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if they're out there right now, writing their next note, planning their next reveal, wondering if they're smiling as they watch me through my window, knowing that they've changed my life forever. Because that's what they've done. Changed everything. Every moment of privacy is now suspect. Every quiet moment might be observed. Every personal detail might become their next note. And somewhere in the shadows, they're still watching. Still knowing. Still writing. Always watching. Always knowing. The thing about working in a toll booth at night is that you start to see patterns, like how truckers always fumble with their change, or how the red-eye commuters barely look at you, desperate to get home. But that night, when those headlights cut through my window at 1 a.m., everything about the pattern felt wrong. I'd been half dozing in my chair, the radio humming softly in the background. The sound of an approaching engine made me sit up straighter, my hands automatically reaching for the cash drawer. But the car didn't pull up to my window like they usually do. Instead, it stopped about 20 feet back, headlights blazing directly into my booth. At first, I figured they were just checking their wallet or phone. It happens sometimes. People realizing at the last second they need to dig out exact change. But a minute passed, then two. The engine idled steadily, but no one got out. No window rolled down. Just those lights, flooding my small glass box with harsh white glare. I tried to see through the windshield, but the angle of the headlights made it impossible. All I could make out was a dark silhouette behind the wheel, completely still. My hand hovered over the radio. We were supposed to call in anything suspicious, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That someone was sitting in their car? They'd laughed me right off the channel. I leaned out my window, waving my arm to signal them forward. "Hey there, you can pull up to the window." My voice sounded thin in the night air. The car didn't move. The figure didn't respond. They just sat there, watching me through that wall of light. The minutes stretched on. 5, then 10. My palms started to sweat. Every horror story I'd ever heard about toll booth operators started creeping into my mind. We're sitting ducks out here, isolated on these lonely stretches of road. Perfect targets. I checked my phone, but the signal was weak. It always is out here. The radio felt more tempting now, but something held me back. Maybe pride, maybe the fear of looking foolish. Instead, I busied myself with paperwork, pretending this was normal, all while keeping one eye on that motionless car. After 15 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I picked up the radio, pride be damned. But just as my fingers wrapped around it, the headlights switched off. The sudden darkness was jarring, making me blink rapidly as my eyes tried to adjust. For a moment, all I could hear was the idle of the engine. Then I heard a car door open. My heart jumped into my throat as I squinted into the darkness. A tall figure stepped out of the driver's side, but didn't approach the booth. Instead, they just stood there, leaning against their car, arms crossed. Even without the glare, I still couldn't make out their features clearly, just their outline in the dim highway lights. "Sir?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do you need directions?" No response, just that steady stare. I could feel it now, even if I couldn't see their eyes clearly. The weight of their gaze pressed against me like a physical thing. Minutes crawled by. I started feeling sick, my hands clammy, my breathing shallow. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. But that was crazy, right? I was safe in my booth. The glass was thick. The door was locked. I just had to wait them out. Then they smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was slow, deliberate, like they'd been planning it all along. Like they wanted me to know they were in control. That smile said they could wait all night if they needed to. That they knew I was trapped. I grabbed the radio, no longer caring if I sounded paranoid. But before I could press the button, I heard footsteps. Soft, measured steps moving around my booth. I couldn't see them anymore. They'd moved into my blind spot, but I could hear them circling, like a shark testing its prey. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, pressing myself against the far wall. The handle didn't move. They didn't try to get in. But I could feel them standing there, just inches away, separated only by a thin layer of glass and metal. My finger hovered over the radio button, but fear had paralyzed me. What if they heard me call for help? What would they do then? The silence stretched on, broken only by the pounding of my heart and the faint hum of the overhead lights. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the footsteps moving away. I allowed myself to breathe again, looking up just in time to see them walking back to their car. They got in slowly, like they had all the time in the world. The engine revved once and they pulled forward. But they didn't stop at my window. Instead, they drove slowly past the booth, rolling to a stop just a few feet ahead. That smile was back, wider now, more certain. They were letting me know they could come back anytime, that this wasn't over. I sat there frozen, staring back at them through my window. Time seemed to stop as we locked eyes in my rearview mirror. Finally, after what felt like hours, they drove off into the darkness. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I just sat in my booth, jumping at every sound, my eyes fixed on the road. Every pair of headlights made my heart race. Every passing car looked like it might be them coming back. When my relief arrived at dawn, I could barely speak. I just nodded, grabbed my things, and practically ran to my car. I quit that job the same day. No 2 weeks' notice, no explanation. I couldn't risk another night in that glass box, waiting to see if they'd come back. These days, I work day shifts at a busy office. No more lonely nights, no more isolated booths. But sometimes, when I'm driving home and pass a toll plaza, I think about that night, about that smile in my rearview mirror. And I wonder if they're still out there, playing their twisted game with someone else, waiting in the darkness behind their headlights. The worst part? I never saw their face clearly. Never got a good look at their car. They could be anyone. Sometimes, when I'm sitting at a red light and headlights flood my mirrors, I find myself checking, just for a second, to see if someone's watching me with that same calculating smile. Because that's what terror really is. Not the moment itself, but the way it stays with you. The way it changes how you see the world. Now I know that sometimes the real horror isn't in what happens to you. It's in what almost happens. In the waiting. In the not knowing. And in the fear that maybe, just maybe, they're still out there. Watching, waiting, smiling. Mark wasn't right from the beginning. Anyone who's worked nights long enough develops a sort of sixth sense about people, and something about him set off every alarm bell I had. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just the way he watched. Always watching, like he was studying prey instead of doing his job. I'd been working the night shift at the factory for almost 3 years. It wasn't glamorous work. Maintaining equipment, monitoring production lines, making sure everything ran smoothly until the morning crew arrived. The building was massive, an old manufacturing plant with high ceilings, dim lighting, and the constant hum of machinery that eventually became white noise. Most nights there were only 5 of us spread throughout the facility. We each had our areas to cover, which meant long stretches of solitude broken only by radio checks or the occasional maintenance call. I was used to it, even liked it, until Mark started. He was new, maybe there about 2 weeks when I first noticed his habit. I'd be working on a machine focused on my task, and I'd get that prickling sensation on the back of my neck. When I'd look up, there he'd be, half hidden behind some equipment, just staring, not even pretending to work, just watching me with those dead eyes. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was new and curious about the job. Maybe he was socially awkward. But there was something about the way he looked at me that made my skin crawl. It wasn't curiosity. It was something else, something hungry. One night I was calibrating a sensor on the upper level when I spotted him below. lurking behind a conveyor belt. He didn't move, didn't even blink. Just stood there, neck craned up, eyes fixed on me. I shouted down, asking if he needed something. "No," he called back, his voice oddly flat. "Just watching." The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, like there was nothing strange about standing in the shadows staring at a coworker, made my blood run cold. I finished my work as quickly as I could and moved to a different area, but I could feel his eyes following me the whole way. After that, it got worse. He started showing up everywhere I went in the factory. I'd be in the maintenance room getting supplies and he'd appear in the doorway. I'd be checking the production line and he'd materialize on the catwalk above me. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of him ducking behind machinery or slipping around corners just as I turned to look. The really unnerving part was how he seemed to know where I'd be before I got there. If I had to check something in a remote corner of the facility, he'd already be there waiting in the shadows. It was like he could predict my movements, like he had memorized my routine better than I had. I tried talking to my supervisor about it, but how do you explain something like that? The new guy keeps staring at me? It sounds ridiculous, petty even. Besides, Mark was always careful to stay just on the edge of appropriate behavior. Never close enough to be threatening, never doing anything that could be called harassment. Just watching. Then came the night that changed everything. I was doing my rounds in the East Wing, an older section of the factory that was mostly used for storage. The lighting was poor there, with more shadows than illumination. I turned a corner and stopped dead in my tracks. Mark was standing at the end of the hallway, perfectly still, like he'd been waiting for me. But something was wrong. His posture was off, almost unnatural, and his head was tilted at a strange angle. Even from a distance, I could see his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Do you ever feel watched?" he asked, his voice echoing oddly in the empty space. "Like someone's learning everything about you piece by piece?" I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. My throat had gone dry, and every instinct was screaming at me to run. "I've been watching you," he continued, taking a step forward. "Learning your patterns, your habits, the way you move, the way you work. It's fascinating, really, how predictable humans can be." The way he said humans, like he wasn't one himself, sent a shiver down my spine. I took a step back, reaching for my radio, but before I could grab it, he spoke again. "They won't get here in time, you know. They never do. Not in a place this big with so many places to hide." He took another step forward, and in the shifting shadows, his face seemed to change. The blank expression he usually wore melted into something else, something hungry and wild. His smile was too wide, too many teeth. I ran. I didn't care about looking professional or rational anymore. I just ran, my footsteps echoing off the walls, mixing with the sound of machinery and my own panicked breathing. I could hear him behind me, his pace steady, unhurried, like he knew he didn't need to rush. I made it to the main production floor, ducking between machines, trying to lose him in the maze of equipment. But every time I thought I'd gotten away, I'd spot him, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, sometimes above on the catwalks. It was impossible. He couldn't be in all these places. Finally, I reached the break room where I knew Tom, another operator, would be having his lunch. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, but the room was empty. On the table was a half-eaten sandwich and an open thermos, still steaming. Tom should have been there. He always took his break at this time. "Looking for Tom?" Mark's voice came from behind me, making me jump. He went home early, wasn't feeling well. I spun around. He was blocking the doorway, his tall frame casting a long shadow across the floor. That unnatural smile was still on his face, and his eyes weren't right. They looked almost black in the fluorescent lighting. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, trying to keep my voice steady. "To understand," he replied, tilting his head at that impossible angle again. "To learn, to watch. You're all so interesting when you think no one's looking, but someone's always looking. I'm always looking." "Stay back," I warned, grabbing a chair and holding it between us like a shield. "I'll call security." He laughed, a hollow, empty sound that didn't sound human at all. Go ahead, call them. But they won't understand what they're seeing. They never do. I fumbled for my phone with trembling hands, but before I could dial, the lights flickered and went out. In the sudden darkness, I could hear him moving closer, his breathing strange and raspy. "Don't you want to know what I've seen?" he whispered, now somehow right next to my ear. "Don't you want to know what I've learned about you?" The emergency lights kicked on, casting everything in a red glow. He was inches away from me, his face twisted into something that only vaguely resembled a human expression. I swung the chair at him and ran, not looking back, not stopping until I reached my car. I quit that night, called my supervisor from the parking lot and told him I wasn't coming back. He tried to convince me to stay, said he'd talk to HR about Mark's behavior, but I knew it wouldn't make a difference. How do you file a complaint about someone who might not even be human? I found a new job, day shift this time, at a small workshop across town. But I still see him sometimes. In crowds, on street corners, in the rearview mirror of my car, just standing there watching. Always watching. Sometimes I wonder if he's found someone new to study, or if I'm still his favorite subject. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was he just a disturbed person with an obsession? Or was he something else entirely? Something wearing human skin like a poorly fitting suit? I'll never know. But I've learned to check the shadows now, to notice the empty spaces where someone might be hiding. Because somewhere out there, he's still watching. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can feel those eyes on me, studying, learning, watching, always watching. Because that's what he does. That's what he is. A watcher in the darkness, learning our patterns, our habits, our fears, and maybe, just maybe, waiting for the right moment to show us what he really is. I don't work nights anymore. Can't stand the thought of being alone in dark places with too many shadows. But even in broad daylight, I sometimes catch myself looking over my shoulder, searching for that familiar silhouette, that unnatural stance, those dead eyes. Because once you've been watched like that, really watched, you never feel quite alone again. There's always that nagging sensation, that prickling on the back of your neck, that makes you wonder, is he there? Is he watching? Is he learning? They say every building has its own personality after dark. A school becomes a maze of echoing hallways and creaking doors. A hospital transforms into a labyrinth of shadowed corridors and humming machines. But an office building, that's different. During the day, it's all fluorescent lights and keyboard clicks, but at night it becomes something else entirely. Something hungry. I'd been working as the night janitor at Carlton & Associates for about 6 months when the weird stuff started happening. The building itself was nothing special. 12 floors of cubicles, conference rooms, and corner offices, all wrapped in glass and steel. My job was simple: clean the bathrooms, vacuum the carpets, empty the trash. Basic stuff that kept me busy from midnight until dawn. The first incident was so small I almost missed it. I'd left my cleaning cart by the elevators while I restocked paper towels in the 4th floor bathroom. When I came back, my bottle of glass cleaner had moved from one side of the cart to the other. Not fallen over, not knocked aside, moved deliberately, as if someone had picked it up and placed it there. I brushed it off as forgetfulness. When you work alone at night, it's easy to second-guess yourself. Maybe I'd moved it earlier and forgot. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. But then it happened again the next night with a roll of paper towels, and the night after that with my phone. Small things, easily explained away, except they kept happening, and always when my back was turned. I'd finish mopping a floor, turn around to rinse the mop, and find my bucket had shifted 3 feet to the left. I'd set down my cleaning supplies to unlock a door, and they'd be in a different arrangement when I looked back. Then I started hearing things. Not the usual nighttime building sounds. The hum of the ventilation system, the occasional pop of settling metal, the distant rumble of late-night traffic. These were different. Shuffling sounds, like something being dragged across carpet. Soft thumping noises that seemed to follow me from room to room, and sometimes when I was alone in a large open space, I'd hear what sounded like breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing that wasn't my own. I started keeping track of my supplies, laying them out in specific patterns so I'd know if they moved. I took photos with my phone, documenting their positions before and after I turned my back. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A spray bottle rotated 45 degrees, a dust mop leaning the opposite way. Small things, but impossible things. One night, while cleaning the executive floor, I caught something in my peripheral vision. A shadow moving across the carpet, low to the ground, like someone crawling. When I turned to look, nothing was there. But when I checked my cart, everything had been rearranged again. I tried telling my supervisor, but how do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? Hey boss, I think something's messing with my cleaning supplies when I'm not looking. He'd probably think I was drinking on the job or looking for an excuse to quit. So I kept quiet and started setting up my phone to record while I worked. The first few nights caught nothing, just me moving from room to room, the occasional flicker of shadows as clouds passed over the moonlight outside. But then, on the 5th night, I caught something. I was cleaning the break room on the 7th floor when my phone captured it. In the video, you can see me wiping down the counters, my back to the door. Then something moves in the hallway. A dark shape, low to the ground, moving in a way that's not quite right. It's like watching someone crawl, but the movements are too fluid, too smooth. The shape slides into the room just at the edge of the frame, and then the video cuts to static for 3 seconds. When it clears, my cleaning supplies have been completely rearranged, and there's no sign of the shape. I watched that video 100 times, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light or a camera malfunction. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Something was in the building with me. Something that waited until I wasn't looking. Something that moved in ways that weren't natural. After that, things escalated. I'd hear the shuffling sounds closer now, almost right behind me. Sometimes I'd feel a cold draft brush past my legs, like something had just crawled by. The rearranging of my supplies became more dramatic. Items would be turned upside down or stacked in impossible ways. Then came the night that changed everything. I was vacuuming the 10th floor when the power went out. Not just the lights, everything. The vacuum died. The emergency lights didn't kick in. Even my phone went dead. I stood in complete darkness, trying to get my bearings when I heard it. The shuffling sound was all around me now, circling. I could hear breathing. That same slow, deliberate breathing I'd heard before, but louder, closer. And then I saw them. Eyes, reflecting what little light came through the windows. They were low to the ground, moving in the darkness, and there were too many of them. Far too many. I ran. I didn't care about my cart or my supplies or my job. I just ran, fumbling through the darkness toward where I thought the stairs were. Behind me, I could hear it moving. Not running, but sliding across the floor with that unnatural smoothness, keeping pace without effort. I hit the stairwell door harder than I meant to, nearly falling down the first flight of stairs. As I ran down, I could hear it in the stairwell with me. Not on the stairs, but on the walls. Moving alongside me, parallel to the ground as if gravity didn't apply to it. I burst out of the stairwell on the ground floor, sprinting for the main entrance. Just as I reached the doors, the lights came back on. I turned around, heart pounding, dreading what I might see. The lobby was empty. No shape, no eyes, nothing crawling on the walls. But my cleaning cart was there, right in the middle of the floor. Every single supply had been arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center was a single piece of paper. Written on it in handwriting that looked like it had been done by someone who had only ever seen letters in a mirror, were the words, "We've been watching you clean. Now it's your turn to watch us." I left everything there, the cart, the supplies, my keys to the building. I walked out and never went back. Sent my resignation by email the next day. Found a new job working days at a small office where nothing ever moves when I'm not looking. But sometimes late at night when I'm home alone, I'll hear that shuffling sound. Or I'll catch a glimpse of something moving low to the ground in my peripheral vision, and I'll know they followed me home. The watchers, the crawlers, the things that wait until you turn your back. I've learned to live with it mostly. I keep my cleaning supplies locked away now. Can't stand to see them moved around anymore. I've covered all the mirrors in my house because sometimes, just sometimes, I'll catch a reflection of something moving behind me, something that crawls in ways that shouldn't be possible. Every building has its own personality after dark, they say. But what they don't tell you is that sometimes that personality follows you home. Sometimes it watches you, studies you, learns from you. And sometimes when you least expect it, it reminds you that you're never really alone. Because they're still watching, still waiting, still crawling in the darkness just beyond your sight. And every now and then, when I'm about to fall asleep, I'll hear that soft shuffling sound, feel that cold draft across my legs, and know that they're still there, still watching, still learning, forever crawling in the spaces where we dare not look. I don't clean anymore. Can't handle the thought of turning my back on an empty room. But I know they're out there, in office buildings and schools and hospitals, waiting for the lights to go out, waiting for someone new to watch. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I wonder if they've found someone new to study, or if I'll always be their favorite subject, the janitor who saw too much, who learned what really happens when you turn your back on the darkness. Because that's the thing about darkness. It's not empty. It's full of watching eyes and crawling shapes and things that move in ways they shouldn't. And once you know that, you can never unknow it. You can only watch and wait and pray they don't decide to do more than just rearrange your cleaning supplies. A lost suitcase tells a story. It might be as simple as a traveler's forgetfulness or as complex as a life suddenly abandoned. But the red roller bag I found near the emergency exit that night, that was different. It wasn't lost. It was waiting for me to find it. I'd been working nights at Riverside Airport for 8 months. It wasn't a busy place, just a small regional airport serving a handful of late flights and cargo planes. My job was simple: patrol the terminals, check the security doors, and make sure nobody was where they shouldn't be. Most nights passed without incident, just me and the quiet hum of fluorescent lights. The suitcase appeared on a Tuesday. It was tucked away in a corner near one of the ground floor emergency exits, partially hidden behind a trash bin. At first glance, it looked like any other forgotten luggage, a bit beat up, well-traveled, nothing special. But there was something odd about the way it was positioned, almost deliberately placed, like someone had carefully chosen that exact spot. I approached it cautiously. These days you can't be too careful with abandoned bags in airports. But my gut told me this wasn't a security threat. This was something else. When I checked for identification tags, I found nothing. No name, no address, no airline tags. Just a plain red suitcase with worn edges and a slightly crooked wheel. Following protocol, I took it to the lost and found office. That's when things got weird. Inside, there was only one item: a teddy bear. Not just any teddy bear, but an ancient, threadbare thing with one button eye barely hanging on. It looked like something that had been loved for decades, carried through countless adventures and heartbreaks. I logged it into the system and tried to forget about it. But the next night, there was another suitcase in exactly the same spot. This one was green, smaller, covered in scratches like it had been dragged through gravel. Again, no identification. Again, I took it to Lost and Found. Inside was a single child's sneaker. Just one. It was caked with mud and looked like it had been through hell. Something about that lonely shoe made my skin crawl. Why just one? Where was its pair? And why leave it here, in this specific spot? The third night, I almost didn't want to check that corner. But of course, there it was. Another suitcase. This one was different. An old leather case with a broken clasp. Inside was a black and white photograph of a little girl standing alone in what looked like a backyard. The expression on her face, it wasn't right. Too blank, too empty. Her eyes seemed to follow me as I moved. I started dreading my shifts. Each night brought a new suitcase, each one containing a single item that seemed deliberately chosen to unsettle me. A rusty key with no lock, a handwritten note in a language I didn't recognize, a small mirror that only reflected darkness. I checked the security cameras, but they showed nothing. No one dropping off the suitcases, no suspicious activity. It was as if they materialized out of thin air, appearing in that same spot between my rounds. Then one night, around 2 a.m., I saw someone. A figure standing outside near the drop-off curb, partially illuminated by the dim parking lot lights. They were wearing a dark coat, their face hidden beneath a hood, and they were carrying a suitcase. I watched through the glass doors as they approached. They stopped just outside, looking in as if checking for something. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay hidden, watching. They set the suitcase down carefully, almost reverently, and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I waited until I was sure they were gone before approaching the bag. My hands were trembling as I carried it to the lost and found office. Inside was a crumpled piece of paper with 4 words written in messy handwriting. "It's your turn now." The next night I came prepared. I set up my phone to record the corner where the suitcases appeared. I did extra rounds, checked every shadow, determined to catch whoever was behind this. But somehow, when I wasn't looking, another suitcase appeared. This one contained a mirror, but not just any mirror. When I looked into it, I saw my own reflection, but something was wrong. My eyes looked hollow, empty, like the little girl in the photograph. I dropped the mirror back into the suitcase and slammed it shut. The suitcases kept coming, night after night, each one more disturbing than the last. A child's diary with only one sentence written on every page. "They're watching." A set of keys that matched the locks in my apartment. A recent photograph of me sleeping in my bed. That's when I knew. This wasn't random. Whoever was leaving these suitcases knew me, had been watching me, had been in my home. The items weren't just creepy trinkets. They were messages. Warnings. One night I heard shuffling outside the lost and found office. When I looked out, there was a line of suitcases in the hallway, all different sizes and colors, arranged in a perfect row leading to the emergency exit. As I watched, the last suitcase in line slowly opened by itself. Inside was a mirror, and in its reflection I saw them. Dozens of figures standing behind me, all wearing dark coats, all faceless. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, they were still there, watching, waiting. I ran, left everything behind. My jacket, my keys, my pride. I didn't stop until I reached my car, and even then I felt watched. When I got home, there was a suitcase waiting on my front porch. I didn't open it. Didn't want to know what message it contained. I quit my job the next day, moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number. But sometimes, I still find them. Small suitcases left in strange places. Outside my window, in my building's laundry room, under my desk at my new job. Always containing a single item. Always telling a story I don't want to hear. Last week I found one in my closet. A tiny red suitcase I know I didn't put there. I haven't opened it. Can't bring myself to see what's inside. It sits there now, waiting, whispering in the darkness. Because that's what they do, these suitcases. They wait. They whisper. They tell stories about watching eyes and empty faces and things that follow you home in the night. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be free of them, or if this is my life now. Finding mysterious suitcases, each one a chapter in a story I never wanted to be part of. A story about being watched, being chosen, being marked. The thing about lost suitcases is that they all tell a story. But some stories don't end. Some stories follow you, haunt you, change you. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear them. The soft scrape of wheels on hardwood, the gentle click of latches, the whisper of stories waiting to be told. Because they're still out there, those suitcase deliverers, still watching, still waiting, still leaving their messages in the dark corners of my world. And somewhere in a corner I haven't checked yet, another suitcase is waiting. Another story is ready to be told. Another piece of my sanity ready to be claimed by whatever watches from the shadows. Always watching. Always waiting. Always collecting stories in forgotten suitcases. Two months into working security at the downtown parking garage, I realized something. Footsteps echo differently when they're not your own. There's a distinct pattern to a person's walk, a rhythm you can recognize. But the footsteps I started hearing on level 3, they didn't sound human at all. The garage itself was nothing special. 5 levels of concrete and fluorescent lighting, mostly empty after midnight except for the occasional late-night worker or theater goer. My shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights were spent doing rounds, checking cameras and making sure no one was breaking into cars. The booth I worked from was small but comfortable, with a bank of monitors showing feeds from security cameras scattered throughout the garage. The cameras weren't great, lots of blind spots and grainy footage, but they were better than nothing. At least that's what I thought before the footsteps started. I first heard them during a routine patrol of level 3. It was around 2 a.m., that dead time of night when the world feels like it's holding its breath. The sound came from somewhere behind me. Steady, measured steps that seemed to follow my own but weren't quite in sync. I turned around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but the level was empty. Just rows of parked cars and concrete pillars casting long shadows. I stood there for a moment listening, but the steps had stopped. Probably just an echo, I told myself. Sound plays tricks in places like this. But the next night, they were back. Same level, same time, same unsettling rhythm. This time they seemed closer, more distinct. When I turned to look, I caught a glimpse of movement between the cars. Just a shadow, really, but enough to make my heart race. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Security. Anyone there?" No response. Just the faint hum of the overhead lights and the distant sound of traffic from the street below. I did a thorough sweep of the level, checking between every car, but found nothing. Back in my booth, I reviewed the security footage. The cameras on level 3 showed nothing unusual. Just me walking my rounds, stopping, looking around. But there was something odd about the footage. Every now and then, the screen would flicker slightly, like there was interference. And in those moments, I swore I could see something moving in the background, just at the edge of the frame. The footsteps became a nightly occurrence, always on level 3, always around 2 a.m. Sometimes they'd follow me for just a few minutes. Other times they'd echo through the entire level for hours. I started dreading that part of my rounds, but I couldn't skip it. It was my job to check every level. One night, determined to catch whoever was messing with me, I turned off my flashlight and waited in the shadows. The garage was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels like it's pressing against your eardrums. Then I heard it. Footsteps, coming from the ramp leading up from level 2. They were different this time, slower and more deliberate, like whoever was making them wanted me to hear. I held my breath, watching the ramp, waiting to see who would appear. Nothing did. The footsteps reached the top of the ramp, but there was no one there. They continued across the level, passing right by my hiding spot, but I couldn't see anyone making them. Just the sound of feet on concrete, moving through empty air. I broke that night, ran back to my booth and locked the door, hands shaking as I tried to call my supervisor. But the phone line was dead, and my cell phone showed no signal. On the security monitors, I could see level 3, still empty, still quiet. Then I saw it. The cameras started flickering one by one, static washing across the screens. As they cleared, I noticed something in the footage. A figure, standing perfectly still in the middle of level 3. It was dark and slightly blurred, like a shadow that had somehow pulled itself away from the wall. As I watched, it turned to face the camera. I couldn't make out any features, but I knew it was looking at me. Somehow through the grainy footage and the flickering screen, I could feel its gaze. The figure raised one hand, beckoning. All the monitors went black. When they came back on a few seconds later, the figure was gone. But the footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them now, echoing up the stairwell next to my booth. Slow, measured steps, coming up from level 3. I sat there paralyzed as they got closer and closer. The door handle started to turn, slowly, deliberately. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but my body wouldn't respond. The door opened. The stairwell beyond was empty, but the footsteps continued. They entered the booth, circling my chair. I could feel a presence behind me, cold and ancient and wrong. Something touched my shoulder, not a hand, but something that felt like one trying to remember how to be a hand. "We've been watching you," a voice whispered, though I couldn't tell if I heard it with my ears or in my head. "Learning your patterns, your routines, your fears." I closed my eyes, trying to convince myself this wasn't happening. When I opened them again, the presence was gone. The footsteps retreated down the stairwell, fading back to level 3. I quit that night, left my badge on the desk and walked out. Didn't even wait for my replacement to arrive. As I hurried to my car, I could hear the footsteps following me, matching my pace step for step all the way to the exit. That was 3 months ago. I have a new job now, working days at a small office where the only footsteps I hear belong to my coworkers. But sometimes late at night when I'm lying in bed, I hear them. Those measured, deliberate steps, moving through my apartment like they're still learning, still watching, still following. I've learned to live with it mostly. I've accepted that whatever was in that garage followed me home. Sometimes I catch glimpses of it in mirrors or windows. That dark, blurred figure, still watching, still learning, still trying to understand what it means to be human. The footsteps never stop completely. They're quieter now, more distant, but always there. Following me through grocery stores, down city streets, through empty corridors, learning my new patterns, my new routines. Last week, I saw someone new working security at the garage. Young guy, probably his first night job. As I drove past, I caught a glimpse of level 3 in my rearview mirror. There was a figure standing there, dark and blurred, watching the new guard make his rounds. I wanted to warn him. Wanted to tell him about the footsteps, about the figure in the cameras, about the thing that follows you home. But who would believe me? So I drive past the garage every day, wondering if the new guard has heard them yet. The footsteps that don't sound quite human. The presence that watches and learns and follows. Because that's what they do. They watch. They learn. They follow. And somewhere in that garage on level 3 around 2 a.m., the footsteps continue. It started with a paper cut. At least that's what he claimed it was. But paper cuts don't usually make people come to the ER at 3 in the morning, and they certainly don't bring them back night after night, staring at you with eyes that never seem to blink. I'd been working nights at St. Mary's Hospital for almost 2 years. As an ER nurse, I'd seen it all. The drunk teenagers, the hypochondriacs, the genuinely sick and injured. You develop a kind of sixth sense about patients, learn to read the subtle signs that tell you whether someone's really hurting or just seeking attention. Derek was different from the start. He came in on a quiet Tuesday night, holding his arm awkwardly against his chest. Tall, maybe late 30s, with this intense look that made me uncomfortable even before he spoke. The cut was superficial, barely worth a band-aid, but he insisted on being seen. "It might be infected," he said, his eyes never leaving my face as I cleaned the wound. "I've been watching it carefully." Something about the way he said watching made my skin crawl. I finished dressing the cut quickly, trying to maintain professional distance despite the way he kept leaning in slightly too close. "You have gentle hands," he murmured as I taped the gauze. "Very precise. I like that." I smiled politely and stepped back, creating space between us. "You're all set. Keep it clean and dry and you should be fine." He didn't move to leave, just sat there staring at me with those unblinking eyes. "Will you be here tomorrow night?" "Sir, you won't need to come back for this. It's a minor cut." His smile didn't reach his eyes. You never know. Things can get worse so quickly. The next night, he was back. This time with a small bruise on his forehead. I fell, he explained, though the mark looked more like someone had pressed their thumb deliberately against his skin. I wanted to make sure it wasn't serious. I called Dr. Matthews to examine him, not wanting to be alone in the room with him again. As the doctor checked his pupils, Derek's eyes stayed fixed on me, standing in the doorway. Everything looks fine, Dr. Matthews concluded. No sign of concussion. Are you sure? Derek asked. Maybe I should stay for observation. Nurse Emma could watch me. My heart skipped. I hadn't told him my name, and my badge was turned backward, a habit I'd developed during night shifts. The visits continued, each with a new minor injury that any rational person would have treated at home. A scraped knee, a stubbed toe, a paper cut on his other hand. Each time he stayed longer, talked more, watched me with those intense eyes that seemed to memorize every movement. You look tired tonight, Emma, he said during one visit. Those late shifts must be hard, but I like seeing you here. It's peaceful, just us in the quiet. I started dreading my shifts, knowing he might appear at any moment. I varied my break times, took different routes through the hospital, asked other nurses to take him when he came in, but he always found me, always knew where I would be. One night around 2 a.m. I was restocking supplies in a quiet corner of the ER when I heard his voice behind me. I missed you last night. I spun around. He was standing closer than he should have been able to get without me hearing him approach. You weren't working, he continued. I waited, but you never came. How did you get back here? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. This is a staff-only area. He smiled that empty smile. I watch you, Emma. I know all your routines. Where you take your breaks, which halls you use, when you like to do your paperwork. I even know about that little coffee shop you stop at before your shift, the one on 5th Street. My blood ran cold. I'd never mentioned that coffee shop to anyone at work. You need to leave, I said firmly. This area is restricted. I'm calling security. They won't understand, he said, taking a step closer. No one understands what we have. I've been watching you for so long, learning everything about you. We're connected now. I backed away, reaching for my phone. There is no we. You're my patient, nothing more. This needs to stop. His expression darkened. You don't mean that. You're just scared. Everyone gets scared at first, but then they understand. You will too. I turned to run, but he grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron in his eyes. His eyes were different now, wild and hungry. Let go, I warned, though my voice shook. I can't, he whispered. Don't you see? I need to watch you. Need to be close to you. Need to. Code Gray, I shouted, the hospital signal for a violent patient. Code Gray in the East Wing. He released me just as security rounded the corner. As they approached, his face transformed into a mask of confused innocence. I got lost looking for the bathroom, he told them, holding up his hands. The nurse was just giving me directions. They escorted him out, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole way, that hungry stare that seemed to strip away all my defenses. I filed a report that night, told my supervisor everything. They banned him from the hospital except for genuine emergencies, increased security on my floor, made sure I was never alone during my shifts. But it didn't stop him. He started showing up outside the hospital, watching from across the street. I'd catch glimpses of him in the parking lot, standing under streetlights, always staring up at the ER windows. Sometimes I'd find notes on my car, little observations about my day, things he'd seen while watching me. You looked beautiful in that blue sweater today. Your cat seems lonely when you're gone. You should really fix that flickering porch light. Each note proved he was watching, learning, getting closer. The police said they couldn't do much. He hadn't actually threatened me, hadn't broken any laws. They told me to document everything, to vary my routine, to stay aware of my surroundings. But how do you vary your routine when someone has been watching long enough to learn all your alternatives? How do you hide from eyes that seem to be everywhere? I transferred to day shift, changed my parking spot, even moved to a new apartment. But he always found me, always watched, always knew. Last week I found a gift-wrapped box on my doorstep. Inside was a photo album filled with pictures of me, at work, at home, shopping, walking my cat. Some were from months ago, others from just days before. On the last page was a note. I'll always be watching, Emma, always learning, always knowing. We're connected now, forever. I quit my job at the hospital after that, moved to a different city, changed my name, started over. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I catch a glimpse of someone watching me through windows or across crowded streets. Someone tall, with intense eyes that never seem to blink. And I know he's still there, still watching, still learning, still waiting. Because that's what he does. That's who he is. A watcher, a learner, a patient who never really leaves. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be free of those eyes, ever escape the weight of his endless watching. But deep down I know the truth. He'll always be there in shadows and reflections, in quiet corners and empty rooms. Radio waves travel through darkness differently than light. They bounce off buildings, slip through walls, carry voices to places they were never meant to reach. But the voice that started calling my late-night show, it wasn't traveling through any frequency I recognized. It was coming from somewhere much closer. I'd been the midnight DJ at WKRX for 3 years. Small station, barely a blip on the radio landscape, but it had its loyal listeners, insomniacs, truckers, night shift workers looking for company in the dark hours. Most nights, I'd get 2 or 3 calls, usually requesting songs or just wanting to chat. Nothing extraordinary, until he started calling. The first time it was around 1 a.m. I had just finished playing a block of classic rock and was about to start the next set when the phone lit up. I didn't think anything of it at first, just another late-night caller. WKRX, you're on with Jack. What can I play for you tonight? There was a pause, just long enough to be uncomfortable. Then a voice, low and calm, with an odd echo quality I attributed to the phone line. You look tired tonight, Jack. I froze. The studio was on the 3rd floor of an empty office building. No windows faced the street, and the only way to see me would be from inside the building itself. Excuse me? I managed to say. Those energy drinks aren't helping much, are they? I can see 3 empty cans on your desk. My eyes darted to the empty Red Bulls lined up next to my coffee mug. My heart started racing. Who is this? How can you... The line went dead. I sat there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. There was no way anyone could see into the studio. The building was locked after hours, and I was the only one with access to this floor. I told myself it must have been a lucky guess. Lots of late-night DJs rely on energy drinks. But he called again the next night. That's a nice blue shirt you're wearing. Brings out your eyes. I was wearing blue. Again, he knew exactly what I looked like, what I was doing, even though I was alone in a locked building. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know how you're doing this, but it needs to stop. Why would I stop? He asked, sounding genuinely confused. I enjoy watching you work. The way you move to the music when you think no one's looking. The way you talk to yourself between songs. The way you keep glancing over your shoulder, like you can feel me here. Click. I called security, but they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no one on the cameras. Just empty hallways and locked doors. The calls kept coming, every night around the same time. He knew everything. What I was wearing, what I was doing, even things I'd done earlier in the day. That sandwich you had for lunch didn't look very fresh. The corner store really should check their expiration dates. Your car's almost out of gas. You should fill up on your way home. You really should call your mother back. She's worried about you. Each call revealed more details about my life, things he couldn't possibly know unless he was watching me constantly. But how? The studio had no windows, the security cameras showed nothing, and the building was always empty. I started changing my routine, varying my break times, parking in different spots. But it didn't matter. He always knew where I was, what I was doing. One night, after a particularly unsettling call where he described the contents of my apartment in detail, I decided to search the studio. I checked every corner, looked behind every piece of equipment, searching for hidden cameras or microphones. That's when I found it. A small gap in the acoustic padding, just wide enough to see through. And behind it, an old maintenance shaft that ran the height of the building. As I shone my flashlight into the darkness, I could see cables and pipes running up and down, creating a perfect ladder system. Someone could climb up there. Someone could watch through that gap. The phone rang. My hand shaking, I picked it up. "You found my hiding place," he said, his voice closer now, no longer coming through the phone. "I was wondering when you would." I spun around, but the studio was empty. "Where are you?" I demanded. "Everywhere," he whispered. "In the walls, in the ceiling, in the spaces between spaces. I've been here so long, Jack, watching, learning, understanding." I ran to the door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but something was blocking it from the other side. "You can't leave," he said, his voice now coming from somewhere in the walls. "Not yet. I haven't finished watching." I could hear movement in the maintenance shaft, something sliding through the darkness. The lights in the studio began to flicker. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Because you're interesting," he replied. "The way you talk to your listeners, the way you move, the way you live. I want to understand it all, want to learn everything about you." The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I could hear him moving closer, emerging from his hiding place. "Don't you want to meet me, Jack? Don't you want to see what I've become after watching you for so long?" I fumbled for my phone, trying to call for help, but there was no signal. The studio was silent except for the sound of something approaching in the dark. That's when the emergency lights kicked in, filling the room with a dim red glow. He was standing there just a few feet away, a tall, thin figure in dark clothes, his face hidden in shadow. But his eyes were visible, reflecting the red light like a cat's. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said, gesturing to the studio. "This little world you've created here. Your music, your voice, your life. I've watched it all, learned it all, become part of it all." I backed away until I hit the wall. "What do you want?" "To share," he whispered, stepping closer. "To show you what I've learned, to teach you how to watch like I do." I closed my eyes, praying this was just a nightmare. When I opened them, he was gone. The lights came back on, the door unlocked with a click, and I was alone in the studio. I quit that night, left everything, my headphones, my music library, my career. Called my boss from my car and told him I was done. Found a new job in a different city, working days where everything is visible and nothing hides in the walls. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hear a familiar voice on the radio. Not speaking, just breathing, waiting. And I know he's still out there, still watching, still learning. Because that's what he does. He watches, he learns, he understands. And somewhere in that old building, in the spaces between spaces, he's still there. Still watching, still waiting for someone new to study. I don't listen to the radio anymore. Can't stand the thought of those voices traveling through the darkness, carrying messages I don't want to hear. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I swear I can hear him breathing through my walls, watching me through gaps I can't see. Always watching, always learning, always waiting. Time moves differently in a 24-hour laundromat. Between the hypnotic tumble of clothes and the steady hum of fluorescent lights, minutes stretch into hours, and reality starts to blur at the edges. That's probably why it took me so long to realize something was wrong about the man who never did any laundry. My shift ran from midnight to 8, and most nights were quiet. Just me, the machines, and the occasional insomniac washing their sheets at 3 a.m. The place wasn't fancy, just rows of washers and dryers, a few plastic chairs, and windows that reflected more than they revealed after dark. But it paid the bills, and I liked the solitude. He started coming in on Tuesdays, always after midnight, always dressed in the same worn coat that seemed to hang off his frame like it belonged to someone else. He never brought laundry, never touched a machine. He just sat in the back row of chairs, watching. At first, I didn't think much of it. Working nights, you get all types. People seeking warmth, people avoiding home, people just needing somewhere to exist for a while. But there was something about the way he watched that made my skin crawl. His eyes never seemed to blink, and they followed my every movement like a predator tracking prey. After a few weeks, I noticed a pattern. He'd arrive precisely at 12:15, sit in the exact same chair, and stay until just before my shift ended. Never spoke, never moved, just watched. Even when I was doing the most mundane tasks, refilling soap dispensers, wiping down machines, his gaze remained fixed, intense, studying. I started feeling trapped during my shifts. The laundromat's bright interior turned the windows into mirrors after dark, and I'd catch glimpses of him in every reflection. Sometimes I'd see him shift positions in the glass, but when I turned around, he'd be sitting exactly as before, motionless. One night, I decided to confront him. I was tired of feeling like an exhibit in some twisted museum. "Excuse me," I said, approaching his corner. "You can't just sit here without doing laundry." He looked up at me, and his expression made my blood run cold. There was nothing behind those eyes. No emotion, no humanity, just empty space looking back. "I know where you live," he said softly, his voice smooth and quiet. "That little house on Maple Street, the one with the blue shutters." My heart stopped. I'd never mentioned where I lived to anyone at work, made a point of being vague about personal details. "Your cat," he continued, smiling slightly. "The gray one. I see it sometimes when you come home from work." I backed away, my hands shaking. "How do you know that?" "I just like to watch you," he said, tilting his head like a curious bird. "You work hard. It's fascinating." I turned and walked quickly back to the counter, my mind racing. I needed to call someone, the police, my manager, anyone, but I couldn't take my eyes off him. He just sat there, that same empty smile on his face. The next night he was back, and the night after that. Each time, he revealed more details about my life, where I shopped, what I ate, when I slept. It was like he was cataloging every aspect of my existence, creating a database of my habits and routines. One night, I heard footsteps behind me while I was cleaning the dryers. I turned to find him standing there, much closer than he'd ever been before. Up close, I could see that his coat wasn't just worn. It was filthy, like it hadn't been washed in months. "You should be careful," he whispered, leaning in slightly. "There are worse people than me out there." I backed away, reaching for my phone. "I'm calling the police." "Go ahead," he said, unfazed. "I'll be here when you get back." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. When the dispatcher answered, I tried to explain the situation, but my voice kept cracking. They said they'd send someone, but it would take time. I locked myself in the back office, watching through the window as he returned to his chair. He sat there, perfectly still, staring at the office door like he knew exactly where I was hiding. I could feel his gaze through the walls, through the glass, through my skin. When the police finally arrived, they found him still sitting there. He spoke to them calmly but gave them a false name and disappeared before they could verify it. They told me to call again if he came back, but I could tell they didn't take it seriously. After all, what crime had he committed? Sitting? Watching? The next day, I quit. I couldn't face another night of being studied like a specimen under a microscope. But leaving the laundromat didn't end it. I started seeing him everywhere, in crowds, at stoplights, through my kitchen window at night, always watching, always studying, always learning my patterns. I moved to a new apartment, changed my schedule, took different routes to work. But somehow, he always found me. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of that dirty coat disappearing around a corner, or see those empty eyes reflecting streetlights in my rearview mirror. Last week I found a note taped to my door. I miss watching you work. The new girl isn't nearly as interesting. She doesn't move the way you do, doesn't care about the details like you did. But don't worry, I still watch you. I'll always watch you. I don't do laundry at night anymore. Can't stand the sound of machines tumbling in the dark, the way fluorescent lights turn windows into mirrors. But sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can feel those eyes on me, studying, learning, cataloging every moment of my existence. Because that's what he does. He watches. He learns. He remembers. And somewhere out there, in some other late-night laundromat, he's sitting in the back row watching someone new, learning their patterns, memorizing their lives. I keep trying to forget what happened at that old hotel last month, but I can't get it out of my head. I've been doing construction and renovation work for years, and weird stuff happens on night shifts all the time. Old buildings make noise, shadows play tricks on you, whatever. But this was different. This was something else entirely, and I still can't explain it. I was doing prep work at this abandoned hotel downtown. You know, one of those fancy old places from like the 1930s that's been sitting empty forever. The company I work for got contracted to gut it and turn it into apartments or something. That night, I was supposed to strip some walls and clear debris, getting things ready for the demo crew in the morning. I'd done plenty of solo night shifts before, so being alone in the building didn't really bother me at first. Yeah, it was creepy. Most of the power was out except for our work lights, and the place was huge with these endless dark hallways and rooms full of old furniture covered in sheets. But I had my headphones in, just focusing on getting the job done. Around 1 a.m. I was hauling some debris down to the basement when I heard someone call my name, like crystal clear, right behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin because I knew I was the only one there. I'd locked up myself when the day crew left. I pulled out my headphones and called out, but nobody answered. Just silence and that weird echo you get in empty buildings. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my music playing tricks on me or something. But then it happened again, and this time I wasn't wearing headphones. Just my name, clear as day, like someone was standing right next to me. And here's the really messed up part. I started noticing my tools weren't where I left them. I know how that sounds, but I'm dead serious. I'd put my hammer down to move some stuff, turn around, and it would be gone. Then I'd find it somewhere completely different, like on the other side of the basement. This wasn't me being forgetful. I've been doing this job for 12 years, and I always keep track of my tools. But they kept moving when I wasn't looking. The worst was when my whole toolbox disappeared. I had it right by the stairs. I specifically remember putting it there because I'd just used my pry bar to pull up some old trim. I turned away for maybe 2 minutes to stack some boards, and when I looked back, it was just gone. I found it in the middle of the basement floor, but all my tools had been taken out and arranged in this perfect circle. I'm not kidding. Every screwdriver, wrench, and hammer laid out in a perfect ring on the concrete. By this point, I was seriously freaking out. That voice kept calling my name, getting closer and closer each time. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from right behind me, sometimes from down the hall, sometimes from inside the walls. And the whole time, I had this horrible feeling of being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? Like that, but 100 times worse. The motion sensor lights we'd set up kept triggering, but there was never anyone there. Just empty hallways and doorways, but the lights would follow me like something was walking just a few steps behind. I kept spinning around, trying to catch whatever was setting them off, but there was never anything there. Just darkness beyond the circle of light. Around 3 a.m., things got even weirder. I'd left my ladder leaning against the wall near the main stairwell. I remember this specifically because I'd just used it to check some wiring in the ceiling. When I came back, it was lying flat in the middle of the hallway, blocking the path to the exit. Not fallen over, but laid down perfectly straight like someone had deliberately placed it there. I started heading for the door. Figured I'd just come back in the morning when everyone else was there. But when I tried to leave, the voice got louder, It wasn't just my name anymore. It started saying things like, "I see you," and "Don't leave yet." Not in a scary movie voice or anything, but in this completely normal conversational tone that somehow made it even worse. The breaking point was when I heard footsteps running upstairs, clear as day, like someone sprinting back and forth above me. But I was on the top floor. There wasn't supposed to be anything above me except the roof. That's when I completely lost it. I dropped everything and ran. Didn't even bother grabbing my stuff, just got the hell out of there. The really messed up thing is what happened to my phone. I had been trying to record some of the weird noises to show my supervisor why I was freaking out, but when I checked later, there was nothing on the recordings. Just static and this weird humming sound. But here's the thing. I can hear my own voice on the recordings, talking and reacting to things that aren't there in the playback. I quit the next day. Didn't even go back for my tools. Told them to mail my last check. My supervisor probably thinks I'm crazy or was drunk or something, but I don't care. I know what I experienced, and I know something was in that building with me. The weirdest part? Nothing like this ever happened during the day. Other guys worked in that same building for weeks with no problems. It was just that one night, just when I was alone. Like whatever was there was waiting for the right moment. I still do construction work, but never alone, and never at night. Sometimes I drive past that hotel, they're still renovating it, and I swear I can see movement in the windows of the top floor. Probably just reflections or something, but I don't know. I know this all sounds insane. Trust me, if someone had told me this story before it happened, I would have thought they were making it up. But I know what I heard that night. I know what I saw, and I know that something in that building knew my name and wanted me to know it was watching me. I still can't explain any of it. Why me? Why that night? What was moving my tools, and how did it know my name? Sometimes I think about going back during the day, just to prove to myself that it was all in my head. But then I remember that voice, and those footsteps on the non-existent floor above me, and I realize I don't want answers. I don't want to know what was in there with me that night. This is the first time I've told anyone about this. My wife knows I quit that job suddenly, but I've never told her why. How do you even begin to explain something like this without sounding completely insane? All I know is something was in that building with me that night. Something that knew my name. Something that wanted me to know it was there. And sometimes, late at night when I'm working in my garage, I'll turn around to grab a tool and find it's not where I left it. Probably just my imagination now, but I always make sure to put everything away and lock the door before dark, just in case. Security cameras don't show everything. That's the first thing they teach you in mall security training. There are always blind spots, dead zones where anything could happen without being recorded. But what the cameras caught that night in the food court, sometimes I wish they hadn't caught anything at all. I'd been working security at Riverwood Mall for about 2 years. Night shift wasn't exactly exciting. Just walking rounds, checking doors, making sure no one broke in after hours. The mall itself was one of those older ones, 3 levels of retail space wrapped around a central food court, with long corridors that seemed to stretch forever in the dim emergency lighting. Most nights were quiet. Sometimes we'd get teens trying to sneak in or homeless people looking for shelter, but nothing serious. The emptiness became almost peaceful after a while. Just me, my flashlight, and the gentle hum of the ventilation system. That night started like any other. I was doing my 2 a.m. round, walking through the dark food court, when I noticed her. A woman standing near the shuttered Cinnabon, just staring. She was wearing a dark dress that seemed to absorb what little light there was, and her hair hung long and straight down her back. Protocol said I should approach and ask her to leave. The mall had been closed for hours. But something about the way she stood there, perfectly still, made me hesitate. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like the moment before a storm breaks. "Ma'am?" I called out, trying to keep my voice professional. "The mall is closed. You'll need to leave." She turned, slowly, and I felt my blood freeze. Her face was wrong somehow. Not disfigured or monstrous, just wrong. Like someone had tried to remember what a face should look like but couldn't quite get the details right. "We're connected," she said, her voice soft but carrying clearly across the empty space. "I've been watching you, learning you." I reached for my radio, but my hand was shaking. "Ma'am, I'm going to have to call the police if you don't leave now." She smiled, and that was wrong too. Too wide, too many teeth. "The police can't help you. No one can. I've chosen you." She began walking toward me, her movements smooth but somehow off, like watching a video played at slightly the wrong speed. I backed away, finally getting my radio to my mouth. "Control, I need backup in the food court. Possible 1096. Static answered me. Just white noise and a faint whisper that might have been my name. The woman was closer now, still smiling that impossible smile. "You're so interesting when you think you're alone. The way you move, the way you watch, the way you exist in these empty spaces, I want to understand it all." I turned and ran. Professional pride be damned. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get away. My footsteps echoed off the walls as I sprinted toward the security office, but I could hear her behind me, moving at that same steady pace, never rushing, but somehow keeping up. The security office was my sanctuary. Reinforced door, multiple cameras, direct line to the police. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then turned to the monitors to see where she was. The cameras showed nothing, just empty corridors and the dark food court. But I could hear her walking somewhere in the darkness, getting closer. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to explain. They said they'd send someone, but I could hear the skepticism in the dispatcher's voice. Just another security guard spooked by shadows. The monitors flickered, static washing across the screens. When they cleared, she was there, standing right outside my door, staring directly into the camera. Her face was clearer now, and I realized what had been bothering me about it. It wasn't just wrong, it was my face. Or something trying to be my face, stretched over features that weren't meant to wear it. "Let me in," she said, her voice coming through both the door and my radio. "Let me learn you completely." "Stay back," I warned, though my voice cracked. "Police are on their way." She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "They won't see me, they never do. Only you can see me, because we're connected now. I've been watching you for so long, learning everything about you. How you walk your rounds, how you talk to yourself when you think you're alone, how you check the same door twice because you can't remember if you locked it." The lights in the office began to flicker, and the temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. The door handle started to turn slowly, even though I knew I'd locked it. "No one will believe you," she continued. "They'll think you imagined me. But you know I'm real. You know I've chosen you. And now, you'll learn to watch like I do." The door opened. I don't remember much after that. The police found me hours later, curled up in the corner of the office. The security footage showed nothing, just me, running from empty air, locking myself in the office, screaming at nothing. I quit that night. Couldn't face going back into those dark corridors, knowing she might be watching. But leaving didn't help. I see her everywhere now. In crowds, in windows, in mirrors. Always wearing my face, always smiling that wrong smile, always watching. Sometimes, late at night, I'll catch myself staring at people the way she stared at me, noticing all the little details about how they move, how they exist in space. And I wonder, is this how it starts? Is this how you learn to watch like she does? The mall's still there, still open, still hiring night security. But sometimes, if you walk through the food court late at night, you might see a woman standing near the old Cinnabon. And if she turns to look at you, you might notice her face seems familiar, like someone you know but can't quite place. Just don't let her see you watching. Because once she notices you, once she chooses you, she never really leaves. She just teaches you to watch, like she watched me. Empty college campuses at night have their own kind of silence. It's not just quiet. It's like the buildings are holding their breath, waiting for morning to bring back the rush of students and life. Usually that silence was comforting, until someone started leaving notes on my patrol car that knew way too much about my life. I'd been working campus security for 3 years, mostly night shifts. The job was pretty straightforward. Drive around campus, check buildings, make sure doors were locked. Sometimes we'd get drunk students trying to break into the pool, or couples looking for somewhere private, but mostly it was just me and my thoughts. The first note appeared on an ordinary Tuesday. I'd just finished checking the science building when I noticed a piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. At first I thought it was just another flyer, but when I pulled it out, my blood ran cold. Written in neat, precise handwriting were details about my daughter's soccer practice. Where she played, what position, even the color of her cleats. I stood there staring at the paper, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't told anyone at work about my daughter's soccer. It wasn't exactly break room conversation. I looked around the empty parking lot, but there was nothing except shadows and the distant glow of streetlights. The next night, another note. This time about my wife's job at the elementary school, including details about her classroom that only someone who'd been inside would know. The layout of her desk, the drawings her students had made for her, even the coffee mug she used every morning. I started varying my patrol routes, checking my mirrors more often, looking for anyone following me. But the campus was always empty, just dark buildings and empty walkways. Yet somehow the notes kept appearing. Your son's doing better in math. That tutor on Thursdays is really helping. You should fix that loose shingle on your roof before the rain gets worse. Your mother called yesterday. You should call her back. She misses you. Each note revealed something more personal, more private. Things no stranger should know. I started taking photos of them, documenting times and locations, trying to establish some pattern. But they appeared randomly, sometimes when I was checking buildings, sometimes during my breaks, sometimes when I'd only turned my back for a few seconds. The security cameras were useless. They'd show my car sitting empty, then static for a split second, then the note would be there. No one approaching, no one leaving, like they materialized out of thin air. One night the note was different. No personal details, just 5 words that made my skin crawl. I see you watching your family. I reported everything to my supervisor, showed him the notes, the photos, the camera footage. He increased patrols in my area, had IT check the cameras for tampering, even brought in local police. But they found nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA, no evidence of who was leaving them. The notes got darker after that. Your daughter left her window open last night. Anyone could have gotten in. Your wife works late on Wednesdays. She should be more careful in the parking lot. Your son takes the same route to school every day. So predictable. They weren't just observations anymore. They were threats. Whoever was watching knew everything about my family's routines, their vulnerabilities, their moments alone. I started escorting my wife to and from her car, checking my kids' windows every night, changing up their routes to school. The anxiety was constant, crushing. Every shadow might hide someone watching. Every stranger might be the one leaving the notes. Then came the note that broke me. You can't protect them all the time, but I can watch them always. Attached was a photo of my family at dinner, taken through our kitchen window that same night. We were all there, smiling, unaware we were being watched. The angle meant someone had been standing in our backyard, right outside our house while we ate. I quit that night, packed up my family and moved across state, changed our phones, our routines, everything. Found a day job where nothing was hidden in shadows. But sometimes, even now, I'll find a note. On my new car, in my mailbox, under my door. They're different now. No threats, no warnings, just observations. Like whoever's watching wants me to know they followed us. That distance doesn't matter, that they'll always be there. Last week I found one in my jacket pocket, a pocket that had been empty that morning. All it said was, "Still watching." I don't work nights anymore. Can't stand the thought of being alone in the dark, knowing someone might be out there learning every detail of my life. But the worst part isn't the fear for myself. It's knowing that someone is still watching my family, collecting details about their lives, their habits, their moments of vulnerability. Because that's what they do. They watch, they learn, they remember. And somewhere out there in the shadows between streetlights or the spaces between houses, they're still watching, still learning, still leaving notes that prove no distance is far enough, no precaution is sufficient. I've installed security cameras, motion sensors, everything I can think of. But deep down I know it won't help. Because whoever they are, they don't show up on cameras, they don't trigger alarms, they just watch and write and wait. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind, if maybe the stress of night shifts and an overactive imagination created this whole thing. But then I'll find another note, revealing some new detail about our lives, and I know it's real. The police can't help. What can they do about someone who leaves notes but never appears on camera? My wife thinks I'm paranoid, that I'm seeing threats where there are none. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am crazy. But I know what I've seen. I know what those notes contained. And I know that somewhere out there someone is still watching, still learning, still writing down every detail of our lives. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for weeks. I used to work the night shift at this small printing company. You know, one of those places that does business cards, flyers, that kind of stuff. I operated the printing press from midnight to 8 a.m. Nothing crazy ever happened there until about 3 weeks ago, and I still can't explain what I experienced that night. The place was pretty basic, just a big room with 2 printing presses, some computers for design work, and a storage area in the back. At night it was just me there, which was fine because I like working alone. The noise from the press kind of becomes white noise after a while, and I could just zone out and do my job. That night started normal enough. I was running a big order of business cards, just keeping an eye on the press to make sure everything was printing right. Around 2 a.m., I noticed something weird on one of the sheets coming out. At first I thought it was just a misprint or maybe some ink splatter, but when I looked closer, I realized there were these strange symbols mixed in with the text. They almost looked like letters, but not from any language I've ever seen. I figured maybe the file was corrupted or something, so I stopped the press and went to check the computer. But when I pulled up the original file, it was totally normal. Just regular business cards with normal text. I went back to check the printed sheets, and that's when I felt this weird sensation, like someone was standing right behind me. I turned around fast, but nobody was there. Just the empty room and the hum of the fluorescent lights. But I swear I could feel someone watching me. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? Like that, but way more intense. I tried to shake it off and get back to work. I started the press up again, but now the weird symbols were showing up on every sheet. And they were different now. They were starting to form words. Normal English words. What really freaked me out was what they said. I know you hate Mondays. I know that sounds stupid, but here's the thing. I had just been complaining about Mondays to a coworker at lunch that day. No one else was around when we had that conversation. I stopped the press again, my hands shaking as I pulled out the sheets. More words started appearing. The coffee here is terrible, isn't it? Just like you said last week. I had said that. I'd been grumbling about the break room coffee just a few days ago, but only to myself. I hadn't told anyone else. At this point, I was seriously freaking out. I went to the storage room to get some fresh paper, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the batch I was using. The storage room was dark, the light switch is way in the back for some reason, so I used my phone's flashlight to see. That's when I noticed the laptop. There was this old laptop sitting on one of the paper crates, and it was on. The screen was showing lines of code or something, and as I watched, the symbols I'd seen on the print started appearing on the screen. Then I heard typing sounds, but nobody was at the keyboard. I got the hell out of there and went back to the press room. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone to try to call my supervisor. But before I could dial, the press started up by itself. Paper was feeding through, and words were appearing on every sheet. I've been watching you, learning how you work. You're so interesting when you think you're alone. I wanted to run, but I couldn't leave the press running like that. It would waste thousands of sheets of paper and probably jam up. So I went to shut it off, and that's when I saw him. There was a guy standing by the computer, but something was wrong about him. He was really thin, wearing dark clothes, and he moved in this weird way, like he was trying to copy how normal people move but couldn't quite get it right. He looked at me and smiled, but it wasn't a normal smile. It was like he had learned about smiling from reading about it in a book. When he spoke, his voice sounded almost robotic, like someone trying to imitate human speech. "The codes are beautiful, aren't they?" he said. "I've been studying them, studying you, learning how everything works." I backed away toward the door, but he moved so fast. 1 second he was by the computer, the next he was blocking my path. Up close, his face looked even more wrong. His eyes were too wide and they didn't blink. "You don't have to be afraid," he said. "I just want to understand, want to learn how you think, how you move, how you exist in this space." I ran. I didn't care about the press anymore, didn't care about my job, just ran for the exit as fast as I could. Behind me, I could hear the press running at full speed, papers flying everywhere, and that weird typing sound from the laptop. When I got to my car, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. I looked back at the building and saw him standing at the window, still smiling that wrong smile, watching me. I called my boss from my car and quit right there, told him to mail my last check. I know he probably thinks I'm crazy or was on drugs or something, but I know what I saw. The weirdest part? I drove past the place a few days ago during the day shift. Everything looked normal, just people working like nothing ever happened. But when I checked online, I found out that their computer system had a total meltdown that night. Every file was corrupted with weird symbols and all their backups were destroyed. I've got a new job now, working days at a copy shop. But sometimes when I'm running the machines, I'll see weird symbols start to appear on the prints. They disappear when I look closer, but I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night when I'm on my computer at home, I'll see those same symbols flash across my screen for just a second. I still don't know what that thing was or what it wanted. Was it some kind of hacker? A ghost? Something else? All I know is, something was in that building with me that night. Something that had been watching me for who knows how long. And sometimes I get this feeling that it's still watching, still learning, still trying to understand how humans work. I know how crazy this all sounds, but I know what I experienced, and I'm never working another night shift again. I need to share what happened to me during my night shift at the animal clinic last month. I've been working with animals for over 6 years, and nothing like this has ever happened before. I still get chills thinking about it. I was working overnight at this small animal clinic just outside of town. It's a pretty basic setup, a few exam rooms, a surgery suite, and kennels in the back for the animals staying overnight. During night shifts, it's just me and whatever animals we're boarding or monitoring after surgery. The clinic sits kind of isolated, with just a gas station across the street that closes at 11. That night started normal enough. I had 3 dogs and 2 cats staying overnight, all routine stuff. Around midnight, I was doing paperwork when the phone rang. Working nights, you get used to emergency calls, usually people panicking about their pet vomiting or having diarrhea. But this call was different. When I answered, there was this weird silence, then heavy breathing. I almost hung up thinking it was a prank call, but then this man's voice came on. He sounded really agitated, saying his dog was bleeding badly and he needed help right away. I went into my usual routine, asking about the dog's symptoms and giving him directions to the clinic. That's when things got weird. He kept talking about the blood, but something was off about the way he described it. Like he was too specific about it, almost enjoying describing it. Then he just hung up. I figured he'd either take the dog to the emergency hospital in the city, or it wasn't as bad as he made it sound. About 20 minutes later, he called again. This time, he was talking about a cat with a broken leg. But he used the exact same tone, the same way of describing things, just with different injuries. I told him again how to get to the clinic, but he wasn't listening. He just kept describing the injuries in this really unsettling way. The calls kept coming every half hour or so. Each time it was a different animal with different injuries, but always described in that same disturbing way. And he never actually brought any animals in. Just called, described horrible injuries in vivid detail, then hung up. Around 2 a.m. he called again, but this time was different. He said, "I can see you sitting at the desk. That blue scrub top looks nice on you." I froze. I was wearing blue scrubs and I was sitting at the front desk. But the clinic was dark except for my desk light and the blinds were closed. There's no way anyone could see in from outside. I got up and checked all the doors again, making sure they were locked. When I looked out the front window, I couldn't see anyone, but the parking lot lights had gone out, which was weird because they're supposed to stay on all night. The phone rang again. I didn't want to answer it, but we're not supposed to ignore calls in case of real emergencies. When I picked up, he started describing my every movement from the last few minutes. How I'd gotten up to check the doors, how I'd looked out the window, even how my hands were shaking as I held the phone. I hung up and called the police. While I was talking to the dispatcher, I heard knocking at the back door, the one we use for staff only. Nobody but employees even knows about that door. The knocking got louder, more aggressive. Then it stopped suddenly and the phone rang again. "You don't need to call the police," he said. "I just want to help the animals. Let me in and I'll show you." His voice was different now, harder, angrier. In the background, I could hear what sounded like animals crying in pain, but something was off about the sounds. They didn't sound quite real. I stayed on the line with the police while I checked on the animals in the kennel. They were all agitated, barking and growling at the back door. Even the cats were hissing, their backs arched. The police said they were sending someone, but we're pretty far out of town, so it would take about 15 minutes. Those were the longest 15 minutes of my life. The phone kept ringing. When I didn't answer, he started leaving voicemails. Each one was just sounds of animals in pain, mixed with his breathing and this weird laughing. Between calls, I could hear him walking around outside the building, trying different doors, tapping on windows. At one point, he got really quiet, and I thought maybe he'd left. Then I heard his voice, not through the phone, but right outside the exam room window. "I know which animals are in there with you," he said. "I know their names, their breeds, why they're staying overnight. I've been watching. I've been here before." That really freaked me out because he started naming the animals. Not just what kind they were, but their actual names and why they were there. Information that was only in our computer system or written on their kennel cards. The only way he could know that is if he'd been inside the clinic before. The police finally arrived, but by then he was gone. They found weird scratches on the back door, like someone had been trying to pick the lock. And all the security cameras had gone dark around midnight, just static on the recordings. The really messed up part? When they checked the phone records, there were no incoming calls during that time period. Nothing, like the calls had never happened. But I still have the voicemails on my phone, the animal sounds, the breathing, his voice saying he can see me. I quit that night. Couldn't handle the thought of being alone there again. Found a day job at a regular vet's office where there's always other people around. But sometimes my phone will ring late at night, and when I answer, I just hear breathing and those not quite right animal sounds. The police never found him. Never figured out how he knew those details about the animals or how he disabled the cameras. The clinic installed a better security system and started having 2 people on night shift, but I still drive past sometimes and wonder if he's still out there, watching, waiting to call someone else. I know this sounds crazy. If someone had told me this story before it happened, I wouldn't have believed them. But I know what I experienced. I know what I heard in those calls. And I know someone was watching me that night. Someone who knew way too much about what went on in that clinic. Sometimes I wonder if he ever actually had any injured animals, or if he just used that as an excuse to watch, to learn our routines, to figure out when someone would be alone. I still work with animals, but never alone, and never at night. Can't handle the thought of answering a phone in an empty building anymore. And sometimes when I'm working at my new job, I'll catch a glimpse of someone watching through the windows. Just for a second, then they're gone. And my phone will ring, but when I answer, there's just silence and that familiar breathing. I really need to get this off my chest. I worked as a lighthouse keeper for about 2 years, and what happened during my last shift still keeps me up at night. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear every word of this is true. The lighthouse was pretty isolated, sitting on a rocky point about 5 miles from the nearest town. It wasn't a tourist attraction or anything, just a functional lighthouse that needed someone to maintain the equipment and make sure everything ran properly. Most nights were peaceful, just me and the sound of waves hitting the rocks below. That night started like any other. I was doing my regular checks around 11 p.m. when I noticed a small boat tied up at the dock at the base of the cliff. This wasn't completely unusual. Sometimes fishing boats would stop to rest or wait out bad weather. But this boat was different. It was empty. No fishing gear, no supplies, nothing. Just this beaten-up old boat bobbing in the water. I radioed the Coast Guard to report it, but they said they hadn't heard of any boats in distress. They told me to keep an eye on it and let them know if anyone showed up to claim it. I figured maybe someone's boat had broken loose and drifted over, so I went back up to continue my rounds. Around midnight, I started hearing weird noises from the lower levels of the lighthouse. Not the usual creaks and groans of an old building. These were different. Like someone moving around but trying to be quiet about it. I went to check it out, but every time I got to where I thought the sounds were coming from, they'd stop, then start up somewhere else. I know how this sounds, but I swear someone was playing games with me. They'd make noise in one room, and by the time I got there, I'd hear something from upstairs. When I went up, the sounds would move down. This went on for maybe an hour, and I was getting seriously freaked out. Then I found my stuff had been moved around. Not like someone had broken in to steal things. More like someone had been looking through everything, studying it. My coffee mug was in a different place. My logbook had been moved to a different shelf. My jacket was hanging on a different hook. Little things that you might not notice if you weren't the only person who lived there. I locked myself in the lantern room. That's the room at the very top with the light equipment. It's the most secure room in the lighthouse, and I had the only key. I tried calling for help on my phone, but there's never been good reception out there. The radio was downstairs, and there was no way I was going back down there. That's when I heard footsteps coming up the spiral staircase. Slow, deliberate steps, like whoever it was wanted me to hear them coming. They stopped right outside the door, and I heard this weird scratching sound, like someone running their fingernails across the metal. Then they started talking. Not yelling or threatening, just talking in this calm, quiet voice about everything they'd found in my living quarters. They described my family photos, the book I was reading, what I'd had for dinner. Details only someone who'd been in my private space would know. I was terrified. The nearest help was miles away, and someone who had been watching me, learning my routines, was right outside that door. I asked them what they wanted, and they just laughed, this weird, echoing laugh that didn't sound quite right. They said they'd been living in the lighthouse for weeks, watching me, learning about me. They knew when I slept, when I ate, when I did my rounds. They'd been going through my things when I was busy with the light, reading my personal notes, even wearing my clothes sometimes. I could see their shadow under the door, and it looked wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, moving in ways that didn't seem natural. They kept talking, telling me things about myself that nobody else could know. Private things I'd written in my journal, conversations I'd had on the phone when I thought I was alone. The really messed up part? They knew about stuff that had happened earlier that day. Like they said, "That ham sandwich you made for lunch was a bit dry, wasn't it? You should have added more mayonnaise." They were right. I had made a ham sandwich for lunch and it was dry, which meant they had been watching me that same day. Around 3 a.m. the boat disappeared. I was still locked in the lantern room, watching it through the windows, when suddenly it was just gone. No sound of an engine starting, no one untying it. It just vanished. The footsteps outside my door stopped too, and everything went quiet except for the waves. I stayed locked in that room until sunrise. When I finally got the courage to come out, I found things in the lighthouse had been moved around even more. Furniture was in different positions, pictures were hanging crooked, and my stuff was scattered everywhere like someone had been examining it all. But the worst thing I found was in my bedroom. All my clothes had been taken out of the closet and laid on the bed in this perfect circle. In the middle was my journal, open to a page where I'd written about how lonely it gets in the lighthouse sometimes. And underneath my handwriting in this weird, shaky script, they'd written, "You're never alone here. I'm always watching." I quit that day, called my supervisor and told him I was done. He probably thought I was crazy or on drugs or something. The Coast Guard investigated but found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no evidence anyone had been there except me. The security cameras didn't show anything either, just static during the times when all this was happening. I got a new job in the city as far from the ocean as I could get. But sometimes late at night, I still hear those footsteps coming upstairs that don't exist in my apartment. And sometimes I'll come home to find my things moved slightly, not enough to prove anything, just enough to let me know that whatever was in that lighthouse might have followed me home. I know how insane this all sounds. I've never told anyone else because who would believe me? But I know what happened that night. I know someone or something had been living in that lighthouse with me, watching me, learning about me. And sometimes I wonder if they're still there, watching the new keeper, or if they're somewhere closer still watching me. The lighthouse is still operating. They hired someone new to replace me. Sometimes I think about warning them, telling them to check the empty rooms and dark corners. But what would I say? Watch out for the thing that lives in the lighthouse and likes to go through your stuff? They'd think I was nuts. All I know is I'm never working nights again, especially not anywhere isolated. And I always triple check my doors and windows before bed, though deep down I know that whatever was in that lighthouse probably doesn't need doors to get in. I need to share something that happened during my night shift at the bus depot last month. I've worked there for 3 years, and nothing weird ever happened until that night. I still can't explain it, and I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe working nights again. I was doing my usual rounds at the depot. It's just a big parking lot with about 50 buses, a small office building, and some maintenance garages. Night shift is pretty quiet, just me making sure nobody breaks in or messes with the buses. I usually start my shift at 11 p.m. doing a walkthrough of the lot and checking that all the buses are locked. That night I noticed something odd on my car when I first got to work. There were these tiny handprints on my driver's side window. Not like a kid's handprints. These were way too small, like maybe a toddler's size, but the shape was wrong somehow. They were really dirty too, like someone had dipped their hands in mud before touching the glass. At first I figured maybe some kid had been playing in the lot during the day, though that seemed weird because we keep the gates locked. I wiped them off with some paper towels from the office and tried not to think about it, but something about those prints just felt off. They were too perfectly placed, all lined up in a row like somebody had deliberately put them there. Around midnight I was doing my first round of the lot when I noticed more handprints, this time on one of the buses. Same size, same dirty marks, but now they were all over the windows on one side. It looked like someone had been trying to look inside, pressing their tiny hands against every window. But here's the thing. I had just checked that bus 20 minutes earlier, and there was nothing on it then. I radioed back to the office to check the security cameras, but they didn't show anything. Just empty space around the bus. The prints had appeared somehow without anyone showing up on camera. As the night went on, more handprints started appearing. Every time I'd check a section of the lot, I'd come back later to find new ones. Always the same size, always that same muddy look to them. They started showing up higher on the buses too, like whoever was making them could somehow reach the top windows. Around 2 a.m. I heard this weird scratching sound coming from inside one of the buses in the back of the lot. Not like metal on metal, more like fingernails on glass. When I went to check it out, the whole bus was covered in those handprints, even on the inside of the windows, but all the doors were still locked, and the alarm system hadn't gone off. I'm not afraid to admit I was seriously freaking out by this point. I did another check of the cameras, but they kept showing static whenever I tried to view the areas where the prints were appearing. The maintenance guys had just checked the system that morning, so I knew it wasn't a technical problem. Then I started hearing noises from different buses, that same scratching sound, moving from one to another, like something was going around touching all of them. But every time I'd go to check, there'd just be more handprints and no sign of whoever was making them. The worst part came around 3 a.m. I was in the office trying to call my supervisor when I heard something moving outside, not just scratching this time, but like small feet running across the gravel. I looked out the window and saw something dart between two buses. Just a shadow, but it was small, maybe 3 feet tall, and it wasn't moving right. The way it ran was all wrong, like its joints were bent the wrong way. I watched it through the window, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. It stopped next to my car and just stared at the office. I couldn't see its face, but I knew it was looking right at me. Then it reached out and touched my car window again, leaving another one of those tiny handprints. The security lights started going out one by one, like something was moving through the lot, turning them off. Not breaking them, they just went dark as this thing passed by. Soon the only light left was the one right outside the office. That's when I heard something climb onto the roof of the office. Small footsteps moving around above my head, then that scratching sound right above me. I could see more handprints appearing on the office windows, starting at the bottom and moving up, like something was climbing down the glass. I grabbed my keys and ran. Didn't even bother locking up, just ran to my car. The whole way there I could hear whatever it was following me, those quick little footsteps on the gravel. I got in my car and looked in the rearview mirror, and that's when I finally saw it clearly in my headlights. It was small like a child, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, bent at odd angles, and its hands were tiny, but had too many fingers. It was covered in what looked like mud or dirt, and it moved in this jerky, unnatural way. When it saw me looking, it smiled, this huge, wrong smile with too many teeth. I got out of there as fast as I could, called my supervisor from home and quit right there. Told him to mail my last check. He probably thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care. I drive by the depot sometimes during the day and it looks normal. But at night I can sometimes see those little handprints on the buses, glowing faintly in the security lights. The really messed up thing? After I quit, I found out that other people who'd worked nights there had seen weird things too. Nobody had ever stayed more than a few months on night shift. They never said exactly what made them quit, but a few of them mentioned handprints. I've got a new job now, working days at a warehouse. But sometimes when I go to my car in the morning, I'll find those same tiny handprints on my windows. They're always fresh, like whatever was at the depot followed me home. I keep trying to convince myself it was all in my head, but then I'll hear that scratching sound outside my bedroom window at night. And I know whatever was there that night is still out there, still watching, still leaving its marks. I know how crazy this all sounds, but I know what I saw that night. And I know those handprints were real. I've got pictures on my phone, though they never come out clear, always blurry or distorted somehow. I don't work nights anymore, and I always park my car in a garage. But sometimes, when it rains and the ground gets muddy, I'll find those little handprints on my windows again, like a reminder that whatever was at the depot hasn't forgotten about me. I've been trying to make sense of what happened during my last night cleaning the office building, and I still can't explain it. I worked there as a night janitor for about 6 months, and everything was normal until that night. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me for weeks. The building was one of those typical corporate places, 12 floors of cubicles and conference rooms. During the day it was full of people, but at night it was just me with my cleaning cart, going floor by floor. I actually liked how quiet it was, just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the sound of the vacuum cleaner. That night started like any other. I got in around 11 p.m. and started on the ground floor like usual. Everything was fine until I got to the 4th floor. I was restocking paper towels in the bathroom when I heard whispers coming from somewhere nearby. Not like the usual building noises, these were actual voices like people having a conversation, but I couldn't make out the words. I figured maybe some people were working late, though that was weird because I hadn't seen any cars in the lot except mine. When I went to check the offices near the bathroom, they were all empty and dark, but I could still hear the whispers like they were coming from the walls. The really freaky part was when I went back to my cleaning cart. All my supplies had been rearranged. Not like they'd fallen over. Everything had been taken out and put back in a different order. The bottles were all facing the same direction, and the cleaning rags were folded in perfect squares. I know it sounds stupid, but I'm really particular about how I organize my cart, and this was definitely not how I left it. I tried to tell myself maybe I'd done it without thinking, but deep down I knew I hadn't. The whispers were getting louder now, and they seemed to be coming from different directions. Sometimes they sounded like they were right behind me. Then they'd suddenly be coming from down the hall or above me. Around midnight, things got even weirder. I was vacuuming the main office area when I noticed all the desk items on one row of cubicles had been lined up perfectly straight, like someone had measured the spaces between them. I'm talking pens, staplers, even the little post-it notes. Everything was arranged in these perfect geometric patterns. But I had just cleaned that area maybe 20 minutes before, and everything was normal then. I started really paying attention to my surroundings after that. Every time I'd leave a room and come back, things would be slightly different. Papers that were in messy piles would be stacked neatly. Chairs that were pushed in would be pulled out. Trash cans that I'd just emptied would be full again, but not with normal trash. Just pieces of paper folded into identical squares. The whispers kept getting closer, and now I could almost make out words. They sounded like they were talking about me, describing what I was doing. He's cleaning the windows now. He missed a spot on the floor. His heart rate is elevated. That last one really freaked me out because I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Around 1 a.m. I was cleaning one of the executive offices when all the lights on the floor went out at once. Not like a power outage. They turned off one by one like someone was hitting switches, but I knew all the switches were near me and I hadn't touched them. I used my phone's flashlight to find my way back to the utility closet where we keep the circuit breakers. But when I got there, all the breakers were still on. While I was checking them, I heard what sounded like dozens of people whispering right outside the closet door. When I opened it, the hallway was empty, but every single piece of paper on every desk had been folded into one of those perfect squares. My cart was at the other end of the hall now, even though I'd left it by the executive office. When I got to it, all my supplies had been arranged again, but this time they were stacked in this weird spiral pattern. The whispers were all around me now, overlapping each other. He's scared. His pupils are dilated. His hands are shaking. They were right. I was terrified. I decided to get out of there and come back in the morning when it was light out. But when I tried to leave, the elevator wouldn't work. The buttons just flashed in this weird pattern when I pressed them. I headed for the stairs instead, but the door was ice cold when I touched it, like it had been in a freezer. That's when I heard footsteps above me. Lots of them, like a crowd of people walking in perfect sync. They were getting closer, moving down floor by floor. But the sound was wrong somehow. The steps were too precise, too rhythmic, like a machine trying to imitate human walking. I ran. I don't care how crazy it sounds. I just ran down all 12 flights of stairs as fast as I could. The whole time I could hear those footsteps following me, keeping pace but never getting closer or further away. The whispers followed too, getting more excited. He's running. His adrenaline levels are increasing. This is fascinating. I made it to my car somehow and got out of there. The whole time I was driving home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, sure I was going to see something following me. When I got home, I found all my cleaning rags in my pockets folded into those same perfect squares, even though I know I'd left everything back at the building. I quit the next day, sent an email to my supervisor and told him to mail my last check. He probably thinks I'm crazy or was on drugs or something, but I know what I experienced. When they hired my replacement, I thought about warning them, but what would I say? Watch out for the whispers that rearrange your cleaning supplies. The weird thing is, nothing like this ever happened during the day. I went back once during business hours to pick up my last check. Everything looked normal, just people working in their cubicles, living their normal lives. But when I walked past that utility closet on the 4th floor, I swear I could hear faint whispers coming from behind the door. I've got a new job now, cleaning at a small gym during the day. But sometimes when I'm alone, I'll hear those whispers start up again. And every now and then I'll turn my back on my cleaning supplies for just a second, and when I look back, everything will be arranged in those perfect geometric patterns. I don't know what was in that building. I don't know if it's still there, watching the new night janitor and studying their movements. All I know is something was there that night, something that watched and measured and whispered. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I'll find pieces of paper in my house folded into perfect squares, even though I know I didn't put them there. I need to share what happened during my last night working at the pharmacy because it's been haunting me for weeks. I worked there for almost a year on the overnight shift, and while weird stuff happens sometimes, it always does when you work nights. This was different. This was something I still can't explain. The pharmacy was one of those small, independent ones, not a big chain. Just a regular neighborhood place that stayed open 24/7 for emergencies. Night shift was usually pretty quiet, mostly just people picking up late prescriptions or getting cold medicine. That night started normal enough until he came in. It was around 2 a.m. when he first walked through the door. I remember looking up from restocking the shelves and immediately feeling something was off about him. He was tall, kind of scraggly looking, wearing this worn-out jacket even though it was pretty warm out. But it was his eyes that really got to me. They had this intense, almost hungry look, like he was taking in every detail of the store and me. He walked straight to the cold medicine aisle, grabbed a box of NyQuil, and came to the counter. I rang him up, trying to be professional even though something about him was making my skin crawl. He didn't say much, just stared at me the whole time with those weird eyes. When I handed him his change, his fingers were ice cold. I figured that was it, just another weird late-night customer. But he came back the next hour, same thing, walked in, grabbed NyQuil, paid without saying much. This time, though, he knew my name. He said, "Thanks, Sarah," even though I wasn't wearing my name tag. I never wear it on night shift. He kept coming back every hour, on the hour. Each time he'd buy the same thing, but he started saying more. He knew things about me he shouldn't have known. Like he mentioned the book I was reading on my break, but I only read it in the back room where customers can't see. He knew about the coffee shop where I stopped before work, even knew my usual order. Around 5 a.m., I was seriously freaked out. He'd been in 6 times already, and each visit he revealed more things he somehow knew about my life. My cat's name, where I went to high school, the fact that I'd just broken up with my boyfriend, things I'd never told anyone at work. The 7th time he came in, he didn't even pretend to buy anything. Just walked straight to the counter and started telling me about my apartment, the color of my bedroom walls, the pictures I had hanging in my living room, even the brand of cereal in my kitchen. He described everything perfectly, right down to the pile of laundry I'd left on my bedroom floor that morning. I was shaking at this point. There was no way he could know these things unless he'd been in my apartment, been watching me. I tried to keep my voice steady, as I told him he needed to leave or I'd call the police. He just smiled, this weird, empty smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I like watching you, Sarah," he said. "You're so interesting when you think you're alone, like how you talk to yourself when you're cooking, or how you always check your closet before bed." I grabbed my phone to call the police, but he reached across the counter faster than I could move and grabbed my wrist. His hand was still ice cold and his grip was way too strong. He kept smiling that empty smile as he told me more details about my daily routine. When I wake up, what bus I take to work, which path I take when I walk my cat. I managed to pull away and ran to the back office, locking the door behind me. Through the security camera, I could see him still standing at the counter, just staring at the office door. He stayed there for what felt like hours, not moving, barely blinking, just staring. When my morning replacement arrived at 8 a.m., he was gone. I quit that day. Couldn't handle the thought of working another night shift, wondering if he'd come back. I found a day job at a coffee shop across town and tried to forget about it. But here's the really messed up part. I still see him sometimes. Not at the pharmacy, but in random places. He'll be standing across the street when I get home from work, or sitting in his car outside my favorite restaurant. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of him in store windows or mirrors, always watching with those intense eyes. I changed my routines, switched up my schedule, even moved to a new apartment. But somehow he always finds me. I'll come home to find things slightly moved in my apartment. Not like someone broke in to steal stuff, but like someone had been studying my things. My books will be arranged in a different order, or my clothes will be folded differently. The worst part is the NyQuil bottles. I'll find them in weird places, on my kitchen counter, in my car, on my desk at work. Always the same brand he bought that night, always unopened. It's like he's letting me know he's still watching, still learning every detail of my life. I know how crazy this all sounds. If someone had told me this story before it happened, I would have thought they were making it up. But I know what I experienced. I know what I saw in those eyes. This intense, inhuman curiosity, like I was some kind of specimen he was studying. I went to the police, but what could they do? He hasn't technically done anything illegal, just bought some cold medicine and talked about things he shouldn't know. They took a report, but told me there wasn't much they could do without more evidence. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I'll find another NyQuil bottle, or catch a glimpse of that worn jacket disappearing around a corner, and I know it was real. He's still out there, still watching, still learning every detail of my life. I don't work nights anymore. Can't handle being alone in empty stores or quiet streets. But even in broad daylight, surrounded by people, I'll sometimes feel those eyes on me. And I know he's there somewhere, watching, waiting, learning. Last week I found a note in my mailbox. All it said was, "You changed your shampoo. I liked the old one better." I moved again the next day, but I know it won't help. He'll find me. He always does.